Enduro, which will be the last race of the day. And the qualifying session will happen at 9:45 before the classic cars, one of my favorite classes always to look at. I love the older cars. And then you'll be ready for the Mike's Place Clubman Saloons. 2 races, or 4 races altogether, split in 2, of course, because the class D, E, F, and X's, they will all be in the first race, and the second race will be A, B, C, as well as some X-Class runners as well. Remember, X-Class runners are for new driver car combinations. That will be all the, and then we'll start off, of course, the racing with the power sport motorcycles. Like we're doing now, they'll be getting the signal to go out soon, and big names in there as well. Saw Trevor Westman on the Rockstar Kawasaki Ninja 650. I'll get that all for you right now as well. We'll go through the great list of good names here. Some good times in the power sport motorcycles, giving us some great racing always. Well, away we go then for the first of the qualifying sessions. Like I said, Trevor Westman on the Kawasaki Ninja 650 Rockstar Performance bike. Paul Medell, lovely to have Paul Medell always in there. Already a biker down, a rider down at turn 1. And the marshals run towards the machine and the rider. The rider is down, and they'll have to probably halt the qualifying session. So most likely that will be a red flag situation, because what happens is rider down at turn 1 through the KFM section. And yeah, the red flag is being showed in the pit lane now. So all the riders will come and, well, they'll come back into the pits, presumably. As the riders go now down the back straight towards Fastron corner, turn 5. And they will then get, well, they'll probably come onto the grid first, maybe, because that's usually what happens in a race. But I would think sometimes it would more be in the pits, because they'll see the red flags, they'll get back in the pits. They know this qualifying session is going to be halted. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're coming right into the pits now. Many of them will go back to their boxes or to the dummy grid section. And of course, our fantastic marshals and crew always on the scene within seconds. And we always have some of the bravest men and women, of course, on the bikes. And we'll keep you updated on the situation there. But for now, the qualifying session, the Power Series, well, we're starting off, of course, today with the Power Sport bikes. They'll come back into the pits, and we'll wait it out until they get a green flag. The marshal shows at the exit of the pit lane the red flag. Pit lane is closed. And, well, All right, if you're just joining us now on the live stream, the Power Sport Bikes, the first qualifying sessions has been stopped. A rider has gone down in the Turn 1 KFM corner section. And while you'll see some marshals now on the circuit putting down some powder, most likely, yeah, of course, some oil went down in that section, and most likely that was the cause of the bike losing control. I can't speak. I can't speak of it as fact, but what happens is, understandably, the rider is on the side of the track, and our fantastic marshals and emergency services are there to tend to him. We don't have the number yet or the identity of the rider. We'll try and find that out for you very shortly. But then we'll see if the power sports will get underway once again when everything has been taken care of. But for now, the marshals will still be putting that powder down, a lovely biodegradable substance that will dry the oil up and blow away in the wind, basically. And well, they'll sweep it up as well, and doing a mighty job, as always, our Killarney WPMC marshals and the good Samaritans of the sport, standing out in the sun, the wind, and the rain to make sure that everything runs smoothly at Killarney. Watch them work. But we'll leave you with some visuals for now and keep you updated as time goes on. Well, of course, the qualifying session, I remind you once again, as the folks around the world join us on our IMUSAT live stream. Red flag, biker down, rider down, I should rather say, in turn 1 KFM corner. I see the bike looks like to be coming back now, and the emergency services, of course, taking their good precautions and all the normal things that they do. And, well, I always commend them on their efforts, because now you can see, actually, if you're on the screen now, the marshals, who see somebody running there with a leaf blower type machine. Of course, probably is a leaf blower, but having a good run there and just blowing all of that dust for the oil away. Then you'll make sure, you'll see throughout the day that you would not have known that there was an oil slick there. An oil, it's gone quite far back, actually, if you ask me, right out of the pit lane. There was quite a long line of oil. And we had that in the last race meeting, actually, with a car race. I think it was in the GTI Challenge. We had down the back straight a long line of oil, and the marshals always take good care of that so that we don't have any incidents going into turn 1. But the Formula Libra is also waiting for their first race of the season as well. 2 races for them, 2 races for each of the classes today, except the Clubmans. 4 races for Clubmans. And that will be, of course, because of the big field they have. The servicing cars, the medic cars are coming back now to the pit area. The marshals will take care of the last little bits of the of turn one. Apologies that I can't bring you the number of the rider right now, who the rider is that went down. I do not have a radio with me, but I guess anybody who does know me and does know the number and does know my number or me on Facebook, you can send it to me so I can inform everybody on who the rider was that did go down at turn one. And if you do not know who this is speaking, it is Byron Height. So I'll be joined later on by Frankie Ennis, Gary Fleming, and Emil Tiny Brunt, of course, of Tiny's Pit Box on Facebook. They'll be joining me later on as well. But for now, I'll be taking you through the qualifying sessions as the fire bucky looks like it's ready to get moving. And we could be having a session very shortly as well. The first rider will be lining up at the start and waiting, ready to go onto the circuit. Now he's actually going back into the pit, so I think it'll be a while before we actually get out there. I think we'll be moving now onto the Formula Libra qualifying. They will then delay the power sport qualifying. So the single seaters will be coming out now. A slight change in program. And well, we're going out now. Andrew Rackstraw, Richard Carr, Zane Amundsen will be out on the field. Of course, Class S's, and so you're going to see a lot of Formula Vs, a few GTIs, some Formula Fords in there as well. They get the green flag in the pits. And will be now going for their qualifying session. Yeah, so the likes there, Reg Anderson will be one of the Formula Swifts in Class S with Troy Dolenchek. I used to commentate on him in karting. He's in the Formula Ford Z-Tech, and I remember the Z-Tech era of Formula Ford. It's a very popular era, though, of the 1.6 litre Formula Ford Z-Tech motors that they had. You had a lot of the Van Diemens racing those years. Byron Mitchell in the Formula VW. That was a short little series we had a number of years ago on the Nashville scene. Didn't hang around too long, but Byron Mitchell also commentated on him in karting. Andrew Rackstraw in the Reynard 2-litre. And then Hayden Elwood, a regular campaigner in the Formula Swift 92. Class A will be Bertus Engelbrecht in the Formula RM 08. And then the VW Ray will be the Damian White entry. This is all Class A now. That is Draken Racing. James Beaumont in the Formula Reynard as well. With Class B, Graham Knight. That's usually the Formula Ford class. Will be in the Formula Ray, the Elof transformers and the claw security. But Andrew Rackstraw comes across the line. He is on provisional pole. Well, actually, he's just gone out there, but he's 2.5 in the first sector. As Richard Carr slots into second position on the grid. Zayna Munson has also put himself in third, but remember, still early days in qualifying here. We'll try and update you on all the classes as well. 14 of them altogether out there. And, well, Byron Mitchell yet to set a time. He's not going to set one quite yet. DJ Boyson also as well. Well, there goes Andrew Rackstraw now, 112. 552 in the Class S machine. Byron Mitchell goes second with a 112.9, 0.3 of a second off of Andrew Rackstraw's time. Then DJ Boyson goes across the line. He's 114.551 with James Beaumont filling into fourth position. Then Troy Dolanchik, he'll be fourth in Class S. And, well, fifth in Class S behind James Beaumont, who will be the leader in Class A at this time. Andrew Rackstraw in the VW Reynolds, a 2-litre machine that with a 112.552 on his third lap. And already Byron Mitchell goes slightly faster in the first sector, and that's the Formula VW. So the Formula VW, I think, is going to really push that 2-litre ray of Andrew Rackstraw in Class S, and is really going to push him. He's now 20.9 in Sector 2. I think he could be getting provisional pole position, Byron Mitchell, very shortly. He's in the third sector now. We'll see them as they come across the line, and then we'll be able to see it is Byron Mitchell with a 1:11.582. 1.3 seconds faster than Andrew Rackstraw's original pole time. And, well, the last time he went around as well, Andrew Rackstraw was slower, so he's going to have to build that up again. Remember, only a short little time here in qualifying that you get to set a time. DJ Boyson is third at the moment, 2.8 seconds off the pace, with James Beaumont heading the Formula Libra Class A's, but now going down. Richard Carr will be the man in Class C with a 127.089 overall, though. That is 8th position ahead of Cyril Somerville. Then, well, he just goes up now to 7th position overall now and extends his pole time, his provisional Class C pole time to a 26.166. And let's see now again, Andrew Rackstraw has gone fastest in both first sectors. You'll see now it's going to be 2 purple sectors that he's gone in sector 1 and 2, and he goes provisional pole position with an 11.5, and it's now, goodness, he's only about a few thousandths or a few hundredths of a second. He's 700ths of a second faster than Byron Mitchell at the moment, and holds provisional pole position. 4.5 minutes left to go. Elapsed time 5.5 minutes. Only 10 minutes that you get to set your fastest times here. Class A, James Beaumont is pole in Class 4th overall. Then Class C, Richard Carr is 7th overall, and he's leader in Class C. We go all the way down. Of course, Class S, there's only a few classes here today. Only 4 classes in all. And at the top of the timesheets, there's only 700ths of a second in it between Andrew Rackstraw in the 2-litre ray and Byron Mitchell in the Slicks and Wings VW, the Formula VW that we had a number of years ago as well. So watch out for them as well. DJ Boyson still holds that 3rd position. He ruled the roost for a long time, always in the Formula Libra. I see this yellow flags waving. I don't know if a car has gone off. Somewhere around the circuit that's in turn 1, they have the, and I just want to take a look. I think this could be somebody in the gravel, but the yellow flags they're still going. There we go. Just behind the tires, there is a car, and the driver is climbing out. So turn 1 is the action corner today, looks like it. Turn 1 KFM corner. And the marshals will guide him away over there. I won't be able to see who that is. But in the gravel traps, and remember now, they'll have to slow down through that section. You'll see the little light on the main straight as well. Will also be flickering the yellow. And then they're going to be cautious right through there. So I think basically that is the qualifying session will basically be done, because in Sector 1, Andrew Rackstraw put a faster sector time in. Well, that's going to be controversial because he did it in the first sector, and there's yellow flags waving in the first sector. You can't race through there when there are yellow flags. The second sector was Byron Mitchell, that he was now a 20.7. But this whole yellow flag section is going to affect everything as well. And Byron Mitchell does go to pole position with a 1:11.087, which is 0.4 of a second faster than Andrew Rackstraw. Well, James Beaumont, a lot of the Reynards are up at the top of their little class, and well, James Beaumont, like I say over there in the Formula Reynard, the VW Ray of Damien White, doesn't look like Damien is well and truly in this field today. Actually, I don't see his name. I see his name on the entry list, but I don't see his name on the timing sheet. So I might be mistaken, but he's not there. And Bertus Engelbrecht in the CS Cleaning Solutions and Trusk machine. He is second in class then, just behind James Beaumont. And well, between them it's actually 12 seconds off of pole they are, but 0.5 between them, half a second between the two of them. Actually, no, sorry, that's 4.490 seconds. The yellow flags are still waving. That car is still stuck in the first turn. And, well, with only 50 seconds left to go of this qualifying session, we'll then basically see it. Then we'll have to see what's going to happen for pole, because what happens is I think Andrew Rackstraw, I'm just a little bit worried about him over there going fast in turn 1 when there were yellow flags waving. But hopefully no harm, no foul. But Byron Mitchell looks like he's taken in the Formula VW. He has solidified pole position. And while getting some good challenge from Andrew Rackstraw. There's only 2/100ths of a second in it between the two of them, which could lead to a very exciting race later on in the day. Of course, that's the second race of the day after the power sports. Checkered flag is out. Zane Amundsen comes across the line. Second in Class C for Zane Amundsen. Andrew Rackstraw will get second position in class in the 2-litre VW, in the 2-litre Ray, I should rather say. And Byron Mitchell will then be the man on pole for race 1. And DJ Boyson will be third in class, third overall. Troy Dolenchek will join him on the second row of the grid. James Beaumont in the Ray will be 5th position, and Bertus Engelbrecht will be 6th, and that will be the third row of the grid, but it will be 1st and 2nd in Class A that will be joining them there. Richard Carr will be the man in 7th position, 1st in Class C, ahead of 1st in Class B, and actually the only car in Class B, Graham Knight in the Formula Ford. He will be in 8th position overall. Zane Amundsen will be the 3rd in Class C, or actually 2nd in Class C rather, ahead of Cyril Somerville in 10th position. So yeah, Reg Anderson. Just get his name over here as well. Reg Anderson, the Formula Swift, will be in 11th position with Ricky Anderson in Class C. In the Formula V, that's the Formula V class, is Class C, with Cyril Somerville and Zane Amundsen and Richard Carr. They're all together there. Kelly Fletcher in Class C as well. In the Formula Vs will be 13th, with 14th in that same class. It will be Donovan Ramsey, and Reno Pence will round off the field in 15th position in his V as well. So actually, he's in the VW Omega. I should rather say the Dyco 4x4 Access machine. Going to move on to the Power Sport motorcycle. All right. We have now the Power Sport motorcycles. Their first qualifying, which was delayed earlier on because of the rider going down at turn 1, KFM corner. So, Q and Sneyman. A lot of Kawasaki's out there as well. Q and Sneyman and Edward Rollstone. So like I said, yeah, a lot of Kawasaki's out there. Trevor Westman on the Kawasaki Ninja, the Rockstar performance machine. Trevor the Killer Westman, as we always knew him. Paul Medell, also on the 650, in the 650 class on the Quacker. And Chris Williams will be joining them with Franco Flach, Edward Rollstone, Rob DeVos, and Y. de Undringer. Sorry, I just usually putting a first initial over there. Lance Jonas, I see here on the list as well. I don't see him actually out on the timing sheets yet, which will come out. We'll probably see soon now as well with Jason Lineker. Lance Jonas is supposed to be on the Suzuki, the BMW CT City ARC and Samurai Racing. That's great if Lance goes out there. And then Jason Lineker on the Quacker. And then Slade van Niekerk as well in the Project 660 racing team. And that is the Power Sport 650s. We have the 300s out there as well. Peter Hill on the KTM RC300. Q and Sneyman, that's the name I mentioned earlier on the Yamaha. Sorry, the Kawasaki, then KTM of Stavro Michel. Ryan Kutsier on the Ninja. David Lindemann on the Yamaha R3. There's a Yamaha. Sorry about that. That's looks like the only Yamaha on the race, the R3. And then Sean Klein, or Klein I should rather say, a KTM RC 390. Wesley Blake on the Honda. And that looks like that's the only Honda in the race as well. And then Nicholas Hutchings, Mitch Robinson, Brad Hutchings, and Brett Roberts on the KTMs, and the one Kawasaki Ninja, of course. A good gaggle of bikes to get the day started off with. 10 minutes qualifying they'll get to set their fastest times in this session and qualify for race 1 that will take place, the first of the races today. Well, they'll be all waiting patiently at the entrance, or the pit lane exit, I should rather say. The change of surface flags being shown because of the oil spill that happened. Most of it's dried up, but you can't be too cautious here. And they'll be ready and waiting to get out and just open the throttle and just get it going through the circuit. And like I say, it's a first race of the season for the power sport bikes. And as I open the commentary box, a bit of wind coming into here, some good Cape Town wind. It looks a little calmer down on the circuit, I should rather say, but I still see that marshals are running at the moment. I know they were trying to still clear one of the single-seaters away from that section, so they will get now the green flag from the marshal very soon. Whilst the marshals get back into position, remember the time will start with 10 minutes, and I'll get 10 minutes to put in some good, very good quick lap times. Yeah, sometimes you can actually say the power sports are a junior class of the bikes. Remember, we have the Superbike 1 hour enduro race later on today. Those are the top bikes here at Killarney. And last time out, we had the classics and the Clubman's bikes that came out as well, which is a very important class in Killarney. I do see a single seater come back, and it looks like the Formula Ford of Graham Knight that has unfortunately stopped down the circuit. That unmistakable grey livery that is on that machine, and we'll see the flatbed truck coming along now. So that's the only Class B runner in Formula Libra. Looks like it going to be possibly out of today's race meeting. Hopefully not. The Elof Transporters machine. And like I say, the recovery vehicle is always doing a good job here at Killarney. That is number 4 here. That is Graham Knight's Formula Libra, Formula Ford. And, well, that's a bit of a sad sight, if you ask me. But green flag has come out. Green light in the pit lane. And away we go for the first of the sessions here for the bikes. And everybody cleanly through into turn 1 KFM corner. They'll take it much easier through that section, and we'll watch the times now. Power Sport Motorcycles qualifying. If you're just joining us now, and it is the first of the bike sessions, like I said, because we had a rider go down in the first of the qualifying sessions. The qualifying session was stopped and then delayed. We had the Formula Libras, and now we're back onto the motorcycles again. But let's see them as they come out now. Get a good warm-up lap in. Remember, nice and early. And get some rubber down on the circuit. The Formula Libras have done just that for them. But the 650s and 300s class, 2 classes in one for the RST TrackMac Power Sport motorcycles. Their first qualifying. We have a 1 hour enduro, like I said earlier on as well. That's going to be the last race of the day. And what will happen then is we'll have just myself taking you through that. Frank and Gary have to make their way out to Worcester to go and commentate on the oval racing that's happening there. So oval racing fans, there's some good news for you as well, that our season's getting well and truly underway here. All right, so first sighting lap done now, and now we can go for the good lap times in this particular one. Day one. Ewan Snyman, it's Sector 1. He's fastest in Sector 1 for now. Watch him as he comes through then, if you can repeat that. I see a fast sector time from Slade van Niekerk in Sector 3. As we are now on the proper laps, yeah. Fastest sector time from Jason Lineker in 2. It's 24.9. Then the last lap. So Ewan Snyman will probably take provisional pole position here for this first power sport race of the season on the 650, or sorry, on the 300. But yeah, he takes the provisional pole, 1:25.095, 1.5 seconds faster than David Lindemann. But the big boys are going to come out. Trevor Westman, fastest in Sector 1 on the Kawasaki. And he carries proudly the number 1, Jason Lineker, like I said as well. He goes now provisional pole at 23.082 ahead of Kewan Snyman, and that's 2 seconds in it for them. Six minutes to go in the qualifying session of the 10. Jason Lineker. Paul Medell comes up into second position. Jason Lineker is first at the moment, a second between the two of them. You see Trevor Westman is really pumping in the times now. Yeah, he's got a second sector time that's gone purple. And he'll then be running at Slade van Niekerk goes fast as a 1:22.496 after getting that third sector time in the purple. And then Trevor Westman goes up into second with the fastest first sector time. So the Kawasaki moving slowly but surely up in the field. Good to be back out there again as well. Yeah, Slade van Niekerk. He will take it for the first sector time from Trevor Westman. It's gone up now, the number 1 bike, and it looks like he's heading for provisional pole. He's 0.2 of a second off of Slade van Niekerk. And well, with halfway in this qualifying session done now, Trevor Westman falls down to third position here. Paul Medell nicely out there in the fourth position as well, challenging for the top 3, and then ahead of Kewan Snyman, the first of the 300s. So the 300s seeing how far they can get up against the 650s. Yeah, so Kewan Snyman, like I say, top in the 300s class. David Lindemann all the way down in 7th. He is 300 number 2 there. Kewan Snyman goes slightly down as Chris Williams comes up into the top 5 of this particular session.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, so we have it now. Jason Lineker at still at the top there. Number 93 improves that lap time as well to a 1:22 dead by Jason Lineker, the 93 machine. 3 minutes and 53 seconds left to go in this qualifying session. Slade van Niekerk, 0.4 of a second off, fastest in first sector. Fastest in the first sector for him, and well, time elapsed, of course, 6.5 minutes now in this first of the sessions for the bikes. Trevor Westman still hangs out there in third position at the moment. Slade van Niekerk, fastest in the first sector. No, he's basically a white standard sector in the second sector as we will go now into this last 3 minutes.
Well, pretty much about 3 minutes left to go with the qualifying session, and it looks like it's going to pan out pretty much as we expected, with Jason Lineker on a 1:22 dead, which is a very, very respectable time for that motorcycle, no doubt about it. RST TrackMat Power Sport motorcycles, Jason Lineker on the 650, Trevor Westman on a 22.3, just 3/10 slower. Slade a 10th slower than that, and then a 1.2 down to that fourth position.
Two laps left to go well, 2 minutes, I should rather say, left to go. Lineker is a 1:21.898 Westman on his Kawasaki. Number one. He's now, wow, he's quite a number of time off, about 4/10 of a second, with Van Niekerk coming up there as well. Slade Van Niekerk coming up into the third place. Paul Medel in the fourth position over there with Williams and Flach following suit there as well. Those are all the 650s now. Kewan Snyman still hangs out there in seventh position on the, well, that's overall his seventh position, but first in class 300. And, well, that will be David Lindemann in 8th position overall. Second in class 300, Rob de Vos a little bit further down in the 650s with Edward Rollstone. That basically runs out the top 10. Yeah, just less than a minute left for this one. Jason Lineker goes fastest again, a 1:21.834. So he's pumping in the fast lap times. He really wants to get this pole position ahead of Trevor Westman and then Slade Van Niekerk still as well. So the checkered flag will be falling very shortly. Remember, anybody who started a lap just before the checkered flag comes out will be able to complete that lap. And then we'll have the time. So Slade Van Niekerk, best time as well. A 1:21.323 from Slade Van Niekerk. Lovely stuff with Westman going up into second. So within the blink of an eye, Lineker has lost provisional pole position, is now currently in third position ahead of Paul Medel. And yep, the checkered flag is now out. So you'll see on the screen now. They'll be waving the checkered flag, and that will be the session done then. Stavry Michel, 18th position, comes across the line. Slade Van Niekerk will claim pole position for this session. Trevor Westman in second, with Jason Lineker in third position. Certainly still on a lap at the moment, but I don't think he's going to do anything special over this next lap or so. So I think that's basically going to be it for the Power Sport motorcycles.
1 2 1 2. This is not working. One two 1 2. There we go. Testing testing. 1 2 3 4 5. One two. Testing testing. 1 2 3 4 5. Well, folks, the V8 Masters out on the circuit qualifying. We were just busy setting up the other microphones here in the commentary box. And there's 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the qualifying session. And so far, Fabio Tafani is the quickest man out there with a 1:15.645. Sean Moore done a personal best of a 1:15.771. And Marcel Angel on a 1:15.812. That is his PB. And Roy Campos as well on a 1:16.709. So the top 5 at this point in time as Fabio Tafani, Sean Moore, Marcel Angel, Roy Campos, Alistair Brown just moved up into P5, and Barry Ingle. My word, when last have I said that name? Barry Ingle, decades ago. He's done a 1:17.245 is his best, and his last lap was a 1:17.4. Richard Schroeder, all the way down so far in P7. Richard's done a 1:17.468. That's his last lap and his quickest lap. Mark Ridgway on a 1:17.6. That is his best time. Brian Evans and Mike Brooks round up the top 10. Sander Lebon and Dennis Gaiduk, they are in the top 12. Then Ian Kaplan, he's out there with a 1:21.711. That's his personal best. He sits down there in 13th position. And Brian Alger, well, he only did 2 laps, and that was a 1:41.290. So obviously some kind of a problem out there for him. But he's done a personal best of 28.5 seconds in Sector 1. So he's out there with that 21 V8 Master. Memo Parsons is in 15th place. He's only done 1 out lap. He has not posted a time yet, so I don't quite know if he's going to get that right. Time is running out with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in the qualifying session. Fabio Tafani is just on a 1:15.653. But his personal, that was his last lap. The fastest lap is a 1:15.645, and that is still by Fabio Tafani, car number 1. Fabio is one of our visiting drivers. Sean Moore, Marcel Angel still second and third. And there's 0.02 of a second at this point in time in qualifying between Tafani in P1 and Moore in P2. 0.165 between Marcel Angel in P3 and Sean Moore, that's there in that second position. So with 1 minute and 55 seconds left in the V8 Masters qualifying session, we are heading towards the end of the qualifying for the V8 Masters. And still Tafani with a 1:15.645. Look at Moore, 1:15.647. 0.02 of a second between the two of them, approaching 1.5 minutes. That's between car number 1 and car number 73 of Tafani and Moore. So as the session begins to unwind here, we'll keep an eye on the clock. We do see from the commentary box windows that the V8 Master guys are beginning to pull into pit lane. So most of them are pretty happy with what they've done with 1 minute and 10 to go. I think they're pretty much going to settle for where they are right now. Marcel Angel still running down into turn number 5 into Fostron corner. That is the last car out on track by the looks of things. It seems pretty quiet out on the rest of these. There are 2 V8 Masters coming out of turn 3 out of Damstip. So heading towards the flag. That was Marcel Angel. He takes a checkered flag. He does a 1:15.788. So that will cement him in that 3rd position. He's the only guy so far to have taken the checkered flag. I think everybody else is pretty happy with where they are at this point in time. There are 3 V8 Masters still making their way around. Richard Schroeder is just pulling into pit lane, so he obviously feels happy with that P8. Happy? Nah, not quite. His last lap was a 1:20.6. His best is a 1:17.468. So he's going to have to start in P8. Mike Brooks crosses the line. He's done a 1:19.637. That's his last lap. But a 1:19.1 is his best. So Mike Brooks will qualify in P10. Right, the session is over. Session is done. So your front row For the V8 Masters will be Fiber Tafani and Sean Moore. Your second row will be Marcel Angel and Roy Campos. Your third row, Mark Ridgway and Alistair Brown. Your fourth row, Barry Ingle and Richard Schroeder. Your fifth row, Brian Evans and Mike Brooks. Your sixth row, Zander Brain and Dennis Heideck. Your seventh row, Ian Kaplan and Brian Alga. 15 cars went out to qualify. Only 14 of them did. Memo Parsons in car number 14 did not post a time.
Well, here we go. We have the qualifying now for the 1 hour endurance race, which will end off today's proceedings. We had a bit of a delay now. Each class has had somebody go off the circuit. We had one of the V8 Masters also go off and sit on the sidelines for the majority or the whole of the qualifying session. But now we're ready and back underway again. And I'll take you through the entries here for the 1 hour endurance race. All right, so it looks like Rob Craig will be out there with Donovan Lecoq. Will be 2 riders per bike on the Kawasaki ZX-10R. And the Hillbilly Racing machine, the Buell 1125R. That's Robin DeVos and Devon Chatton. Or Chatton, I should rather say. Gavin Lowe and JB Rakapo on the Kawasaki. Garth Livingston and Wayne Ahrens sharing a Ducati 999. There we go. It's a lovely Ducati out there. The only Ducati out in the field. The only Italian machine. And then Peter Hill and Mitch Robinson on the Buell, the EBR Buell. That will be out there as well. Kewan Sneeman doing double duty or triple duty, you could say, today in a way, because he's racing the Power Sports and he's racing on a Kawasaki ZX 1000, and that is the Mad Max racing machine. Then we have, that's of course the first of the classes. Then the single classes, Brandon helped, of course, on the R1 fueled racing machine, and then we have Peter Haupt and Bernard Haupt sharing a Yamaha R1. Clint Munton going to be doing 2 stints on the Kawasaki, and then Nick Ben on the Suzuki GSXR 1000. And well, Jamie Hall doing double duty as well. A number doing double duty in this class on the Quacker. And Willem Lowe, I should rather say, on the also the 6R Kawasaki, ZX6R Kawasaki, and Brett Roberts on the R6 on the Yamaha R6. David McFadden is also slated to be out there on the Yamaha R1, the number 69 machine. All right, so David Enticott goes pole position, provisional pole position in this session after 3 minutes and 15 seconds elapsed time. And while fastest first and second sector times for the Haupts, well, Brandon Haupt, I should rather say, who will be doing everything on his own over there as well. That will be the Yamaha R1. Brandon Haupt goes provisional pole position to 1:13.074. With a clean sweep of fast sector times in the purple. David Enticott second, 2 seconds off of his pace. The number 1 bike of Brett Roberts and Kewan Sneeman will be, well, it is Kewan Sneeman, looks like they're going to be sharing it with Brett Roberts. Clint Munton up in 5th position behind Gavin Lowe and JB Rakapo. They will be in that class as well. So, like I say as well, only the single class, the single rider class, and the multiple rider class going to be the 2 classes today. Jamie Hall rounds off everything in 14th position behind Willem Lowe. Willem Lowe will be in 13th position with Nick Ben on well, Nick Ben is on the Suzuki GSXR 1000. Will be in that 12th position with Peter Hill and Mitch Robinson in 11th position. 10th position is Garth Livingston, and Garth Livingston will share that bike with Wayne Ahrens. Wayne Ahrens, who did a wonderful ride last time out in the Clubmans and Power Sport bikes and everything as well. He did a lovely job. It's not the Power Sport bikes, it was the classic bikes that he was on, I think it was. Rob Craig down in 7th position with Donovan Lecoq. There's going to be 14 of them out there to end off the long day today in the 1 hour endurance race. 4 minutes and 55 seconds left in this session. Brandon Haupt on the single rider machine heads David McFadden. David McFadden on the Yamaha R1 will be second on the grid on the number 69. But already Brandon Haupt, already a fast sector time over there. It's going to be battle of the Yamahas out there at the moment. Where is that Ducati I was talking about as well, which is Garth Livingston and Wayne Aronson. We'll see now where they are on the... I don't think Wayne Aronson, I think they've fallen all the way down in the field. I can't see them on the list over here at the moment now, but we'll pick them up shortly because David Enticott has gone down a position of the single riders. David Enticott is on the Kawasaki 10 ZXR. Brandon Haupt extends his pole advantage by 2.3 seconds over David McFadden. The two Yamahas battling it out quite nicely against that Kawasaki of the number 3 place, David Enticott. Then Rob Craig and Donovan Lecoq. And that is also one of the Yamahas as well. They'll be sharing a bike. It was last time out in the Super Mikes that Rob Craig made a return to the bike scene here at Killarney. Clint Munton will be down in 5th position. That is also on a Kawasaki, but watch out for Nick Ben a little bit further down. That's on the GSXR 1000 Suzuki. The only Honda in the field here as well is Jamie Hall. Jamie Hall's gone up to 12th position in the standings at the moment with about 3 minutes and 16 seconds left to go of this qualifying session. See there, time coming through from Clint Munton in 5th position. Brett Robertson, Q and Sneyman. They will be solidifying themselves the 6th position ahead of Gavin Lowe and JB Rakapo. And that, of course, is on the ZX10RR. Peter Haupt and Bernard Haupt, one of the Yamahas as well. Peter Haupt back last time in the first race of the season. Well, he's 8th position with son Bernard. So we have a good Haupt representation here in this 1 hour enduro. Garth Livingston, that's who I was looking for earlier on with Wayne Aronson on the Ducati. They have now gone down to 9th position. Brett Roberts up into 4th position with Rob Craig going down a position to 5th position with Donovan Lecoq. Clint Munton in that 6th position. Like I say, still Robin DeVos is now up in 10th position. Peter Hill down with Mitch Robinson in the 11th position ahead of Jamie Hall at the moment. 2 minutes left to go. Brandon Haupt still holds provisional pole position. The number 26 bike, a 1:12.078, and that is 1.6 seconds ahead of David McFadden. But remember, we have a long race later on, an hour enduro, and it's going to be very interesting. Remember, some bikes will come in and swap riders. Some will do the entire distance on their own, just coming in for the normal standard pit stops. This will be longer than your traditional 45-minute MotoGP races that you get. But we come now into the last of the minutes of this. 1.5 minutes left to go after 8.5 minutes of running in this qualifying session. And then we'll be away for the grid for the race later on. David Enticott falls down to 4th position. Brett Roberts and Q and Sneyman, well, it is Q and Sneyman over there as well, is up a position. He'll be sharing, of course, with Brett Roberts, and that's now 3rd position on the number 1 bike. So climbing up the field, 2.8 seconds off of pole, 1.1 seconds off of 2nd place man David McFadden. And we're less than a minute left to go. It'll be the checkered flag coming out now. Remember, anybody who started a lap just after the checkered flag, just before the checkered flag has come out, will be able to complete their lap. But it looks like Brandon Haupt, with that 1.6 second advantage over David McFadden, looks set for pole position. No more fast sector times coming in now. And Robin DeVos will come across the line with Devon Chatton. And Peter Hill, that'll be 10th and 11th. Peter Hill and Mitch Robertson. And like I said as well, that is on the Buell. The one of 2 Buells out there. We have the 1125R as well. That belongs to Robin DeVos and Devon Chatton, but we have Peter Hill and Mitch Robinson also sharing that very make as well. So Robin DeVos comes across the line, like I say, as well there with Devon Chatton. The Buells have ended off their qualifying session. 7th is Gavin Lowe and JB Rakapo. Rob Craig crosses the line, 5th position at the moment. David McFadden comes across the line as well now. Looks like it's soon. There's a bike going slowly on the track at the moment. There goes Garth Livingston, 9th position that he'll be starting then. We wait now for the Haupts, Peter Haupts and Bernard Haupts sharing that Yamaha R1 with each other. They'll be 8th position most likely. There we go, bike still coming on the back straight and through the car care clinic corner. They'll be slowing down and coming towards the line, and some of them will pull into the pit. So it looks like Brandon Haupt will be the pole man with David McFadden alongside him on the front row, and Brett Roberts, Kewen's name on machine, the first of the two rider bikes, will be 3rd position, and David Enticott in the 4th position. Rob Craig and Donovan Lecoq in 5th. Clint Munton in 6th. So that is the top 6 over there. We move now on to the STC Classic cars. My favorite class. We're getting ready for the classic cars coming out, the STC classic cars. Like I say, one of my favorite classes here, along with the fine cars at Killarney at the WPMC. I see Jetta getting ready over there as well. I think it could be Melanie Cook that's now going from front-wheel drive, well, from rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive. She was magnificent last week, or 2 weeks ago, in the BMW. Now in the Jetta today. But yeah, Frankie joining me here for the... there goes the Celica, has gone out of the new pits, I see. Oh, that lovely Corvette as well. Malcolm Ayton Bogart.
That Corvette, and have a look-see on the program, that should be the Robin Forbes Corvette Stingray.
Yes.
That's working its way out onto the track. There's a lot of cars out there in the STC classic car section today at the Killarney International Raceway. The first cars have made their way out onto the track. There's a lot more that's making their way out of the main pit complex. Quite a few of them worked their way out of the Joubert pit complex out onto the track. So we'll see when they do come around to complete one lap exactly how many of them are going to be out there, judging for what I see out on the track. There are quite a few of them out there today.
See dancing Dave Aladef there in the Alpha GT, a bit of smoke coming from that exhaust there nicely as well. And he's been over the years, he's been going there. That Hutchins Trevor Hutchings' Sirocco, the orange Sirocco. There comes a Stingray, like Frankie was saying, of Robin Forbes. And then Alvin, on that little Toyota. A few Toyotas out there today. Dion Karate in the RSI Conquest. And that other one as well, I was just trying to take a look at.
Right, so the cars are coming around to start their first qualifying lap. Quite a few of them working their way down into turn 5. That's Fostron corner. As the field just gradually filter across the line to officially start their first qualifying lap in their 10-minute session, of which 2 minutes has now already gone. Lots and lots of different makes of cars out there. Corvette Stingrays, there's Ford Capris, there are Ford Escorts out there, there's a Skyline, there's a Fiat Alpha GT Junior, there's a Sirocco, there's a Conquest, there's a lot of them out there. Ford Anglias, you name it, Alpha Julias, they're all out there on the circuit for the SDC Classic Car qualifying session.
Yeah, it looks like Charles Arton in the Datsun 240Z is currently on provisional pole, but Neon Dutoy, and Neon Dutoy's got 2 faster sectors there as well. I just want to see here on the list in front of me. I don't have all the names always, but he looks like it's gone 2 sectors that have gone quite quick in the first 2 sectors. Like Frankie was saying, Ernest Leet is in the Fiat 128 Rally, and it was actually Bruce Avon Taplin, that was the name I was looking for, in the Toyota Corolla, the old box-shaped Toyota Corolla, which I love so much.
Right, the cars are really coming around to start their second lap. So Charlie Arton on a 124.529, he's the quickest driver out there. Neander Toys at a 124.764. Franco Donadio is the 3rd fastest driver out there. I'll get his time for you now in the Donadio Transport
Escort.
Ford Escort. 26 cars went out there. He's done a 128.0. Andrew Honeywell on a 128.6. That's the Ford Mustang. Mark Bogard, he rounds off the top 5, does Mark Bogard. So 26 of them have completed 1 out lap. So we'll have a look and see exactly who's going to do what. Mark Bogard's on a 128.8. And Eric van der Merwe on a 128.883. That is the top 6. Malcolm Bogard's on a 129. And he is out there with the Ford Granada. That's the top 7 cars out there so far in those top 7 positions. Michael Hitchcock, Bruce Avon Taplin, and Trevor Hutchings round off the top 10 with 5 minutes and 35 seconds left to go.
It's great to see a Mazda RX-2 Capella as well back there as well. Alan Dyke is in that car there, Frankie. So the lovely rotary engine that is out there on the circuit as well. I see Charles Arton's got a second sector that's quite quick there. But Franco Donadio, that Ford Escort, going quite nicely in sector 1, a 29.1 for him. Charles Arton, though, could come in the Datsun 240Z and actually extend his time ahead of the second place man. Neon Toy, of course, in the Ford Capri Barana. That's, of course, in the second position. Eric van der Merwe coming in the Porsche 944. He's up into 5th with Andrew Honeywell going a little bit down over there again ahead of Malcolm Bogard in that Ford Granada.
While Alan Dyke is making his way to turn 1 KFM, that's the Mazda Capella, the RX-2. Alan Dyke, that's another name,
big name
that I haven't mentioned in decades. If my facts are right, if my memory serves me right, and geez, it's been a long time since I've been involved in this game. I last commentated on Alan Dyke when he was doing karting, and that is a long time ago. And it's great to see Alan Dyke after all these years make a comeback on the main circuit with the RX-2 Mazda Capella. As a matter of fact, talking about Alan Dyke, he's working his way there out of turn 3, dam step up the KFM straight towards turn 4, Car Care Clinic. That is that RX-2 Capella you see turning there just behind that Toyota Sprinter. Alan Dyke working his way down the back straight now with that lovely motor car. You can hear that rotary shout as it makes its way down the back straight. So welcome back to main circuit racing, Mr. Alan Dyke.
Yeah, I think he was around last week. He's quite an avid name over the years as well. But see, Andrew Honeywell goes through now in 5th position. That's in the 944 Porsche, which is very much similar to the Golf colors that is being used over there as well. But a good variety of classes, a good eclectic bunch. I see that Melanie Cook in 17th position at the moment. She was in the BMW a few weeks ago challenging for the top. But Neon de Toy, he goes provisional pole position now ahead of Charles Arton. Of course, the is now 2nd position and only 2/1000ths of a second between the two of them.
Neon de Toy has done a 1:24.214 by car 22. That is that Ford Capri that's busy blasting its way around Killarney International Raceway. Charlie Arton's dropped down into 2nd, Franco Donadio 3rd, Eric van der Merwe 4th, Andrew Honeywell rounds off the top 5, and Honeywell will be out there, Byron, in that Ford Mustang. That's a Mustang making its way down the back straight towards turn 4, Fostron corner.
Yeah, it's coming quite nicely down over there as well. Roch out there, as I always say, Malcolm Aitenbogart in Class A. He's currently 4th in Class A, 6th overall in the Granada. See, Trevor Hutchings just goes right past our position on the screen over here as well. Beautiful orange Sirocco, but he's got that Datsun ahead of him as well. That little Datsun 140Y of John Hurst, and he goes through there on John Hurst around the outside before they go into Car Care Clinic corner there. And Franco Donadio, he crosses the line. That's the Escort Mark 1 and is at the sharp end of the field as well. Dave Elladef behind Melanie Cook, Herman de Kock, Theo Klaassen. I saw in 12th position it was Dion Conradi in the Conquest, the Toyota Conquest, and he's going to be battling it out there close to Bruce Avon Taplin in the Toyota Sprinter, as we have 1 minute and 44 seconds left to go in the session.
Yeah, the session is almost done and dusted. Doesn't look like anybody's going to dethrone Neon de Toy, although there are only 7,000ths of a second between De Toy and Arton. De Toy's on a 1:24.214, and with the time running out with 1 minute and 15 seconds left, I think it's basically done and dusted. Although Charlie Arton's done a 1:24.221, so Charlie Arton might and does pip the man Neon de Toy for that pole position. So there's a minute left on the clock. Are they going to keep it that way, or is Neon de Toy going to have another go and try and dethrone Charlie Arton? We'll have a look and see. There's 50 seconds on the clock left. I don't think it makes much of a difference at this point in time, Byron. The bottom line is they both want to be on the front row. That's the most important thing. So, and that's what they're going to achieve with only 40 seconds left. I don't believe that anybody else is going to dethrone them.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look now as the half a minute left to go. Charles Arton, like Frankie was pointing out, 0.6 of a second ahead of Neon de Toy in that Capri Piranha. And the Datsun well and truly on that pole position if you take a look at it as well. I actually wanted to see over here, Jacques Blom was supposed to be out there in the Texaco Sierra, very reminiscent of the British touring cars from the late 80s. Dr. Jeff Bill, though, he crosses the line. That's in the Porsche 944. The Jetta will follow suit as well, and I think that is Melanie Cook that will complete her side. She's not quite yet. I see Dion Conradi comes across the line, and yeah, there we go. And Trevor Hutchings will do likewise. That Nissan out there as well, that Skyline. And the Nissan Skyline is, of course, Theo Klaassen. There was one the last time as well that was running in the fine cars. And, well, John Hurst comes through right now as well. That's in the Datsun 140Y, excuse me. The Datsun that comes through then as well. And I see now Alan Dyke has not come through yet. Diewald Lambert just comes through right now in the Jetta.
Yeah, but I think a lot of guys have decided they're not going to do the full 10 minutes. For example, Charlie Arton doesn't need to do that full 10 minutes. He's got it on pole. And Neon de Toy is second. Franco Donadio and Eric van der Merwe will be on the second row. That's your first four so far as the leaderboard changes. So 25 of the 26 cars that went out on track did post a time in the STC Classic cars. So it's going to be pretty interesting stuff the moment these drivers come out there for the opening races. Only Jared Thompson that did not post the time, but Jared was out there. I saw that Ford Cortina out on track, so clearly he picked up a problem out there that I did not see. But yeah, I did see that red Ford Cortina go out on circuit. So if he had an issue, let's hope that they can get it sorted out. Well, he has had an issue. The car, as a matter of fact, is standing in the pit area with the bonnet open. So I did see that car out on track. He did not finish a lap, or we did finish a lap, I should say, but did not finish his second lap to post the time. And he's pulled that car into the pit area with that bonnet wide open. So clearly, if they can get that machine sorted out, and I hope that they can, you'll probably have to start in 26th position. Right, Gary, Mike's Place Clubman Saloon cars out there for their 10-minute qualifying session. They've done 8 minutes, 1 minute and 24 seconds already. They've got 8 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. And if I look at the entry list for Class X, there's a lot of well-known names on that entry list, including the likes of Charles Visser. There goes a young man, Charles Visser. And that is, by the way, Charles Visser Jr., the man that raced GTI Challenge at the last event here and still does the cards. He's out there in the Sassel 350Z Nissan, that motor car that did duty many years ago in the old Group N category. That car's out on track, working its way around. Kiara van Niekerk is out there as well. I see her just behind him, as a matter of fact. And she carries the main sponsor for this event. and for the entire series, namely Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car on her Golf. So the guys have done at least 2 laps out there, and so far Gary Smith is the quickest driver out there. It shows Kiara van Niekerk so far the second quickest, but that will definitely change. There are more than 30 cars that have entered. So far, 26 cars have at least gone out there and done 1 lap. Zak Groenewald in the Holden Commodores making his way into turn 1 KFM corner. That's that big thundering V8 Holden Commodore of Zak Groenewald. Lovely, lovely motor car working its way out of turn 1 KFM. And I'll tell you what, he's going to put up a show of note. Well, Zak Groenewald out there in that Commodore. But John Kirsten is back again. Willie Gous is back. Neon de Toy is out there in Class X. Andre Johnson is back again. He's also out there in Class X. So this is going to be a pretty entertaining qualifying session to see where those Class X cars qualify between the A, B, C, D, and E's.
Well, there's a couple of very interesting names that we see out there. Divan Wenzel, wow, I haven't seen him for yonks. Charles Visser, you'd probably expect he was going to be pretty quick. I believe Zak Groenewald is going to be starting off the back of the pack. Barry Williams, years and years and years. Uncle Willie Gous is out there in Class F. So that's fantastic to see the oldest. Whoa, a big off there. I think that is Mal Spur that went off going into turn 2 with a trusty little Polo. Luckily, didn't look like any damage to the tires or rims, which he did climb onto the curbstone on the entry. Just going in there a little bit too hot with that one. 30 plus entries for today's race. 33 in fact. Lots and lots of Class X. Rehan Mohammed, Faris Mann, Divan Wenzel, all Class X. Charles Visser, and Andre Johnson, Jono Kirsten, Francois Immelman, Clive Smith, David Franco, all of those Class X. Bernard Haupt, the biker out there as well, and Rodney Becker, and then Lucen Downs. So, yeah, amazing that on the beginning of the season you've got so many new names that's out there. That's really inspirational.
Well, 121.637 by Nias Modak. He's the fastest driver up there at this point in time with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in the qualifying stint. One of the Porsches making its way back onto the track, getting slightly lost there in turn 1 KFM, but he's rejoined and working his way towards turn 2. So Nias Modak with a 121.637 is the fastest driver out there at this point in time with 4 minutes and 10 seconds. He sits in provisional pole. 32 cars went out there so far and qualified. It's only Neon de Toy that did not qualify yet. Charles Visser, look at that with that Nissan 350Z, the Sassel Nissan. Charles Visser Jr. is the second fastest driver out there at this point in time. Well, this young man can pedal a race car around a track. He did exceptionally well 2-3 weekends ago in the GTI Challenge. We ran in Class A. Remember, this young man is a brilliant Western Province karter as well. He sits there in second. Divan Wenzel has done a purple sector in Sector 1, and so far Divan is the third fastest driver out there with Ahmad in that 4th position. While I was looking at the leaderboard, I also noticed that Zak Groenewald has pulled that Holden Commodore into the pit area. He was going pretty slow. The whole idea for him was that he would qualify and start the car at the back of the field. He did go out for 2, 3, 4 laps and then pull the car back into the pit area. So let's hope that there's nothing too serious wrong out there with him. Dylan L is in P5. Andre Johnson rounds off the top half a dozen in P6. He's out there in Class X. So quite a few Class X drivers that are occupying those first 3 rows of the grid so far. Looking out the commentary box window, I see the red Opel Corsa heading into turn 1 KFM corner. That is Barry Williams. It's a welcome return for Barry Williams. He is the son of the great Claude Williams that raced Super Saloons here at Killarney International Raceway, as well as the West Bank V8 Supercars in the Barnett's Auto Spares machine. And that's Claude Williams. His son Barry has done a lot of main circuit racing as well, and prior to that did a lot of karting as well at the Western Province karting section. So Barry Williams has been around Killarney Raceway on the karting circuit and on the main circuit, and certainly is a driver that knows his way around these premises, that's for sure. So Nias Modak 121.637 is still the fastest driver out there. I see Jesse Huggett entered, but Jess Huggett not making it out on track today, so maybe a problem with Jess's car, I don't know, that's unlikely. Whatever Jesse Huggett puts together always holds, so I'm sure there must be another reason why Jess did not make it out here today. Well, 32 of the 33 cars qualified now for Zak Groenewald to do a 144.497. That is pretty odd, but I think he wants to start at the back, I reckon, and I'm just hazing a guess right now, that he just did a few laps out there to get the feel of the car, and because he never really pushed the car at all. He just did 2-3 laps and pulled the car back into the pit. He currently stands out there in that last position. Bernard helped. He's going to be out there on track, a man that races 2 wheels, and we're going to see him out there in a Clubman's car out there today for the first time. That is awesome, awesome to see Bernard Harp out there. Andre Johnson, Jono Kirsten, Francois Immelman, Chum is back again. Clive Smith, that's a new name. Zaire Davids making his way back out after many years. Then we've got a couple of new names out there, as in Faris Mannon and Rodney Becker, just to name a few. Neon de Toy, a man that's raced karting, a man that's done GTI Challenge, a man that's got a Lotus 7, or should I say a Birkin 7 with a rotary in, that also campaigns sports and GT. He was supposed to race that car 3 weeks ago and had issues with it, so he's supposed to be out there in the Mike's Place Clubman Saloon car category. He's the only driver that did not post the time. He's the only guy out there that did not qualify, so hopefully we will see him out in the race, although Zak Groenewald will be starting at this point in time. If Neon de Toy does not come out, Zak will be then starting in 32nd and last position, but that is exactly where Zak Groenewald wanted to start. Right, the 10-minute qualifying session for the Mike's Place Clubman's regional saloon cars is done and dusted. So it looks like, yes, we're going to have 2 qualifying sessions for them. That is the classes DEF and X. Classes ABC and X are going to come out, and that will then round off the qualifying sessions. And we'll be running slightly late because we should have started race number 1 about 5 minutes ago. So we'll have a look and see. They're going to have to make up some time somewhere. But you know what? They're not going to have another qualifying session, Byron. That was the original plan, to have qualifying session. That's why we've got 32 cars out there. They all went out there and qualified together. The original program did say ABC, X, DEF, X, yes. And when you showed me, I said, well, we're going to have a second one. Then I had a look at the monitor and I realized, but hang on, they're not going to have a second one. They all went out there together and did it all at once.
Well, I think, Frankie, we have to resign to the fact here that when I mentioned that to you, I lied to you. So I will now be truthful, and you can see that it actually has been a very eventful a few qualifying sessions. There's a 944 going into the gravel there. Earlier on when we had the classic cars, we had a bike go down. In the first qualifying session, we had to delay. So what happens is the powers that be have decided to put one big qualifying session instead of two sessions, like Frankie said. And as you'll see, look at that, a lot of cars going off of the circuit at various points. That's just coming out of Car Care Clinic, turn 5. Here is that 944 once again. That's the 151 944. Sorry there, just got to always get my entry lists out as well. And while we don't have that one on this list over here as well, we'll get that for you a bit later on. One of the V8 Masters, two V8 Masters went off in their qualifying session. One going towards the wall, the other one spun off on the main straight on cold tires. But we'll be starting soon then with the first race of the day. It should be the Power Sport class, the first race of the day. So stay tuned and we'll take you through that shortly. Well, Frankie, I said earlier on to you when you turned away from me, I said, I'm sorry I lied to you. Well, I have to retract that now.
Well, you know what, I did see Class X cars and A and B classes going out all together. So what I've done was, they didn't do A, B, C, and X, D, E, F, and X. They had two groups going out. And it was a combination in each group. And that's what made us think, but they only did one qualifying session, because it's pretty strange not to see Jesse Huggett and Bruce Meyer out on track, and Clint Renard as well, and they all entered. So what originally was supposed to happen, DEFX, ABCX, they had a combination of them all in Group 1 and the combination all in Group 2, and that's what confused the setup at that point in time, and that's what led the team up here to think, but they all went out at the same time. So basically, yes, two groups, but just the format of the two groups was changed.
Yeah, so this will be the last of the qualifying sessions, and I think a lot of folks were a bit worried there for a moment as well to see, but it's a big field of Clubmans. It's like, it reminds me of the old days of Group N racing, when we had to split races up and get so many cars out there. But it's a good, healthy field, I'll tell you that much, for the Mike's Place Clubman Saloons. And while they'll start putting in their lap times now, only 10 minutes of qualifying, a best time of Donnie van Niekerk. But of course, remember, he hasn't done a proper flying lap yet. We'll see it now as they come through there as well. Donnie van Niekerk, Shane Smith, Paul Munnick, and Willem Swart, Wayne Wilson as well. Well, Wayne Wilson, as expected in the big Nissan Maxima, the big 3-litre tank that he's campaigned over the years out there, and that's the DTM Heidelberg machine, Wayne Wilson, and that's Clubman's Class A. He currently lies third in this group. Shane Smith, of course, Shane Smith, I'll pick up for you now as well, as we have Imad Modak out there in the Class B section. Ian Long is supposed to be out there as well, one of the Class X runners in the VW Jetta TDI Mike's Place machine, and Jacques Groenewald in the Chev Lumina entered for today as well. Andre Johnson in the VW Polo 6 with Nias Modak, was always in the M3 Beamers and the MIM carriers and MSI Motors machine. But we'll leave you to that. Racing should start not too long from now as well. About 6 minutes left of this qualifying session left.
Right, so 5 minutes to go in the second qualifying session for Mike's Place Clubman's regional saloon cars. My goodness. We had 33 cars out there for the first qualifying session, of which 32 posted a time. All in all, people, we probably are going to have, well, yeah, we'll have a look and see how many of them are going to actually come out there and race today. Because my word, if I look at both Clubman's classes out there today, we could have in excess of 40 cars out there, or pretty close to that. That is a lot of cars. I know that in Gary Fleming's show, the Second Gear Talk show, when he had Dave Abrams on Tuesday evening, Dave said by then there was just over 40 cars entered in the Mike's Place Clubman Saloon car category. So yeah, I think we're going to be in for a stunning race in the Clubman's cars. And having a look at the classic cars, there was also a lot of cars out there. So I think between the STC classic cars and the Mike's Place Clubman's cars, we're going to have fantastic racing. And then you still add the other formula to that as well, the V8 Masters and the rest. I think it's going to be in very great stuff out there today.
One, two. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 4, 5, 6, Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3 4 5. Lower than what we are now. Which mic are you using? Yeah. Which we've now turned up. So it should be as close as that. If you need more, you can go up to plus 10. That's fine. And if you need more, you're going to have to turn these two up. Because the moment you turn up too much on there, then you pick up all any other sounds, any wind or whatever, it multiplies everything. That's why ideally this one still sounds a bit on the, I would put them at plus 10. To me, it still sounds too low. Uno, cuatro, cinco, seis.
All right, so good morning, everybody. If you didn't join us for the qualifying sessions, we are now ready for racing. And the first race of the day is going to be the Power Sport, the RST TrackMac Power Sport Motorcycles Race 1. And a good field out there, I'll tell you that much. Slade van Niekerk will be on the Kawasaki 650. He is on pole position with Trevor Westman and Jason Lineker in third. It's a whole lot of 7 of them are Kawasaki's at the front of the field. Remember, we have the 650 class and we have the 300 class, and sometimes the 300s mix it in with the 650s. But I'm not alone. It's joining me for this race. It's going to be none other than Gary Fleming. Biker boy.
Good morning. Well, ever since we've got a TV screen upstairs, yeah, I can also see the colors and the sizes and the what have you, and enjoying being able to do some RST TrackMac Power Sport motorcycles. Race number 1 for the day. A couple of the young guns moving up, the likes of Slade van Niekerk, Jason Lineker. Nice to see Paul Medell is out there again. Franco Vlach moving up from the 300 class as well. So interesting to see how these young guns that have started their careers on the karting circuit, then out onto the main circuit with the smaller 300cc bikes, and now moving up to, well, the better part of 65% of a whole liter that they've got out there. 650s. Franco Vlach putting in a 24.2, which is a pretty decent time for somebody that's new into the 600 class. And, wow, what a talent he is, no doubt about it. A lot of expectations for him. Slade in there on a 121.3 on that ER650. The Ninja of Trevor Westman, 121.7, so 4 tenths between the 2 top runners. And you'll probably find with the amount of wind that is purely a slipstream down the back straight. That is 0.4.
Oh, it's going to be interesting, Gary. You see the flags rippling quite a bit of wind coming down that part of the circuit. So when they come down the main straight, maybe get a good gust as they come out of Fastron Turn 5. Remember, it's going to be 8 racing laps. There'll be two warm-up laps they'll do out of the pits, and then they'll line up on the grid. There's about 19 of them. There's 19 of them in all, yes. First 7 are Kawasaki's, as I said. Then we have the David Lindemann Yamaha R3. He's the second of the 300s. Number 7, of course, on the grid is Kieran Sneyman. He is a pole position in the 300 class, but we'll be mixing it up there nicely with the top very shortly as well. And you would see this for the first race. But also going about Franco Vlach as well. He started actually in motocross many years ago. And a lot of guys come from motocross onto the main circuit. Many of them find it much more easier on the body, maybe a bit safer as well, but easier on the bones. But went to school with him as well, both primary and high school. So he's known him for a number of years. I wouldn't say we were the best of friends, but hey, he's out there and he's campaigning. But I see one of the little golf is being taken back on the flatbed, and that is currently the delay that we'll be experiencing before this Power Sport race. Oh, so away we go. Finally, green flag. I saw down in Fastron corner turn 5, there was a bit of oil being swept up, I think, or just a bit of debris swept off the circuit. I don't see much of a adhesive powder, but there was a bit of cleanup down that side of the circuit. Well, anyway, Slade van Niekerk, as we were talking about, a 121.323, 4 tenths of a second faster in qualifying than Trevor Westman on the Ninja 650. Here they come up now, 2 warm-up laps. Well, they get all the heat into the tires and into the brakes as well. 2 warm-up laps as they do. They do a very cautious sighting lap, maybe a little bit more on the pace for the second of the laps, and then get into the grid hatchings as they will come around then for their 8-lap race. Like I say, only 1 Yamaha on the field over there. David Lindemann, a number of KTMs as well. Nicholas Hutchings, Brad Hutchings, Mitch Robinson in there as well. We have Stavro Michel and Sean Klein in the 390s with a lot of ninjas out there. Wesley Blake and the only Honda, the CBR 500R. And I don't speak under correction there. It is the only Honda in the field. Mostly Kawasaki's. I can't overstate it enough. And most of them are 650s. And then you'll go on to the 300s class as well with the Power Sport motorcycles. They should be coming in shortly to come into their grid hatchings. There'll be a number of bike races today, the 2 Power Sport races, and then at the end of the day we'll have the hour enduro, where a number of these riders will also do some duty in that last race of the day. Some riders will be going it alone, some will be sharing their bikes. But remember, that's only at the last bit of the day. As the marshals just remind all the riders, just take it easy. The photographers will get some good shots through those sections as well as they go through Fastron. And here comes... Well, settling into position then. The number 19 of Q and Sneeman gets into position, and that is the 7th on the grid. Here comes the number 5 machine of Paul Medell. The Kawasaki will pull into 4th position. Number 93. We look for Slade van Niekerk here coming as well. The number 93 will be in the 3rd position over here as well. That's Jason Lineker. Then we have Trevor Westman on the Rockstar Energies, Rockstar bike, of course, Rockstar Performance, I should rather say. There we have now the pole man, Slade van Niekerk. We wait for the lights, though, as well. As the 1 minute board has come out. Full Herald, full the Dolphin Herald will be out there as well. You'll put up the 5 second board. Watch the lights, and away we go for the start of this race. And it's a terrible start from Slade van Niekerk. It looks like Trevor Westman might get the whole shot, but I think Slade van Niekerk will come right back. I think it's Trevor Westman. I think, has taken the lead of this race. We'll find out now as they go through turn 1. The Rockstar Performance bike, a great start from him. Slade van Niekerk a little bit bogged down on the start, Gary, as they came out there, but it looks like he might have just recovered just a little bit over there as well. The number 93 bike of Jason Lineker will be hanging in there as well as they go through Quarry turn 2, and then they'll make their way there through the kink towards the third turn at Damps.
Well, having worked so hard to get that pole position and then bogging it down just a little, I think when the 5-second board started to move, the lights changed a bit quicker than what he expected. He was still busy getting onto the revs there. And yeah, when he let the clutch out, he didn't have the revs that he wanted. He had to just slip the clutch just a little and then get it into the torque band, and then it pulled. But that's the difference between getting the whole shot and not getting the whole shot. Well, it'll be a reasonable size difference between the 600s and the 300 class as they work their way down into Fastron, Cape Town Corner. Fastron, the main sponsor for Cape Town Corner for the 2021 season. Lovely to have these guys on board, Pertamina and Fastron. Well, here they come through to complete the first lap. Slade van Niekerk from that pole position finds himself now down into second place as they work their way down to KFM Corner.
Wow, this is going to promise quite an exciting race, Gary. I think originally Jason Lineker also got the jump on Slade van Niekerk, but he's taken that place right back now, 0.3 of a second between Slade van Niekerk in second and Trevor Westman in first position. That's their first standing start lap now. Now they're going to really open it up as they go into the second turn now as well. We'll try and see now as they come through on the list as well. 7 laps to go, and who will be leading class, the second class over here as well, class 300, which is Kewan Snyman at the moment. Between him, 1.7 seconds off of what is David Lindemann.
Nice to see the old man out there. Paul Medell, refer to him as old man as opposed to the age of the other youngsters that's out there. Paul's been around for probably 2.5 decades on the seat, having fun on and off. Spent a lot of time with moon boots and crutches through the years with recurring problems that is the side effect of racing motorcycles. Very, very hard for a long time as they work their way down the back main, down into Fastron Corner. That front 4 all sitting right on top of one another as they come back out towards us now. No change up there. Trevor Westman from Slade van Niekerk, Jason Lineker, Paul Medell sticks in there. Then, whoa, there's a turn up at the books. Look at that. Slade van Niekerk goes to the front of the pack, 72 thousandths of a second by the time that they came past the start-finish line. That pack of 4 is now becoming a 5-way battle and could even become a 6-way battle at this stage of the fight. Franco Flach and Chris Williams right in there.
Trevor Westman's going to have a go into Quarry turn 2, and he'll take the lead right back, Gary, but not for long on the inside. Slade van Niekerk will edge it out as they go through the kink now as well. He's going to have to keep himself going there as well. Trevor Westman on the outside. He'll stab at it again. Looks like under braking, Trevor Westman can go much longer into the corner as well. Later on the brakes, they go down the straight at the back there as well into Car Care Clinic corner number 4, and look who's starting to join them as well is Jason Lineker. But look, it was Paul Medell, fastest lap for him, a 1:21.551.
Oh, the old man's out there and doing it, but don't forget about the man that's closing on the back of that group. The 5th bike that you see there, that is Franco Flach. Can he close that gap? If the front 3 slow one another down just a little bit, it's probably going to turn into a 5-way battle. 4 it is at this stage of the fight. Oh, the leader right on top of the curbstone as he comes out of Fastron Corner. Once again, they side by side. There's nothing in it. And now it's Linus Stern as they work their way with the southeast. Slade van Niekerk, Trevor Westman, Jason Lineker, Paul Medell. Franco Flach finds himself. That you see on the camera, that is 0.6 of a second when you're doing close to 200 kilometers an hour coming past the bottom end of the commentary box.
Out of turn 1, they go towards now to the Porsche straight to turn 2. But remember, the more they fight with each other there at the front, Gary, Slade and Trevor, the more Jason Lineker can size them up. Paul Medell, even Franco Flach can actually join that battle fairly shortly as well. A relative newcomer, you could say, to the class, but he's still in it. Slade van Niekerk leads the way through turn 3 now. They'll go onto the straight, but Trevor Westman goes on the outside slightly a bit. I also maintain that he's better on the brakes through there as well, but on the straights, Slade van Niekerk's got the power going down.
Well, on the previous lap, which they just did, it was in fact Franco Flach that was the quickest of everybody on that lap, and he took a couple of tenths out of everybody in front of him. So that battle up front is definitely in his favor at this stage of the fight. The front three very close to one another. Franco closing in slowly but surely onto the back end of Paul Medell.
Coming around there, Paul Medell had fastest lap on the second lap of the race, and it was quite quick at the front now as well. Here comes Westman alongside Slade van Niekerk. Then we have Paul Lineker as well coming across the line there as well. Now, Paul Medell holds the fastest lap, but watch out for Jason Lineker. Is he going to make a move? Look at them. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them out there, Gary. So close proximity. Then a massive gap we have until the next of the runners there as well, and that is De Vos. It's Kewan Snyman in the 300s class. He's keeping off David Lindeman and Rob De Vos. Edward Rolstone comes through as well in that class as well. They are the bottom 650s.
Well, in that front group of, let's call it now 6, once again, the fastest out there was Franco Vlag, the only one to make the 1 minute 22 second barrier. So Franco, I think, started to pick up a bit of a toe as they went down the back main, and that's what made the difference. A 121.8, everybody else in the 122 ones. That was in front of him. So 2 tenths. Let's see what he can do this time. Down the back man they go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Linerstone. They are all now pretty much close enough to be able to get in that slipstream. I think here comes a dogfight of note with 4 laps to go.
Yeah, I know, half distance now, Gary. I think Lineker as well is just biding his time. He's just waiting for that right moment. They're going to come up and lap a bike soon. Now I think that's Stavro Michel on the KTM that they'll be coming up to lap fairly shortly. He could play a factor here. Look at Lineker. He's on the straight, and then they'll go up to turn 1 and into KFM corner. He'll be on the outside. Will he take it? No, he won't. He'll fall back into 3rd position and then into the clutches there of Paul Medell, who still holds that 121.551 from earlier on as well. Yeah, they go down the old the Porsche straight, the old Joubert straight, and then into that turn 2. They will then run, and there is Stavro Michel. He might play a factor over here as well, as Rob De Vos, Edward Rolstone, and Brett Roberts all cross the line. Roberts, of course, looks like he's 3rd in the class 300.
Well, biking guru Dave Abrams up here with us in the commentary box. He predicted that this was going to be some of the new guns that was going to really turn the front of the 650 class upside down. Dave, everything you expected and more.
Absolutely. All I can do is thank Slade van Niekerk and Jason Lineker for making my words come true so well. It's fascinating racing.
Well, it's the closest that I've ever seen. Wow, 2 abreast up front, 2 abreast for 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th right in the game. Down into Fastron corner they go, hard on the brakes. That's a roundabout. Well, somebody's gone off. I think that could have been Williams or Vlag that went off. No, I think it's the 4th bike that was in that group. Wow, could that be? Yeah, I think it's Medell. Yeah, it was Paul Medell that went off. So Jason Lineker hits the front from Slade van Niekerk. Trevor Westman all of a sudden has got some kids on the block that are giving him a... He is no longer the king of the 600s.
No, he's not, Gary, and I see Franco Vlag in the 3rd sector. Now, just coming across the line, posted a faster sector time. Purple at 28.2. Could he be opening up now? He's only 0.3 of a second, Franco Vlag, off of Trevor Westman.
Well, Trevor Westman's just decided that he's heard what the commentators are saying, and he's trying to prove us wrong, starting to work his way closer towards the front end of the field. Fastest lap so far, the man that did go off in turn 5, Paul Medell, 121.551. Leading out the 300 class, Kewan Snyman from David Lindeman. And then next up is Brett Roberts, but there's 2 600s between them.
Well, Wesley Blake and Yuda Andrinja, they are towards the back end of the field. They are being lapped basically shortly, but there they come now, barreling it in. Jason Lineker crossed the line first the last time around. This is going to be, when they cross the line, the flag lap. Only 1 more lap left to go when they cross the line. It is Jason Lineker that leads the way in the chaos, but watch there behind him. Here comes Slade van Niekerk. He will drift, drive wide past over there, and nothing at all. But I think, sorry, that actually is a lapped bike that they're going past at the moment now. I think it's Andrinja that they are going past. Trevor Westman still holding in that position, Gary.
Slade van Niekerk looks like he's made just a bit of a gap between himself and Westman as they work their way up the Joubert straight down into turn number 2. I see there's some Wingfield sign writing on turn number 2. We can somehow call that the Wingfield corner. Through the kink they go now for the first time in the better part of 10 laps. There's a bit of a gap between first and second place. Is that gap big enough to break the toe down the back, mate? I almost think he's done the right move with a lap and a half to go.
This is where heroes are made, Gary, and yeah, it's going to happen now. It's now or never at the front of the field now. Bike's about to be lapped, playing into the hands of some of them. Westman, head is down. Slade van Niekerk likewise leads the way. Lineker briefly led across the line, but lost it to third position. They go into the Fostron corner now, turn 5, and they'll run it to the line, and they'll be taking no more guys after that on the left side of things. But it looks like it's going to be Slade van Niekerk. Will he keep ahead of Trevor Westman? It looks like he will then, and cross the line to take victory ahead of Westman. Lineker in third, and Franco Floch a magnificent fourth position over there, with Chris Williams coming in to finish in the 5th.
Well, there Chris Williams come through, and then the next one should be Kewan Snyman. Let's wait for the 300s to come around.
Well, there we go. Wesley Blake finishes a lap down, looks like as well. The same with Andringer and Andringer. And we have Ryan Kutsia in the 14th position. We wait for David Lindemann now, Gary. That is second in the 300 class.
That's a pretty nice result for him, I think. Although it was a bit of a distance from the lead rider. But then again, that's nothing to be ashamed of. To be very close to the likes of Kewan Snyman, you've got to be very, very good. Even to be within 3 seconds of him, you've got to be exceptional.
And I think, yeah, we're talking about, yeah, Gary, about a second and a bit between himself and Kewan Snyman. So like you're saying, what a ride. Let me actually just take a look over here. It was a bit further, actually. David Lindemann, excuse me, that's a okay, there we go. 14 seconds, excuse me. Still, it's a good push there as well. Just want to take a look there. Roberts, after that, in the third position in the class. Hutchings, fourth position in 300s, so the two Hutchings. So a good first race of the day, very promising for the rest of the racing here, Gary. Some good close racing. And we move now on to the Formula Libras, the single-seater class here in the Western Cape.
Just in closing on that one, Slade van Niekerk on the second last lap did put up the fastest lap time for the race, beating out that initial fastest time from Paul Medell.
Well, we move now on to the Formula Libras, our only single-seater class if you don't count the Formula M's on the short circuit. But Byron Mitchell, pole position. Him and Andrew Rackstraw had a mighty battle for pole position earlier this morning. And well, Rackstraw will be in the VW Reynard 2-litre. And he's second, and it's only a tenth of a second between the two of them that was in qualifying. And that's the Class S. Frankie just looked at the top of the screen and said, my goodness, this is going to be a hell of a race.
Well, I think so, because last year there was a massive fight out there between Mitchell and Rackstraw. And these guys are doing 108s around here. And this was pretty damn awesome stuff in the Formula VW of Byron Mitchell and the VW Reynard of Andrew Rackstraw. Then for the hell of it, you add the Reynard of DJ Boyson in there. Troy Dollarcheck has also joined Class S, and the James Beaumont that used to be in Class S is now racing the Reynard in Class A together with Bertus Engelbrecht. Now this man used to race Formula M's, Bertus Engelbrecht, and he has purchased DJ Boyson's old Formula Libra prototype, if I can call it that. So that's going to be interesting stuff out there, and they're all in Class S and Class A. 4 Class S cars, 3 Class A cars. That's going to be interesting stuff out there. Graham Knight is only, well, there's another Class S car, and that's in P11 of Reg Anderson. And he is going to be pretty quick. I think he'll clear the Class C cars. Only one Class B car, that's the Formula Ray of Graham Knight. Furthermore, the other drivers out there, Byron, are all in the Formula V's in Class C.
Well, I hope Graham Knight is out there, Frankie. I saw him on the flatbed earlier on after qualifying. They brought him in, and I think I had to retrieve him from the sand. But hopefully he's in there. He'll be starting 8th position, the only Class B runner. I see it looks like we got somebody on the grid at the moment over here. It's going to be the number 17 of Troy Dolenchek. Now that brings back some good memories. A big family in motorsport. I commentated on him in karting. But remember, Frankie was talking about Formula M's earlier on as well. We have a number of names from the ex-Formula M drivers. DJ Boyson, Reino Pence, you name it. So it just shows you that our karting and short circuit, very healthy and bringing some great champions and great challenges up into the class.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on the Class C car of Kelly Fletcher. She's doing pretty well out there. Reino Pence qualified last in Class C. I can only presume he must have had some kind of a problem, because you don't normally see Reino Pence out there in last position in Class C. However, we'll have a look, see how things goes as the cars begin to line up. And here we go. DJ Boyson is in P3. Troy Dolarcheck sits out there in P4. Here we go. The number 40 car that's sitting out there is Andy Rackstraw. That means Byron Mitchell will shove it up into P1, which is waiting for him to come through. There I see him working his way through the field. The first of the Class C cars is Richard Carr. That number 7 car out there, that is the old DJ Boyson car, and that is Bertus Engelbrecht, also an ex-Formula M campaigner. That's going to be top class stuff. I'm expecting 110s, 109s, 108s. I'm expecting super times here between the likes of Mitchell and Rackstraw. And don't forget about DJ Boyson either. That's going to be hectic stuff. We're going to wait for the light sequence to come on and off. 15. I see that Graham Knight has not made the starting grid. So the rest of the cars seem to be out there. We are ready to go racing. As Byron Mitchell is falling across the line.
That's a jump start in my books, Frankie. He is moving. He's getting momentum.
I think you're right. He might just be nailed for a possible jump start, Byron Mitchell. And if that's the case, that's not what Mitchell needed. However, we'll focus on what we see. It's Mitchell that sits out there in P1. Rackstraw second. Boyson sits out there in that 3rd place. And in P4, leading Class A, Troy Dolarcheck right behind him, leading Class C. He's the Formula V of Richard Carr. That's that first combination making its way through the kink now and into turn 3. Damstep. Watch these Formula VWs as they make their way up the KFM straight into turn 4. Car Care Clinic. Mitchell P1, Rackstraw P2, Boyson P3.
Yeah, they come out of Car Care Clinic, turn 4 onto the back straight there. Really fast going down there as well. And it's going to be a bit of an axe hanging over the head of Byron Mitchell over there. That, in my book, was a jump start. He was moving quite a bit before the lights went out. But Andrew Rackstraw, he holds it in that second of the VWs. And then what happens is we had DJ Boyson will follow suit. But look at the gap they already have from a standing start here as they go across the line now, and Byron Mitchell will lead the way ahead of 4/10 of a second ahead of Rackstraw, and then we have DJ Boyson coming bars in the other Reynard as well. Where is, of course, our next runners over here? Troy Dolenchek comes through all on his own here as well, with Beaumont having coming through as well, and he's got Richard Carr right on him in the Formula V.
Is dropping all the way down the field. So right now it's Mitchell from Rackstraw and DJ Boyson. Troy Dolenchek is out there in P4. I thought he was in Class A. He's not. He's in Class S. James Beaumont that sits in P5 with a 41 car X-Class S driver. He is there now in Class A. Richard Carr is P1 in Class C, and Zaina Munson is second in Class C. However, we watch them work their way down the back main. There are purple sectors all over for Mitchell and for Rackstraw as the two of them race down into turn 5 Car Care Clinic. They're getting away from third place man DJ Boyson. Out of turn 5 they come. There's nothing between Mitchell and Rackstraw. They're virtually side by side. These two young guns are going hell for leather across the start line. They come now at a 1:12 for Andy Rackstraw as they race down into turn number 1. Mitchell sits out there in that second place, followed there by DJ Boyson. And then quite some distance away, the Formula Ford of Troy Dolenchek.
Yeah, Andrew Rackstraw took 3/10 of a second out of Byron Mitchell on that last lap, but he'll be watching closely for Byron Mitchell because Byron was moving just a little bit. Yes, you're allowed to take your line as you come into the corner, but Byron Mitchell desperately wanting to stay ahead here as well. DJ Boyson's fallen all the way back to 4.7 seconds down the road. That Formula Ford Z-Tech of Troy Dolenchek is basically going to have to be content with a race on his own. Zaina Munson has just come through now as well in 7th position. That's second in Class C behind Richard Carr. He's got Reg Anderson in the Class S to keep him company as well as Bertus Engelbrecht. Kelly Fletcher rounds off the top 10.
Well, we'll go to a lovely mid-pack dice later on, but right now we have to stick with these two cars coming out of turn 5. Out of Fostron corner, Mitchell and Rackstraw. These two Formula VW Reynards are going absolutely one-on-one. 1:12 dead for Rackstraw. Here they cross the line now. 1:11.7 for Byron Mitchell.
Responded.
These two guys are really on it, Byron, as they exit turn 1 KFM corner.
Yeah, after getting onto the Porsche straight as well, he's responded, Frankie. What happens is Byron Mitchell just added on a 1/10 of a second, but look how they come into turn 2 at Quarry. He's getting closer once again, is Andrew Rackstraw. Once these two were on the karting circuit not too long ago, now they are on the big boy stuff. Now they're going hammer and tongs added together as they go into turn 3 now. It's only a matter of time, I think, Frankie, until Rackstraw does that move. It's now having to be Byron Mitchell responding to that.
Lovely dice that's coming out of turn 5 shortly, but I first want to focus once again on these two boys going down the back straight. They're going to catch these guys. It is so fast. These two guys that are racing down the back main towards turn 5 Cape Town corner. Fostron, out of Fostron corner they come now. They're going to pick up a couple of back markers soon, but for now they seem to be okay. 1:11.7 for Byron Mitchell. Under the Mad Max Kawasaki bridge, the two of them come now. Who will be the quicker? 1:11.5 by Byron Mitchell. Other Byron, this is you next to me now, buddy. Do you think that these guys can get to a very high 1:10?
It's going to be asking something. There's a spinner, and it's Byron Mitchell. He spun it, and that means that Andrew Rackstraw will take the lead of this race. He actually hasn't lost as much time as I thought he would, Frankie. He can still see Andrew Rackstraw.
No, well, he lost the P1. He's down in P2, but didn't lose too much ground. Third place man is DJ Boyson, and they are making their way through the kink as fourth place man heads into turn number 1 KFM. That's the Industrial Abrasive, Makita Power Tools, a Formula Ford of Troy Dolenchek. Then heading into turn 1 KFM now is James Beaumont. And then heading towards KFM is the leader of Class C, that's Richard Carr. And behind him comes Bertha Segelbrecht. Zaina Munson coming through, and behind him it is Reg Anderson working his way into turn 1 KFM corner.
Well, Cyril Somerville will come through now in 10th position, Frankie. But look at this little gaggle on the main straight here. Ricky Anderson, Donovan Ramsey, then Ricky Anderson, and then Kelly Fletcher as they're going to turn 1. And now the leaders are coming through to lap them, and that's going to cause frustration for Byron Mitchell.
This is the likes of Donovan Ramsey and Kelly Fletcher will just keep right out the way. They just held their line, and they were overtaken there by Andy Rackstraw and by Byron Mitchell. The two leaders are working out of turn 2, out of Quarry Corner. They're going to put a lap there on Cyril Somerville as they head through the kink and work their way towards turn 3, Damstep. But I'll tell you this for nothing, Byron. Mr. Mitchell is out there on a mission. He is closing the gap visually on race leader Andy Rackstraw.
It's going to be a tough ask, Frankie, because he's got 3 laps, including this one, left to go. And also as well, he was 2.4 seconds when he crossed the line the last time out. I'd like to see the gap that he's now chewed out with as far as Andy Rackstraw is concerned. All right, so he is quicker. So Tiny did point out to me that he is quicker through the course of the lap.
Well, the thing, Byron has now picked up one of the back markers there coming out of turn 5, Boston corner. Here we come, first man to the line. He's Andy Rackstraw. Will Mitchell do a faster lap? No, he's done a 1:11.5. I think that back marker might have kept him up there in turn 5, Boston corner. But he is definitely slowly but surely closing up on Andy Rackstraw as they head into turn 2.
Yeah, no, he basically only took a tenth of a second out of Andrew Rackstraw, and that's not enough at all. That's now Andrew Rackstraw is just going through now, and there are blue flags waving. He's going through some lap cars over there as well. I know Reno Pence and Donovan Ramsey, Cyril Somerville, all down there as well. Kelly Fletcher in Class C in 13th position in that Formula V Forza. But looking at this as well, Troy Dolenchek goes through now, 29 seconds off of the man in front of him in the Formula Ford. James Beaumont and Richard Carr, Class A and Class C leaders, all on their own, with Bertus Engelbrecht hanging in there in 7th position.
They are about a lap and a half to go for these guys. They are catching up the whole mid-pack of the Formula V boys. That's the Class C guys. Have a look there as they cut and carve and dissect their way down the back lane. Here comes the leader. Right now, that is Andrew Rackstraw to start his final lap. And Mitchell has started his last lap as well. A 1:11.589. I don't believe they're going to catch, or should I say, better that time. Bertus Engelbrecht making his way into turn 1. But that car sounds very, very horrible indeed. And as he battles into turn number 1, KFM corner, the 3rd place man works his way out of turn 1, KFM corner. That is DJ Boyson.
Well, see, going around here very slowly, Engelbrecht. It sounds like a misfire, probably a plug or a lead. That's something he's going to pull off the circuit probably very soon. I think he's got Zaina Munson going right past him. But this is the flag lap, Frankie. And we now watch out for Andrew Rackstraw down the back straight.
The race leader on the last lap, making his way down the back straight towards turn 5, Fostron corner. We'll pick him up as he heads down into turn 5, Fostron. There he works through Fostron corner now. The checkered flag beckons for your, well, according to this should be the flag lap. I don't see the flag man out there, so they go through once again. The flag man has missed the checkered flag. There's 0 laps to go.
Oh, there he goes.
And they have to come first across the line. Well, I'm not sure what happened out there. So it looks like we're going to have extra lap. That was the flag lap, but for some other reason, the checkered flag did not come out on the last lap.
The guys are going to be careful, Frankie, as well. I see a change of surface flag is currently being held out now. The checkered flag is going to come out, so anybody that races through now will not be going at full speed. So what happens is they just got to watch out. Maybe a bit of oil let down in the in turn 1.
Well, they're going to have to be careful in turn 1 because there's a change of surface flag. However, you race as hard as you must from flag to flag. If you don't see a flag, you keep on going. as hard as you can. So yes, the flag did not come out, but that doesn't mean that these guys are going to say, listen, this race should have been done already. They're going to race until the flag comes out, and the flag is about to come out now. So they've done 9 laps instead of 8, and Rackstraw comes over to P1. Second across the line will be Byron Mitchell, and Rackstraw on that extra lap has done the fastest lap of a 1:11.140.
And considering Byron Mitchell did spin in turn 1, Frankie, a 1.7 second gap between himself and Andrew Rackstraw. I know it's on the extra lap, so maybe Andrew Rackstraw did slow it down a little bit. Not too bad from him, but Byron Mitchell did jump the start. We'll have to find out later if that position of his is in jeopardy.
Well, it all depends on what they do. If it's a 30-second jump start, then we'll have to see. And he's only 22 seconds behind Byron Mitchell. And, well, the lowest he will go is to 3rd position.
Well,
So
looking...
DJ Boyson could be promoted to P2, but that is not for us to decide. That's for the powers that be to decide. We did see a creep on the line as the car was creeping forward. So that, of course, is now for the COCs and the stewards to decide.
Just looking over here as well, James Beaumont wins Class A. Class C is Richard Carr, and basically, like Class B, was not in their DNS for Graham Knight. So that's the first of the Formula Libra races done and dusted for today. We're going to be moving on now to the V8 Masters.
Yeah, well done out there for Richard Carr, Cyril Summermill, and Zaina Munson. They came 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in Class C. But as we see it currently on the leaderboard, it is Rackstraw, Mitchell, and Boyson that came home 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, but that 2nd and 3rd might change around.
right, so next up will be the V8 Masters, race number 1. Oh, look at the list of names at the top of the board. Fabio Tofani, Sean Moore, Marcel Angel, Rui Campos, and Mark Ridgway. To say nothing about the likes of Barry Ingle, you haven't said that name for a long time. Richard Schroeder, Brian Evans, Mike Brooks out there as well. Sander Le Bon, Dennis Geduk, Ian Kaplan, Brian Alger, and then Menno Parsons as well. Nothing much between the top 3, Fabio Tofani, Sean Moore, and Marcel Angel. 15.6, a 15.6, and a 15.7. Rui Campos just a little bit slower. He finds himself 1 second off, but I don't believe that will be a problem for him come the race. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. I'm sure he'll be right in there. The silver class, Sander Le Bon, the top qualifier in that, and 1.2 seconds quicker than Dennis Geduk, who's also getting pretty much on the pace, I must say. Kaplan finding himself just outside of that, 1 second slower. And then Brian Algar, he obviously had problems with the qualifying, doing a 1 minute 41. So that's pretty much putting in top gear and just cruising around the circuit to complete the lap. So he did get a qualifying time, but not a true reflection of how quick Brian Algar can actually be.
Yeah, so 15 of them out there, Gary, and good field. Most of them the gold class, only a handful of silver class. Sander Le Bon, and then Dennis Gaiduk, Ilan Kaplan, and Brian Algar. All of them using the Mustang APV 347IS machines. And, well, watching out there, Fabio Tofani, a good time with a 1:15.645. Only 0.02 of a second faster than Sean Moore in the qualifying session. Marcel Angel, he raced at the first race of the series. Of course, that was not in this class. This is the first race of the season for the V8 Masters. He raced in the Sports and GT cars against his son. He was, of course, he was in a Ferrari. His son was in a Porsche. That's Dane Angel. Dane Angel can't race in this class. He's not of age yet. But Roy Campos, that's also a big name for a number of years now from upcountry. Always he was racing a lot. Mark Ridgway, Alistair Brown, Barry Ingle, Richard Schroeder. Let me tell you one thing. I don't know. I'm going to get in trouble for this probably. He was always known as the Garden Gnome when he was doing the supercars, in the Opel supercars. And he would always give it a great push against the likes of Brad Wadley and the late Neil Hawkins, who was also a magnificent talent. But they are now ready and waiting on the grid hatchings at the moment now. Fabio Tofani alongside Moore. Sean Moore, Marcel Angel. Watch them as they go now. The whistle blows. They'll get the 2 minutes board. 8 racing laps. They did their 1 warm-up lap, made sure that they have all the heat in the tires, in the brakes, because it could be interesting in turn 1. Of course, they're going to do a rolling start then, looks like it, yes. So the safety car will drive off through into KFM corner turn 1. Listen to those V8 motors now going up. Moore, Angel, Campos, Ridgway, Brown, Ingle, Richard Schroeder, Brian Evans. I used to commentate on Jared Evans in karting. Brian Evans also getting himself well and truly into the racing over the years. Mike Brooks in the 10th position. Sander Le Bon, first of the silver class runners there. 1:19.526 in quali. And now they did this sighting lap. They'll do their warm-up lap. And this is where it all goes now. It's going to be roaring thunder into the first turn at KFM corner. Number of incidents there today in various classes. Everybody will be crossing their fingers and toes to hope that doesn't happen this time.
So back to where he's accustomed to being. Fabio Tofani right up front on the front of the grid. Sean Moore always there and thereabouts. Super duper quick. Pushes very, very hard. Not scared to get into the rough and tumble of it whatsoever. Sticks his nose in where there's a gap, and a true racer of note. Marcel Angel and Rui Campos on the second row of the grid. Surprisingly, Mark Ridgway finds himself on the third row of the grid, and he will fancy himself undoubtedly for a top 3 in this race. So that 5-way battle, I think to a large extent it's going to go all race long. I tend to think Fabio Tofani will be the man to catch if he gets the pole position, if he gets the whole shot coming out of KFM turn number 1. I think he might be able to hold on to it, but you can't count out Sean or Marcel or Rui or Mark. And it's a pity Richard Schroeder is just outside of those lap times, because there was not that long ago that he was one of the top runners in this form of motorsport, but unfortunately finds himself just a little bit off the top at this stage of the fight. So through Fastron corner they go. Hearts will be pumping now on the front row of the grid. Sean Moore is going to find himself on the outside line as they go down towards KFM corner. It's going to be good stuff as they come up towards us, keeping it nice and slow, nice and tight. Look how bunched up the pack is. That second row right in there. Keep an eye on the likes of Marcel Angel. Off the line they come, down towards turn number 1 they go. Fabio Tofani. Oh, look at Sean Moore trying to squeeze it out. Sean Moore climbs onto that inside line. It's Angel that tried to have a look around the outside, backed out of that one. Ridgway also runs. Oh, looks like Richard Schroeder's turned around, and he's been whacked as well. I think it was Richard Schroeder. I might be wrong, but it was a silver car. I think it was, I think it was Richard Schroeder. Lost the tail end. I do believe we might end up with a yellow flag. It all depends how quick the marshals can clear the circuit. They'll probably hold it for as long as they possibly can before they actually bring out. Yeah, the red flag is going to be brought out. What a pity for that one. Could be a bit of suspension damage on that car that turned around. Do believe it was Richard Schroeder. So a knock on the wheel probably will negate any opportunity to take that car and drive it back to the pits. It'll be up onto the flatbed.
Now, unfortunately, I think I jinxed it there, Gary. We talked about turn 1 and all the action that it's seen today, and unfortunately, there you have 3 cars involved in a first collision. The marshals get out there, they sweep all the dust and debris up, and yeah, no surprise there, it is a red flag. 33 is Ian Kaplan, 41 Brian Evans, and is also in there, and Richard Schroeder, unfortunately, is one of the men out there as well. It's unfortunate over there as well, but it looks like one of them, yeah, I think it is Richard Schroeder that got it going again and could drive through the infield. So there we go, Gary. Ian Kaplan involved Brian Evans and Richard Schroeder, as we had feared initially.
I think it initially was Richard Schroeder that got the tail end coming around. Whether it was a touch or his own error, we will not know. Either way, what's happened has happened. It's the way it is. Fabio Tofani from Sean Moore on the front row of the grid. Nice to see Rui Campos in there on that second row. The Campos transport car. Mark Ridgway would love to be part of that. Well, let's see, there's some footage coming. Oh, I just missed the beginning of that playback. Maybe they will do that playback again and we can pick up how it actually originated. Let's hope our producer runs it backwards for us and we can see what actually caused the beginning of that incident. Yep, there we go. Yep, Richard Schroeder looks like he lifted lightly off the gas. He was in there behind the red car, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, number 7. So it was probably Barry Ingle that I think he was closing on Ingle just on the apex of the corner, lifted off, climbed on the gas again. That started turning the tail end around, tried to run it off onto the infield. Well, at that stage of the fight, you are purely a spectator and you're heading straight towards the scene of the accident. So to everybody watching us at home, welcome. Killarney International, the second half of the first meeting of the season, regional and club. And this is the V8 Masters that you see there out on circuit. And they actually don't have a class sponsor for this year, so if you'd like to get your name linked to this form of motorsport, you can get hold of the powers that be here at Killarney International. You can speak to the likes of Mariska Redane. She'll be able to link you up with the right people and maybe put your company name behind the V8 Masters, a class act down here at Killarney International Raceway. A very nice sized field. As always, beautiful motor cars, all of them prepared here on site. One crew that works on all different motor cars, make sure they are all, as far as possible, exactly the same. Gives the driver the opportunity to bring his best A game to the track on a race day. A big thanks to all the class sponsors for their link up with Killarney International for 2021. Also to Mad Max Motorcycles for the sponsorship of the bridge. Fastron for turn number 5, Cape Town corner. Fastron from the Pertamina Group. Car Care Clinic, Mel Spur and the crew for turn number 4. Porsche Club South Africa for the main straight. KFM for the KFM straight and turn 1 KFM corner. Always nice to have those big names out there joining us. So as jy by die huis sit en jy kyk die wedrenne en jy wil ook jou maatskappy se naam hoor, bel gerus maandag deur na die baan toe, vra vir Mariska Radyn. Sê luister, hoe werk dit? Hoe lyk dit? Hoe kry ek 'n losie daar by julle sodat as COVID klaar is, ons weer kan Killarney toe kom, dat ons eie boks het, ons eie losie. Or if you'd like to become a sponsor and connected to a racing driver or a racing car that calls your fancy, she'll be able to give you the necessary contact details and link you up with your favorite driver of choice. Well, we just give the marshals the opportunity to move those stricken vehicles on the exit of KFM corner, and we'll come back to you shortly.
Well, V8 Masters back on the grid, of course. Again, we had a race stoppage because of 3 cars getting all together. It was Brian Evans, Richard Schroeder, and it was Ian Kaplan as well that was involved in that particular incident at the KFM corner, turn 1. Fabio Tufani will keep his pole position. Sean Moore alongside him, who's challenging, was actually challenging on the inside. Behind Fabio Tufani with Angel coming around the outside. We'll see now if Richard Schroeder was actually able to get out there and get back on the grid. I don't know if he will be able to. We have a slightly truncated field here. 15. You'll see it's been a very active day on the through qualifying and races. You'll see on your screen now. It was the Clubman's qualifying earlier on, one of the Golfs going off, losing a wheel there in the turn 3 section. Bikes going down, that was Paul Medell that we're watching over here in the Power Sport bike race. And there was another, that's actually Paul Medell's bike being pushed in the background. It's somebody else actually going off. Very fortunate not to strike Paul Medell. But what happens is this has been, like I say, very active. We are a little bit you know, a little bit behind with as far as the time is concerned, watching on our screens as well. That was Byron Mitchell losing the back end of that Formula VW of his, and getting going again as well in the race that we had right now that we're going to be restarting soon. We had Richard Schroeder losing it through the Turn 1 KFM corner complex. And then we had some Formula Fords and Formula Vs coming through as well. But we are around about 12:07 in the afternoon now. This is only about race 3 that we're going to get going now. I can hear the engine striking up again. Thumbs up, and it looks like we could be going for an 8-lap race. And they'll be taken away around again by the safety car. So if you're just tuning in right now, welcome to the live stream through IMUSAT at Killarney. Still going to be 8 laps, so no reduction in laps. Yeah, it's basically a brand new race. Not even 1 lap was completed when the incident happened. It happened right at the first corner on the first lap. And away we go. So then Fabio Tofani will be the pole man, will follow suit. That safety car will get to KFM corner now. They get the 1-minute board, and now they'll get waved off to start off their warm-up lap. So Fabio Tofani, Sean Moore, second position. That's first row. Second row, Marcel Angel and Roy Campos. That's second row of the grid. Third row of the grid, Mark Ridgway and Alistair Brown. Barry Ingle, we had Richard Schroeder in the 8th position. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he'll be continuing. I know he drove away from the scene, I think, eventually, but he will not be in this race. This likewise for Brian Evans. So a number of positions have opened up on the grid, and a few would have gained a few places. Well, Gary, we're coming down the back straight now, and we'll watch the safety car peel into the pit lane, and we'll be ready to go for this first of the V8 Masters race today. Remember, like you said, no sponsor yet this year, so if anybody's interested in getting their name in motorsport, well, this is your chance. Gary, take them away.
All right, here we go. Marcel Angel on that inside line, second row. And in there behind Fabio Tofani. Last time it was all about Sean Moore that ducked in between the two of them and closed that line off. This time Sean Moore has a look on the outside. Sean Moore on the outside of Fabio Tofani. It is Marcel Angel on the inside line. Through turn 1 they go. Well, he holds on to that position pretty decently, is Fabio Tofani. He gets the whole shot. He's got Sean Moore in there behind him. Then it is Marcel Angel. Rui Campos following through. Oh, a big concertina effect under braking a little bit further back in the pack, but luckily everybody seems to make it through there. The front three already stretching a little bit of a gap from Rui Campos. Ridgway, the biggest loser in this one so far.
Yeah, they come through turn 3, through damps, then onto the far back straight, to the KFM straight, of course, and then into Car Care Clinic corner, the double apex right-hander onto the back straight then as well. First lap, of course, and down the straight they go. Just a little bit of dust being kicked up there by Marcel Angel, but he'll get into the slipstream of Sean Moore ahead of him. I don't know if any moves are going to be made at this particular time, and when they get on their first fast lap, then we'll have to see when they come around then as well. They'll come though to start the next lap then with 7 laps left to go in this 8-lap race.
Well, as we said, there was pretty much very little gap between the front 3 on the qualifying. We see that exact same scenario now. Fabio Tofani, Marcel Angel up into that 2nd position. Well, no, not. It's Marcel Angel. It initially showed going up. Sean Moore, his transponder did not register, but it's already been corrected by the folks downstairs. So that's brilliant stuff. Quick reaction to that. So Sean Moore goes a slightly wider line into turn number 2, gets a late apex on that corner. That closes him right up onto the back bumper of Fabio Tofani. Down towards turn 3 they go now. Hard on the brakes. Stay in that 3rd gear all the way through. Feed them. Oh, spinning. That's Marcel Angel. Angel's gone off. He did a complete 360 on the entrance to the turn 3. He was already starting to lead with the tail end, turned it right around, gets it back over the curbstones, back onto the track, but a long way down.
And he had just done the fastest first sector time as well, Gary. So he was really opening up. But now we go down the back straight, onto the inside, into turn 5, Fastron corner. Moore was just sticking his nose in there, but he will just come out second behind Fabio Tofani. That means Roy Campos should be now up into 3rd position, with Mark Ridgway up into the 4th position.
Well, that opens the road up now from for the Campos point of view. Oh, side by side, look at that. Moore up on the inside. Sean Moore's not going to give it away this time. He's going to force his way up the inside line. Tofani's trying to fight back. Tofani going to have a look on the outside going into turn 2. He probably saw what Sean did. Oh, Sean turns it. Oh, the back end comes right around, but he holds onto it. Fabio Tofani somehow pulls a magic wand out there, gets himself around the outside and says, thanks, Sean. But about your mistake, let's just reset back to me at the front and you in 2nd place. The nice thing for Campos is that little, shall we call it tete-a-tete, that's my word for the day, has brought Rui Campos a lot closer to the front too.
And it could have been much worse, Gary, but some cool hands on that steering wheel over there. Sean Moore, he actually got the fastest lap the last time around before that little thing happening there. Roy Campos, he was 2.8 seconds back. He'll be a little bit closer now, but I think behind them, Alistair Brown and Barry Ingle. Watch out for them as well as they come down. I see here the silver class is Dennis Gaiduk is the first in class. Sander Lebon is 2nd in class. That's 7th and 8th. They are at the moment as well. But across the line now comes Fabio Tofani, and he will then come through with Sean Moore and then Roy Campos.
Campos has closed up. It's only just over 1 second now for Campos. In there behind that, Mark Ridgway. He's 2.3 seconds further back. Then Alistair Brown, that's just been passed by Mark Ridgway. Barry Ingle has moved up now ahead of Alistair Brown. So Barry Ingle already getting into this one, doing a 1 minute 18, almost dead. So just 8/10 off the flyers up front, the likes of Fabio Tofani. Looking at the silver class, Dennis Geduk ahead of Sander Lebon. And there was 6/10 of a second between the two of them on that previous lap. And just 1.1 is the gap between the two of them. And that's pretty similar to the gap that there was between the two of them, 1st and 2nd in a silver class under qualifying conditions earlier on this morning.
Well, Mark Ridgway comes down the back straight then, the number 51. He's 4th position at the moment. A little bit closer on the track, we had Barry Ingle and Alistair Brown. Alistair Brown went a little wide in turn 2 earlier on, losing a bit of ground there to Barry Ingle. But Dennis Gaiduk in the class silver, 7th position, number 9. He still has it from Sander Lebon at the moment now. But Fabio Tofani crosses the line. He's 7/10 of a second ahead of Sean Moore. Roy Campos, 1.66 off the lead, 9/10 off of Sean Moore with Mark Ridgway. He's basically started to space out a little bit. I see here, coming here, Sander Lebron, Brian Alger, and then Marcel Angel. Looks like he's kept himself in the race there, Gary.
Yeah, somehow or other, I don't know how, but he's still there. Well, I tell you what, Dennis Geduk is doing a lovely job. He's got 1.7 seconds now on the Sander Lebon. And that's pretty much that 0.7 that he picked up in the last lap. That is what's taken it to 1.7 seconds. That at the front of the silver class, Brian Alger, just 0.7 off the 2 cars in front of him. So 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the silver class, very, very evenly matched right now. Nothing much in it. Fabio Tofani is still leading out from Sean Moore, and they're not getting rid of Campos. Campos initially looked like he wasn't going to be on the same pace as them, and in qualifying was a bit off. Rui Campos is still within 1 second.
Yeah, he's got 1.6 off of the lead at the moment. He's within 1 of Sean Moore. But let's see how he's responded over here as well on this next lap. 3 laps left to go when they cross the line, though, Gary. It's still very close at the front there. Fabio Tafani is 2/10 of a second ahead of Moore, and they're watching 1.1 off the lead of the race is Rui Campos as they go through right now.
And it's now only 0.9 off the back of Sean Moore as they work their way up that short chute up towards turn number 2. Should there become a two-way battle between the two front runners, Campos is right in there. In fact, visually, Campos looks the closest that he's ever been to the two of them. Fabio Tafani doing a 18.6, 18.2 by Sean Moore, so that's closing up. 18.1 by Rui Campos, so he in fact was the fastest of that group. But Mark Ridgway, unfortunately, losing ground initially, now doing a 17.9, which is very, very quick. Although Sean Moore has done the fastest lap overall, a 1 minute 16.3.
Yeah, I don't think it will get much quicker than that, Gary. I think the fastest laps have basically been done for the day. Down the back straight they go then as well. It was 0.2 of a second between Tafani and Moore. The last time out as they go. They go through turn 5 now, the Fastron corner, and they will belt it for the line. 2 laps left to go. Let's take a look at the gap between them. It was 0.2 of a second. Will it stay around about the same? I think it's now spaced out just a little bit more. It is now 0.6 of a second. So it just shows you Fabio Tafani is starting to open it up now quite a bit, but now 1.7 seconds between Fabio Tafani and Rui Campos. So I think what happens is it's starting to get the pace up again.
Yeah, I think the difference is the slipstream. The lack of the slipstream is what's made the difference. Somehow Sean Moore has closed up once again onto the back of Fabio Tafani. A smaller gap between first and second as opposed to second and third. But hats off to Campos. That always looked like he was going to be a tad slower. But cometh the hour, cometh the man. Really got it up on pace. Mark Ridgway still one of the quickest out there. Fabio Tafani dropping now to 1:17.684. And that's why visually you see he's starting now to get the hammer down. 2 laps to go. I think he's worked the tires correctly. He's worked the brake temperatures correctly. And he's looking very, very solid right now.
Yeah, so Marcel Angel has pulled into the pits. Car is smoking, I have heard, and 21 has now gone into the pits as well. That is Brian Elgar that has gone into the pits, so out of the race for him as well. They are falling like flies here. But Gary, 1 more lap left to go as they cross the line here. 0.6 the last time. It is now going to be 0.3 of a second. It's now or never as he gets a little bit squirrely, Sean Moore, as they go into the braking zone into turn 1.
Well, they've managed to shake off the likes of Rui Campos, but I think it's now going to be a one-on-one between Sean Moore and Fabio Tafani. Sean actually had a bit of a go on the entrance to KFM corner. He lost out on the... Oh, Tafani makes a mistake. Tafani made a mistake on the just after the apex on turn number 2, and that has brought Sean Moore into play. So Sean, having made a dive into KFM corner and then losing out on the exit, it's Tafani that gives that little bit of space that he made away once again. Now, through the double right-hander, Car Care Clinic corner, out into the back main they go. This is the last time that they're going to be going down the back straight. Tafani's got it all right. Tafani got good exit speed, and he's just pulled a little bit of a breather between himself and Sean Moore.
Yeah, I think he's got this one, Gary. They go into Fastron turn 5 now. Watch them going there. He goes a little wide off the apex, does Tafani. And just looking on the inside was Sean Moore, but he's not close enough. A little bit of dust being kept up there by Sean Moore as well. But they'll cross the line. They won't reach those cars over there as well ahead of them. Tafani wins it. Sean Moore second. Rui Campos just closed up the gap quite nicely over there as well. Mark Ridgway will take 4th position with Barry Ingle coming in this the yellow APV coming up now, number 2077 rather. Ingle will take 5th position. Alistair Brown will take the 6th position.
And then next up will be the silver class. Dennis Geduk comes through, the winner of the silver class, and he's got himself a decent gap eventually on a Sander Le Bon, 7.2 seconds Menno Carsten's not that far off, got shaken just a little bit off towards the end. A 2.6 second gap back to him. Mike Brooks, the last car that'll be coming through. Here he comes now. That's the red and white one coming up the front main towards the start-finish line, and he completes it. So the gold cars, Fabio Tefani from Sean Moore, Rui Campos, lovely dice. Silver, Dennis Geduk from Sander Le Bon and Menno Parsons. Did not start because of that first corner, first lap incident. Richard Schroeder, Brian Evans, and Ian Kaplan. Let's hope that of those three cars, or all of those three cars, can get sorted out in the pit area. They'll have all the necessary bits and pieces. It's just the case if there's enough time to get it all sorted out and get them out for the second race for them, for the season and for the day.
Yeah, so we move now into the first of the classic car races for today, the SDC Classic Cars. Charles Arton, pole position overall in the Datsun 240Z. And I remember when he used to race years ago as well in the 3-litre CSL as well. Neo the Toy in the Capri Piranha, second on the grid. He's Class X with Donadio. Is the Ford Escort Mark 1. That will be in third position overall. 25 entered for this particular race. The Datsun 140Y, two Datsuns then out there of John Hurst. But Eric van der Merwe, the first of the Porsche 944s, he'll be sharing, well, not sharing that row, yeah, he will be basically. But Andrew Honeywell will also come out there in the 944. Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang. So always a good mix of cars. There's Bruce Avon Taplin in the Toyota Sprinter. And the 944s, and also the we got the lovely Capri Piranha out there as well. Like I say, I have Neon Detroit X, Class X, Michael Hitchcock. We'll see them. There's the Sirocco, also a favorite of mine as well there of Trevor Hutchings. He used to do the mechanic work, of course, for another Sirocco, which was run by Sandra Bicari, the 128 Rally Fiat of a man that's been around Killarney for many, many years, Ernest Leet as well. And I saw there as well, that was the Stingray Corvette of Forbes. Robin Forbes, yeah. Just forgot his first name there for a sec. Dion Conradi, one of the conquests, or the only conquest out there. Theo Claassen in the Skyline. There's a little Alfa Romeo as well. The little Giulia. That, if my memory serves me correct,
that should be Neil Maton out there, yeah.
That's the one. And then I was thinking about Derek Wilsner in the Anglia.
Oh, yeah, Derek Wilsner, he's out there with the Anglia. He's just ahead of Jared Thompson. Remember, he didn't qualify, Jared Thompson, with the Cortina. That's the Mark IV Cortina shape. He went out there, did a lap and a half, and then pulled into pit lane, so never posted a time. So we'll have to see where he pulls away. I presume we'll have to pull away at the back of the field, but we'll have to have a look and see as the STC Classic cars work their way down the back straight. Directly after this will be the last race of heat number 1, and that will be in the Midas Clubman's. Mike's Place Clubman's, I do apologize. Right, so Charlie Arton in the Datsun 240Z. He's the man that stops here in pole position as the rest of the cars work their way through. Right, Neandertoy moving there into that second row of the grid. Then Franco Donadio, Eric van der Merwe, Honeywell is right in there with them as well. Hitchcock is the man out there in that Ford Mustang. Malcolm Ayton Bogard is out there as well. This is going to be pretty interesting stuff out there. Yes, he's in the Granada. Mark Ayton Bogard is also right in there with the Ford Fairlane. He sits there just on the outside of his dad. So the father-son combination out there. Bruce Evan Taplin is right in there as well with the Sprinter. Trevor Hutchings is in the house as well. This is going to be pretty interesting stuff as we go a bit further down the grid. Dion Conradi, that made the jump about a year or so ago from fine cars with that conquest into the classic car category. Dave Alladair finds himself far down with Herman de Kock there on his outside. So the rest of the STC fine car drivers just filtering into their grid positions. So this is going to be pretty interesting stuff the moment they get off the line.
Rolling start then, Frankie, you'll see on the screen, there's the safety car, will take them around. Like I say, there's 24 cars out there. Unfortunately, it looks like Jared Thompson, well, he might be actually taking it in the Cortina. I see Robin Forbes is now going to be starting right at the back. I see the Sierra is in there too. The Texaco. The Texaco Sierra. I didn't see the Texaco Sierra out in qualifying. That's Jacques Blom, and that's reminiscent of the British touring cars of that era of the late 80s. As the two Jettas, Dewald Lambert and Melanie Cook. Like I said, Melanie Cook, the last time we saw her, she was in a mighty BMW doing a 3 races on the trot. Now she's going to be swapping for front-wheel drive and having a go at her co-competitor in Lambert, Dewald Lambert. Dave Alladair will be right there with them as well in the 2-litre Alpha GT. But it's always great to see, Frankie. What I love is here you have a good mix of big engine cars, smaller engine cars, short wheelbase. You have a longer wheelbase, rear wheel drive, front wheel drive. That's what actually makes, I think, this class and the fine cars such a great class for me. I love an eclectic mix of some great older cars.
Yeah, and a combination of all various cars out there. As you see, you've got from Fiats to Alphas to Mark 1 Escorts to Capris to Nissan Skylines, Mark 2 Escorts. They're all out there. It's going to be interesting stuff. Then, of course, you got that big V8 of the Capris and the Stingray and the Ford Mustang and the Ford Fairlane. They're all out there. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting stuff. The Datsun 240Z of Charlie Arton. He's the man that's in pole position as the field rolls through turn 4. Car Care Clinic working the way behind the pace car down the back straight of Killarney, the Killarney straight towards turn 5, Fostron corner. Piet van der Walt's E36 BMW is the pace car for today. That is leading the STC fine car field down the back main towards turn 5. Towards Fostron corner down that long Killarney straight. As a guess, Byron, I think that's probably round about a 800 meter straight, Killarney. It's way less than a kilo, that's for sure. I think it's about 750, 800 meters. I'm just having a wild guess.
Well, remember the old days of the Goldfields racetrack at about the Viana Straight used to be about over a kilometer long.
That was, I think, just a touch over 1K. Yeah, that was
the Free States.
that. Yeah, the old Goldfield Raceway in Welkom that eventually became Pakisa Freeway. So the E36 BMW moves out the way. This will be an 8-lap race. And in control as the lights are on there is a Charlie Arton with Neanderthal on his outside. The lights go off and away we go with the STC fine cars. Race number 1 as the field works its way down into turn number 1 KFM corner. Going very wide and high around the outside. It's going to be Toy that gets a lead there from Charlie Arton in second. Franco Denardio's there in that third position. They've been chased hard there by Eric van der Merwe. Honeywell sits right in there behind van der Merwe. Then the fair lane of Mark Bogard. Right behind him it's Michael Hitchcock. As Malcolm Bogard goes high and wide, Jeff Beal will shove it up on the inside. Ahead of them is the Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings. And catching those two is the Sprinter, the Toyota Sprinter, making their way through turn 3.
It's a good clean start from everybody, Frankie. I'm pleased to say that. First lap, everybody gets through turn 1 KFM corner, but now they go through the Malmesbury, or the old Malmesbury Car Care Clinic section, and then onto the straight as well. See there the Mustang coming past there as well. Onto the back straight. Like I said, that is Michael Hitchcock that was 7th on the grid. They go down the back straight now into turn 5, into Fastron corner, and it's still holding the lead. It is the Capri of Neon Toy, but watch out, he's going to be challenged on the outside of that corner by the 240Z of Charles Arton. They'll be side by side, and Arton will take the place right back, but the corner advantage is going to go to Neon Toy under braking. Let's see how they go. And Arton loses it in the braking zone. He's lucky not to collect anybody there, and he's off the circuit. And Frankie, he keeps it in the right direction.
Well, there's chaos in there behind him. It was another spinner. That was Andrew Honeywell that spun the Porsche, and Eric van der Merwe also spun the Porsche going into a turn 1 KFM corner. There was organized chaos out. There's more cars going off in turn 1. I wonder if there's not oil there. Robin Forbes has gone off the track as well. I'm sure there must be some kind of a slippery substance on the circuit going into turn 1 KFM corner. There must have been about 4, 5, 6 cars, Byron, that spun in KFM turn 1.
Yeah, no, when you watched him, it's going to be red flag. Red flag. Yeah, red flag. There's oil down there. Most certainly there is. And they are going to a red flag this race. And I was just speaking a bit too soon. Everybody got through the first lap all right, and then it came into lap 2, and you saw Charles Arton lose the back end of that 240Z Datsun. And luckily, no one hitting him. So I think what happens is this could have been a whole lot worse than it originally was. There's Robin Forbes stuck in the sand over there.
If I see right there, looks like the Cortina of Jared Thompson. That's also there with Robin Forms in the sand trap.
I think that's the, we were talking about the Cortina 3.4 litre Cortina that started near the back. They actually were at the back of the field, so it just shows you somebody on the previous lap must have dropped some oil, and that area has been a magnet for oil all day, because we had it in the bike race as well, where oil was put down. So the marshals, our fantastic marshals here at Killarney, will come out again, take out the powder, and then get all that oil slick up so we can get racing underway again. We are a little bit behind schedule at the moment because we still have 2 more races before the lunch break. We have the Clubman's coming out, which is going to be thick and fast, so hopefully they can get this cleaned up in no time at all.
Well, while we give the marshals a chance to sort out the debris and vehicles and oil, keep in mind on the 20th of this month we'll be back here at Killarney International Raceway. It'll be all national classes. It'll be the Mobile 1 V8s, the first time we see them down here, with the GTCs, the 1600s, the... what else is going to be out there? The super bikes, the ZX10 Masters, and the Polo Cup. It's going to be down here as well. So all national classes, a full national day here on the 20th. So that's definitely not one to be missed. For those of you that are watching the live stream at home, thank you very much for joining us. Always nice to have thousands of people that are watching the racing here at Killarney. And keep in mind, we'll be going through to Kleinplasie just now, starting off at 4 o'clock there. So around about the time that the 1 hour endurance race ends on this side, you'll be able to link up with the live stream from Kleinplasie. You can go and have a look on the Second Gear Talk Show page. You'll be able to pick up the link there exactly the same way as you picked up the link this morning from IMUSAT. In fact, a big thanks to our friends at IMUSAT. Once again, making sure that all our equipment is right, and they're going to be buying additional equipment in the not too distant future, so we'll have the necessary headsets, cans as we refer to them, so that we don't do over projection, and we try and just up the quality of what we do from the commentary box. So to the IMUSAT guys, a big thanks. Really appreciate their efforts in moving up the levels of excellence in what they do and helping us to try and improve what we do as well. So remember to get your tickets for Kleinplasie for this evening, and then also for the racing at PE Oval Track. They are going to be doing a live stream from there as well. You can have a look on the PEOTR site. They did say that they would put that information across to the Second Gear Talk Show page as well. And you can then get yourself the live feed from PEOTR.
Well, we're back now on the grid there with the Charles Arton. We'll pull back into pole position in the Datsun. Alongside him, that in memory of Peter Goch, it says on the roof, just above the driver's door, on the Capri Piranha, the pink and blue Capri Piranha of Neon de Toy. Always watch out for Donadio Plant Hire, Ford Escort in the red, white and green colors, the Ford Fairlane. Always Mark Aiton Bogart with the Granada a little bit further back there as well. He was starting in 7th position of Malcolm Aiton Bogart, and then Hitchcock in the Ford Mustang. Of course, some of the beautiful V8s come around as well and power it away here. Bruce Haven-Taplin in the Sprinter. Always great to see the Toyotas out there, being a Toyota racer myself in the Gymkhana series. And there we have quite a number of Porsche 944 front-engined Porsches. They are very popular at their stage as well. The Firebucky coming right through here as well, just to make sure everything is well and truly cleaned up at turn 1 KFM corner. And well, we'll wait surely soon for this restart of this race. Like I say, one of the unique classes. All the classes are great and unique and exciting to watch here at Killarney. I always love the fine cars. I always love the classic cars. To me, these are the machines of yesteryear, and some great machines from all over the decades. And, well, going all the way back, even your Jettas, like I say as well, you know, Arnold Lambert or Jaco Lambert and Melanie Cook, Dion Conradi, the hatchback Conquest Alphas, and of course your angle boxes as well. Always Derek Wilsnach and co. Also the Rally Fiat 128 Rally Ernest Leet always was the groundskeeper around here as well, keeping this place all in check. And he's always well and truly in that wonderful car of his as well, having done Clubmans and all kinds of classes all around. Unfortunately, it looks like Robin Forbes in that Stingray will not be rejoining us over here as well. The Type 3 Stingray, the Corvette, the Chevrolet Corvette. And we were talking earlier on as well about the Cortina, the 3.4 litre Cortina. Nice big Cortina that. Not going to be rejoining us here. They were in the sand for the short bit. Then we have, of course, as well, Blum in that Sierra and the Texaco colors.
Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Day we hustle, but the night we know that they ride or die. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Day we hustle, but the night we boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. I'm a OG boy. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. OG boy. Day we hustle, but the night we OG boy. Know that they ride or die. I'm a OG boy. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Day we hustle, but know that they ride or die. Cold, these brothers, my guys, know that they fly. Know that they fly. Know that they ride or die. Cold, these brothers, my guys, know that they fly. Know that they fly. Know that they ride or die. CJ Ike, they ain't no longer about. They ain't no longer about. They ain't no longer about. CJ Ike, they ain't no longer about. Know that they ride or die. Know that they ride or die. I keep
Well, it looks like we're ready to go again, Frankie. We had a long delay here, and it looks like it's going to be a 6-lap race, so 2 laps will be knocked off for the SDC Classic cars. Remember, we still have the Clubman's 2 races as well coming up after, so we are running quite a bit behind. It is now just after 1 o'clock, 1:08 in the afternoon.
Yeah, we're going to have to push it a bit as there's been a lot of red flag situations and all sorts of problems out there. I must say one thing for our WPMC marshals, have done an amazing job to clean up all the problems that we had up on the track there. Dirt and dust and sand and grass and oil and you name it, that's happened throughout the day so far from the time the qualifying session started. So the SDC fine cars are about to go racing once again after they've sorted out the situation. And 1, 2, no. All right, so we're about to go racing once again. Not an 8-lapper, but this time it'll be a 6-lap race in the SDC fine car category, as the E36 BMW of Mr. Piet van der Walt leads them off the line into turn 1 KFM corner. So right, let's hit the reset button and get this all done over again. Charlie Arton is a man that will lead them out. We see Charles Arton working his way down the Joubert Straight. He needs to slow it all down because there's a whole pack of cars behind him that's already slowed down. He is right there with a place car. Then Neon de Toy is in the mix. Franco Donadio is there. Andrew Honeywell. Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang. Mark Ayton-Bogard in the Fairlane. Malcolm Ayton-Bogard in the Granada. Trevor Hutchings in the Sirocco. Bruce Evan Taplin in the Toyota. And the Porsche of Dr. Jeff Beal. Herman de Kock in the Mark 1. No, I lie. That's the number 16 Capri. That is Arnold Lambert. And then the Conquest of Dion Conradi. That's that first group of cars that's working its way through turn number 3. The leading group has made its way up the KFM straight into turn 4, Car Care Clinic corner. So now down that back straight, they will catch up to the back end of the E36 Piet van der Walt BMW. Piet will have to just slow it down and allow this field to catch up, Byron, as they head into turn 5, Fostron corner.
They ease into Fastron corner. You'll see them weaving just to get the heat into the tires. The brakes as well, just so they get into turn 1 without locking up. So let's take a look at the type of start that's going to be happening. They're not actually bunching up.
Byron,
yet.
I think the pace car is going to lead them through again. Remember that the marshals did clean up the circuit, and the pace car is going to lead them through once again. We got confirmation from Emil Tiny Brandt, our radio man, that the pace car will take them around the track for 2 laps, just to get the feel of the circuit and to see where all the cement dusties that was put down to clear up the circuit of the oil that was laid down. So they're going to do this lap, and apparently I'm led to believe one more, and then they will slow it down, bunch it up, and we'll get this one underway again. And Byron, this time it will be a 6-lapper.
Well, it's gone from being a sprint race to a super sprint race, basically, because only 6 laps. And yeah, we're just actually just chatting here up about the substance that is used to clean up the oils. The old days we used to use cement.
Yeah.
Nowadays is a lovely biodegradable substance that they can put out there and sweep away and all kinds of things. It's amazing what actually has been developed over the years to take oil and dry it up.
Yeah, we're so used to using the old terminology of cement dust, but it is a new substance. It looks pretty similar to sawdust. Not quite, but pretty much the same as that, and that works fantastically well.
Well, we had a big oil slick down the the back straight last time we were out here on the main circuit. I think it was with the GTI Challenge, and we saw one go right the way down. The marshals came out, cleaned everything up, and by a few laps in, you wouldn't have thought there would actually be any oil, was any oil there. So it's amazing. It happens. This is racing, but down the back straight, Frankie, and now surely the lights will go out when we reach the start-finish line, and away we will go for a 6-lap race.
Double yellow flags heading into turn 5. Just telling the drivers just to please be careful as they exit turn number 5. Remember, this will be the second time that they come around. We did say that they will be taking them around for 2 laps, so they're going to start their second lap. Safety car is slowing right down, so I think that they're not going to do the 2 laps. They're obviously pretty happy with what they have seen. So the safety car just pulling through. Union signs there, and G&A Transport and Emergency Glass Repairs. That's and Piet van der Walt Motorsport. Not Piet driving that car though. Right, so they've done that lap. They're going to go around again behind the safety car, but that was the sighting out laps. Now it's the official lap behind the pace car, and then we will get this one underway. So Charlie Horton and Peter and Neon de Toy behind Horton and de Toy. It's Franco Donadio there. Neon is saying, "Come on, let's go, let's go." It's getting hot in this Piranha V8. So safety car moves off the line. The thumbs come up there from the marshals, and they work their way now behind the safety car. So the safety car is taking them around for them to see exactly just what's going on out there on the circuit. And now they follow the safety car once again, officially under starter's orders, as they exit turn 1 KFM corner. The safety car is already making its way into turn 2 into Quarry Corner, Byron. This time, it is the final time behind the safety car, and then it's all systems go.
Well, I just got word from Tiny over here that the first lap, there's going to be turn 1 and turn 2. They're going to be yellow flags on the first lap. They'll be able to start racing from turn 3, just after turn 2, and then what happens is for the rest of the race we go. So it's just precautionary that they're going to have the yellow flags on the first lap at turns 1, KFM corner, and turn 2 through Quarry.
By the time they come out of turn 2, that's the end of sector 1 in any case. So basically from the beginning of sector 2, that's where they'll get the hammers down and then do their 6-lap race.
Yeah, it's actually looking like it. The cars have been out there for a long time. Some of the cars are going to be running a bit, running on the warm side as well. So also having to sit on the grid for a little while and idle. That also doesn't help or anything as well. Now they'll finally, they're getting some moving air through there as well. Well, they're down the back straight now. The Piet van der Walt BMW leads them around as the safety car. Watch on the screens. They come now into turn 5, Fastron corner. On the right-hand side, if they look towards you, it's Charles Arton in a 240Z Datsun. Alongside him, it's Neon de Toy in the blue and pink Capri Piranha. Donadio is in there as well. Watch out for him. Eric van der Merwe, Andrew Honeywell, Michael Hitchcock, and the H.M. Bogarts in the 2 Fords, the Fairlane and the Granada.
All right, the safety car's moved off. The lights on pit lane is on. We are going to get this one going shortly. Remember, from what we have heard, they're not allowed to overtake in turn 1, the Joubert Straight, until the exit of turn 2. The lights go off, and away we go as they race down into turn number 1, KFM corner. Well, it's going to be difficult not to go for an overtaking maneuver as they work their way there out of turn number 1, and already Neander Toy has got his nose up front. There are yellow flags. That means the Toy is overtaken under yellow going into turn 1. There is a yellow in turn number 2, so Neander Toy was not the man on pole. It is Charlie Arton, and Neon has got the lead. So now they're allowed to overtake each other. So as we see it out there on track, it's the Toy that makes his way out of turn number 3. He's got a huge lead there on Charlie Arton. That's in second position. He's been hassled there by Franco Donadio. They're getting away there from the Porsche of Andrew Honeywell as the field works its way out of turn 4, Car Care Clinic.
Well, Donadio right on the tail as they go through Car Care Clinic corner turn 4. He's right on the tail of Charles Arton, well, he was that way. And then we have, well, looks like Hitchcock starting to fight his way through. He's past the Mark Ayton Bogart fair lane, and the fair lane's on the outside into turn 5 at Fastron corner now, but the front we're going to look here as well, getting away from the wall. Neon de Toy will cross the line as the leader in this race. He started second on the grid, he's now leading this race. First lap down, 5 laps left to go. Here comes Charles Arton now, and then as I say, Franco Donadio will be all over the back of him as they go into the braking zone at turn 1. Remember, no more yellow flags now as we had started it, but we watched them go through.
Right, leading their way up the, making their way up the Jabez straight towards a turn 2 quarry corner. Right up there in P1, it's race leader Neander Toy, tucked in there, not too far behind him. Second and third, Charlie Arton, followed there by Franco Donadio. Then it's Honeywell, right there behind Honeywell. Look at those two V8s. It is the Ford Fairlane of Mark Ayton Bogart that dives on the inside of the Mustang of Michael Hitchcock as they work their way into turn number 3. Not too far behind them, heading towards turn number 3 now. We have the Granada of Malcolm Ayton Bogart. Right in there behind him is a Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings. Jeff Beal is in the house as well, and Bruce Aventaplin in the Toyota right there as they work their way out of turn 4, Car Care Clinic.
Oh, Ayton Bogart is spun out, Frankie. He's spun out on the back on the KFM straight, and just before turn 4, Car Care Clinic corner, he looks like he's out of the race. He's stuck there at the moment. That is an interesting place to actually spin it out. And well, what happens is they all go down the back straight now, the most of the cars, but Neander Toy comes across a 124, 125, fastest lap for him, and then opening up the gap, Charles Arton in the Datsun over the Escort Mark 1. Here comes Michael Hitchcock now across the line. He hits the 1 Ayton Bogart now. That's the Granada that's left, but now coming up over here, Trevor Hutchings under pressure now from Dr. Jeff Bill, who will go right past him into the braking zone, and in turn 1, he will then go right through nicely over there in the Porsche 944. Bruce Aventaplin is actually holding on to that group there, but the one I want to also just take a look at earlier on, Frankie, was I see there Dion Conradi going wide at turn 1 in the Conquest, and then Dave Aladef.
Yeah, but I think he's going to pull off. He's got a problem out there with that Conquest, so he's in serious trouble, and he pulls the Conquest off at the exit of turn number 1. However, making their way out of turn 2. Let's have a look at that dice coming out there. That's Deelwold Lambert that's coming out there of turn 2. There's a lot of dices all over the place. Right there behind Deelwold Lambert going through the kink. Into turn number 3 is Herman de Kock. Melanie Cook is in there. Then that Skyline of Theo Klaassen making its way out there. So that's a combination of Skylines of VW Foxes, Mark 1 Escorts, and Jetta ones all coming out of turn number 4. So it's a combination of various different cars, Byron, as that group makes its way down the back straight, and they are chasing ahead of them the Alpha GT Junior of Dave Aladef.
Well, I see Theo Klaassen going down the back straight now towards turn 5, pressuring Melanie Cook there as well. But I saw a little bit further back, a lovely little battle at the back of the field. We have Neil Mouton going down the back straight ahead of Derek Wilsnach. And, well, actually, I see Jacques Blom was in that sector. So Jared Thompson, Derek Wilsnach was ahead of Neil Mouton. Neil Mouton now is ahead of Derek Wilsnach. That is 17th and 18th position overall.
Oh, that's a lovely dice, that one. That's exiting turn number 5. We'll try and pick up who's all in that one. I'll tell you that Neil Mouton and Jacques Blom, they are sitting first and second in that group, as Ernest Leet is in the house as well. Derek Wilsnach is also part of that group, and then that lovely Mark II Ford Escort, that blue Ford Escort that looks up on the inside there of Ernest Leeds. So that group further down, making its way out of turn 1 KFM corner.
Just want to check something here, Frankie. We had, of course, Mark Bogart in the fair lane out of the race, but I see that the Granada of Malcolm Bogart is also missing as well now. Looks like it's so.
Yeah, he had a problem there between turn 3 and 4, and you said he was stuck there, but I saw him make his way into pit lanes. He has retired that Granada.
All right. Well, they're starting to lap some cars here too. John Hurst in the Datsun 140Y is just being a lap put on him. It looks like Charles Arton's under pressure though, Frankie. It looks like that little Datsun or the 140Y has played a factor over here, and the little Escort of Franco Donadio is up into second place past Arton.
Well, if we have a look at this action heading into turn number 2 now, we'll see the leader work out of turn 2, and Franco Donadio has moved up into second place in the Donadio Transport Escort. He sits there in second place. Charlie Arton in the Datsun 240Z has dropped down into that third place. There's big gaps there as they work their way out of turn 3, but there's dices happening everywhere around the track. Heading towards turn number 1. Look at this five-way dice heading into turn number 1 into KFM corner. That's Herman de Kock, and they've got past the GT Junior of Dave Aladef and Delvart Lambert, Melanie Cook and Theo Klaassen. It's a five-way scrap between these 5 as they head into turn 2 Quarry corner.
Well, I see that Theo Klaassen in that Skyline must have had a moment, Frankie. He was very close to the back of Melanie Cook earlier on. Maybe he's having a bit of struggle taking that big machine around the corners. But Melanie Cook closing up on a fellow jet there of Jaco Lambert, and just very close to the back as they go through turn 3 now as the Dave Aladef machine. But looking out now for our leaders, of course, they've just come through the line now into turn 1, into KFM corner. And while it's still Neanderthal that leads the way then from Franco Donadio, where is Charles Arton? I do not see Charles Arton. I think, Frankie, eyes might be deceiving me, but I think he might have pulled out of the race somewhere. And while with the next man out there is the Mustang of Michael Hitchcock.
Yeah,
So Michael Hitchcock comes along. Sorry, Frank.
Yeah, Michael Hitchcock sitting out there in P3, and then P4 is Andrew Honeywell. So definitely we have lost out there on Charlie Arton as the field goes through as...
Niana slowing down, looks like it, Frankie. There's a puncture, the left front puncture for that car, and hopefully he gets that car stopped at the Car Care Clinic corner, turn 4, and he'll be slowing down. That means that Franco Donadio will take the lead of this race, but it looks like he's going to have to pull over to the side, Frankie, as I see you looking over there in the far distance at Car Care Clinic corner, Fastron corner, that it is Franco Donadio coming through.
Yeah, well, Donadio is way down the road. Donadio's making his way under the bridge already and working his way towards turn number 1 at KFM corner. There goes your race leader now.
Sorry, checkered flag, Frankie. I think Franco Donadio just won that one.
Yeah, he did. Jeez, we were watching the situation out there in turn 4. So Donadio comes home in P1, which means coming home in second place now will be the Mustang across the line. That is Michael Hitchcock will finish in second. Third across the line will be Andrew Honeywell in the Porsche. We're waiting for the other dices to come down towards us now as the rest of the cars make their way out of turn 5, out of Fastron corner. Working their way towards a checkered flag. Here comes Bruce Evan Taplin in the Toyota Sprinter. Bruce Evan Taplin right behind him. It's a lovely scrap to the line. It's Dr. Jeff Beal, Trevor Hutchings, and Arnold Lambert across the line as that next group of cars, Byron, heading towards the checkered flag.
Oh, here comes Herman de Kock now. He will take the position over there as well, Herman de Kock, and that behind him will be Jaco Lambert coming through, Dierwoud Lambert, excuse me. Dierwoud Lambert, then it's Melanie Cook and Theo Klaassen in the Skyline. So, yeah, Dave Aladef will also come through 12th position. Neanderthal, unfortunately, out of the race. Neil Mouton will come through in 13th position. I see a very slow-moving Cortina here as well. That, of course, is the Jared Thompson. He will finish 19th. And then let me just take a look over here as well. Didn't actually get much to the classes over here as well. So Class A winner, Franco Donadio. Class B winner, Andrew Honeywell. Class C, Trevor Hutchings doing a great job there. Class X, now take a look when the list comes down once again. John Hurst, of course, in Class X, he came through in the penultimate place in the Daxton 2140Y. And then, like I say as well, Gearbox Lambert, Class X winner. Class B winner, Dave Aladef. I think he's the only class. No, he's not. He's not winner. It's Honeywell's the winner. He's third in Class B.
right, here we go. Mike's Place Clubman Saloons, the very first race for 2021. A big thanks to Mike's Place once again coming on board as the main sponsor of the Clubman Saloons. And what a big thank you the Clubman's class has given to Mike's Place with a whopping 52 car grid. Can you believe it? It does not get any better than that. 52 cars out there for the Clubman Saloons. It's great to have Uncle Willie Gous out there, the oldest of the drivers. I think he is now 79, if I've got it correctly. And he is out there in the Stephen Gous car. He says he wants to race until his next birthday. So Stephen said, I tell you what, Dad, take my car, I'll be your pit Mac. So Uncle Willie out there on circuit, and wow, fantastic. Wouldn't it be lovely if we were all capable of not only making that age, but being able still to race at that age. So to Stephen Gous and the people at Thermofryers, a big thumbs up from us here from the commentary box, making it possible for Papa Bear to be out there and make his dream come true to race until his 80th birthday. So lovely, more than 50 cars. I see Kiara van Niekerk out there as well. A big thanks to Wingfield for their ongoing sponsorship here by us at Killarney. Nice to see some of the older hands coming back as well. People that we haven't seen for an extended period of time that have now come back into the class and starting to race again. Zach Groenewald in the Chev Lumina. He put up a 1 minute 44. I think he did that on purpose. He wants to start off the back of the pack. Nias Modak and Donnie van Niekerk, the front row of the grid. Alex Johnson back in the game alongside him. Cody Alberts. Suleiman Effendi will be on the third row of the grid. So Cody Alberts, he's had a couple of starts at the front of the pack, on the front row of the grid, in fact. And with all these new car driver combinations, super duper quick combos coming on board, finds himself now on the second row of the grid. I see Wouter Rus and Melanie Spur, the two of them, in fact, side by side on the grid. So they arrive by the track together. They'll stand side by side on the grid together. Yeah, oh, that multicolored car going down the back straight. So Jesse Huggett, also on the third row of the grid as well. This is going to make for a very interesting start, no doubt about it. Can you believe it? Alex J back on the track. Haven't seen the Johnson family for an extended period of time. Jesse Huggett down in 6th position. That's going to be pretty interesting stuff with him starting so much further back. He hasn't raced for quite a while himself. Rasley Harris didn't put up a time. Dwayne Barnard and Neon Toy didn't put up a time, so they'll be starting off the back of the pack. Clint Renard out there with Mansour Parker in 8th and 9th position. Haven't seen a Clint Renard for a period of time. Smoke coming from the Cody Alberts car. That don't look too good. Is that, sorry, that's the 12 car. Is that Cody Alberts? No, that's not Cody. Yeah, there with the whole lot of stripes with the BMW underneath it. That's Cody Alberts. There Jesse Huggett comes up onto his position as well. Coming past the 350Z Nissan. We'll see the likes of Clint Renard coming up towards his position as well. Cody Alberts on the second row of the grid alongside Alex J. Clint Renard, row number 4. Suleiman Effendi in there as well. A couple of the big hitters coming through towards the front of the pack. Here comes Donnie. Minus a right-hand back window in that motor car. That's quite surprising. Normally you would have a window in there. Maybe the window's just turned down. But he's on the front row of the Goodwood Body and Spray, Wingfield Motors, Shatterfix, Kooswonderful Developments, FFO sponsored car. What a beautiful view that is. It must be a lovely camera shot that you can see there from the house. Danielle Kutsia Dylan Nels, 16th and 17th. Andre Johnson and Paul Minnick. Jono Kirsten, Francois Immelman. All the names are all in there. 85 car pulls up onto the third row of the grid. Look at that. What an amazing grid this is. So the front row of the grid just about ready to go. Nias Modak, Donnie van Niekerk, Alex Johnson, Cody Alberts, row 2, Solomon Effendi, Jess Haggard, row 3, Charles Visser, Clint Renard, row 4, Mansour Parker, and Divan Wenzel. That is the front 5 rows of the grid. Lots of Class X cars. What's a Class X car? It's a new car driver combination out on track. How do you get out of Class X and into a specific time group? You have to start and finish 2 races on a race day. From lights to flight, from lights to flag, should I say. And then, depending on what your lap times are, you will then be placed accordingly in a class. Jan Tischendorf coming through there. Uncle Willie Coast, Philip Venter. Groenewald is going to be coming off just about the tail end of the field with that lovely Chev Lumina. Nice to see Jono Kirsten in there. Francois Immelman. Noel Stander, Gary Smith, Anwar Levy, Denver Benjamin. Wow, brilliant stuff. Wayne Wilson finds himself a long way down. He did a 1 minute 30, and that's a Class A car. Shane Smith also finds himself a long way down, further than what you would have expected. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, this, make no mistake. So, Cody Alberts, young lad. He's done very, very well for himself towards the end of last season. Nice to see Clint Renard back in there. Baby Jakes, one of the leading Class B cars. Loves that BMW of his. He's got his own personal garage here, right smack dead center in the old pits. Tristan Verkeil going to be down there in Class E with the likes of Melanie Spur, Wouter Roos, Ryan Large. That Class E is pretty big. Good couple of Class F cars as well. Willie Goos and Philip Venter bringing up the tail end of the Class F cars, the Jetta 3 and the Mark 1 Golf, as they work their way through Car Care Clinic. A big, big thanks to Mel Spur, Voter, for their sponsorship of turn number 3. A big, big thanks to Fastron, Pertamina, for their sponsorship of Cape Town Corner, turn number 5. What a lovely shot. And a big, big thanks to IMUSAT, bringing you these beautiful camera shots, 50 plus motor cars, post-COVID-19 2021, Mike's Place Clubman's looking awesome out there on track. They'll work their way around 8 laps of action. It will be. How many of them are going to make it to the end? Will this be a race of attrition, the first meeting of the season? Some of the cars completely rebuilt and sorted out. Other cars just minor repairs being done. Sometimes to just what works, leave it and ride it. Sometimes that also works. Who knows? All those doubts, wonders, fears, it's all turning now into reality as you work your way up the front main, look in the mirror behind you, and see what's going to be coming up from behind. Mike's Place Clubman's race number 1 for 2021, and Donnie van Niekerk comes off the line pretty hard. Down into turn number 1, they're going to be going. Look at that, the rest of the pack making it through. Let's hope that there's no problems at all. A couple of cars trying to make up positions as they go down into KFM corner. Everybody making the braking marker, so that's good. They were a little bit stretched out as they came up towards the line. Probably the instructions that was given on Wednesday night, guys, don't bunch it up stupidly. Let's all get through turn number 1. And look who's got himself out front in the lead.
Well, it's Nias Modak that makes his way through the kink, racing down into turn number 3, into Damstep. He sits out there in P1. Donnie van Niekerk is in that second position. Alex J sits out there in P3. Right behind him in P4, working up the KFM straight, Cody Alberts. Alberts rounds off the top 4. Jesse Haggard rounds off the top 5. Suleiman Effendi is right in there behind Jess Haggard as they go down the back main, followed by Clint Renard. Then it's a Sassel Nissan of Charles Visser. Down the back main they go, and they're getting away from the rest of the group that's been led there by Mansour Parker.
Well, Wayne Wilson is the G Energy car, is flying through the back end of the grid. and making up lots and lots of cars as he works his way through. Well, up dusting and disappearing away from Donnie van Niekerk at the front end of the field, having started in pole position. He's not taking any prisoners this time around from the get-go. Gets the hammer down and takes the whole shot out of turn number 1. Now working his way up towards turn 2, Nias Modak, Donnie van Niekerk, Alex Johnson in that third place. Then it's Cody Alberts that's coming through. Jess Huggett in there behind it. Suleiman Effendi on the outside of Jess Huggett as they go down into turn number 2. Kuntra Nard's got a bird's eye view of that one as they work their way out towards the kink.
Through the kink, heading now towards turn number 3. Out of a dam step now, it's still Nias Modak at the sharp end of the field. That's running as hard as he can, working his way down into turn number 4 as he works his way down the back main. So Nias Modak has pulled the pin on Donnie van Niekerk. It's in that second position, followed there by Alex Johnson. Right behind him is Cody Alberts, Jesse Huggett and Suleiman Effendi. Clint Renard, and slowing down. He's the Nissan 350Z, the Sasol Nissan 350Z of Charles Visser. Charles Visser Jr.'s having a problem out there with that Nissan 350Z as they work their way out of turn 5, Fostron corner.
Nias Modak's really got the hammer down, slowing down as he comes towards the line now. Doing a 1 minute 22.094 is Donnie van Niekerk, who's close right up on the back now of Nias Modak. The two of them sitting bumper to bumper. Then it's Cody Alberts that's doing a good job holding on to the backs of Alex Johnson. Then it's Jesse Huggett. Behind Jesse Huggett is Suleiman Effendi. Then it's Clint Renard is the next one coming through. Behind him is Mansour Parker as they work. And it looks like Baby Jakes is having a pretty good run at this stage of the fight. Right in there behind the 350Z of Coetzee as they go down into turn number 2.
Well, working out of turn number 2, I'm looking a little bit further back, just ahead there of Baby Jake, Charles Visser Jr. Whatever the problem was heading into turn number 5, Fostron, that sorted itself out because Charles Visser Jr. had lost a good couple of positions. He's right back in the hunt again as they work their way up the KFM straight. Keep an eye into turn 4. That's Sasol 350Z of Charles Visser Jr. as he works his way out of a turn number 4. Is going to have a run around the outside. I think it's Ahmad. I'm not 100% sure as they go down the back main. So he's on a comeback there. He's a Visser Jr. as they work their way into turn 5, Fostron corner.
Lovely to see that Sasol 350Z colours out there on the circuit again. Just brings a bit of nostalgia through as to what we had from years back. Shane Smith, Ryan Lodge, Neander Toy, Dwayne Bernard not featuring in this one at all. They've dropped off the bottom end of the board. Donnie van Niekerk ahead now of Nias Modak as they go down towards turn number 2. In there behind that is Alex Johnson. Then Cody Alberts having started fourth, still in fourth. Suleiman Effendi ahead of a right-hand front wheel lock up by Jesse Huggett. Then it's Mansour Parker. Then it's Clint Renard is the next one that comes through behind that.
Well, I see Ahmad. Ahmad's coming right back at the exit of turn 2 there on Visser Jr. Visser Jr. has a look at him on the inside. Right behind them, he's the 5 Series BMW of Baby Jakes. Oh, there's trouble in turn 1. It's one of the car care clinic cars. I think it might be Mel Spur that's had a problem out there. She's back on track again on the exit of turn number 1, KFM corner. So all is well, that ends well, and she is making her way down into turn number 2. She's right there behind the Nissan Sentra of Anton Jacobs.
Well, we'll have to have a look through the classes to see how they're going. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with that Class B and Class C battle. Back to the front goes Donnie van Niekerk, but look at the battle behind that. Cody Alberts, Alex Johnson, Suleiman Effendi, Jesse Huggett in a very tight-knit group working their way down towards turn 1 KFM corner.
Lovely dice coming out there of KFM corner, and that dice has been led there by Alex Johnson, and right behind Alex Johnson heading into turn number 2 now is Cody Alberts. Alberts has got Suleiman Effendi and Jesse Huggett. That's the 4 of them that is making their way out of turn number 2. Going into 2 now is Mansour Parker. Right behind Mansour Parker, it's one of those BMWs coming out there. I'll get the name for you now. It's a Devon Wenzel that's in that BMW as they head into turn. Oh, there's a problem heading down into turn 1 into KFM, Gary. A lot of dust there in KFM corner.
Yeah, unfortunately, we missed that one. Let's have a look at the Class B battle. It's Iman Modak from Baby Jakes and then Daniel Kutsia. The leading Class C car is in fact Willem Swart, if I've got my facts correct. And then next up in Class C would be Stacey Wilson. The Class B cars are very, very much spread out throughout the pack.
First and second across the line, racing down into turn 1 into KFM corner. We've got a white flag out on the track. That means there was a slow-moving vehicle. Donnie van Niekerk sits in P1. Nias Modak is there in that second place. So van Niekerk, a lap or so ago, has taken that lead away there from Nias Modak. But Modak is all over him. That's the 2 leaders working their way out of Quarry Corner. That's turn 2. Out of turn 2 they go now. They've got a couple of Golfs ahead of them. That's running down around in about Class E and Class F. And those 2 leading BMWs making their way out of turn 3 are going to be right on the case of those Class F Golfs heading into turn 4, Car Care Clinic corner.
Well, with 3 laps to go, the leaders are now starting to work their way through the slower cars out there on the circuit, and they are like a pack of hounds, these 2. Look at that. Nias Modak just blasts past the Wingfield cars. They go down the back main. It's almost like he's playing with Donnie van Niekerk as they work their way down the back main. Suleiman Effendi finds himself now ahead of Alex J, and then the next one through there's Cody Alberts, and then I think the next one behind that probably be Jesse Huggett if he comes into view. Yup, the next one coming through there is in fact Jess Huggett. So that's quite a battle that's raging as they go down into the Fastron corner and back out into the front main 2 to go.
Well, working his way out of turn number 5 is that big Holden Commodore of Zakrinewald. He started 40-something and he's cut and carved his way through the field. He sits there just behind
I think it could be Jesse Huggett. Sorry, Frankie, that's gone off on the exit of turn number 2. It looks like it could be Jess. No, it's a similar looking Jetta, but it's not Jess Huggett. Was on the exit of turn number 2.
Well, look at that big Holden Commodore making its way out of turn number 1, out of KFM corner, working its way up the Joubert Straight now towards turn 2. He's right in there behind Baby Jakes in that Commodore with Zakrinewald. He started stone last with that thundering Holden Commodore. What a lovely looking motor car that Commodore is as it goes through the kink. He's chasing down the 5 Series BMW into turn 3 of Baby Jakes.
Yeah, you're closing down pretty quick there on Baby Jakes, I must say. Let's have a look at
there's an off. Sorry, Gary, there's an off in a turn 1 in KFM corner. One of the Golfs has gone off in turn 1.
Now there you can see the dust on the camera shot that's up there right now. Looks like it's purely up against the tire wall, but not a problem at this stage of the fight. Our leaders come through, and that's side by side. It's Nias Modak and Donnie van Niekerk, but they've come up behind a whole group of cars, and now they've got a lot of traffic to get through. It's going to be about who gets through the traffic better. Nias Modak is leading the 2 of them through there. Donnie van Niekerk getting held up just a little bit in the traffic. Now he gets through, and he's still got one car between the 2 of them. It looks like it's one of the Car Care Clinic cars that's just in front of Nias Modak. That brings Donnie van Niekerk right back into play as they exit turn number 2.
Well, I see the checkered flag is being readied here, so the leaders are out there on their final lap. My, oh my, here comes Bruce Meyer. He's come through as well, and we've got the yellow flags waving. Remember, that's for that Golf. It went off in turn 1 into KFM corner, so there's no overtaking going into turn number 1. So we're waiting for the leaders to come through. Will it be Donnie van Niekerk? Or as they run down the back straight, the leaders are making their way down the back main. It is Nias Modak in P1. It's Donnie van Niekerk in second place. They've got a couple of back marker slower cars ahead of them as they exit to turn 5, Fastron corner. The 2 leaders, Gary, stuck in that battle as they head towards the checkered flag.
Yep, last time around, well, it says 1 lap to go. Is it going to be checkers this time around? Yes, it is. Whoa! On the line, I think it could have been Donnie that got it there. We have lost a couple of cars during the course of the race, one of which was Zak Groenewald that has pulled off already. So Nias Modak wins out that one. Wow, that was very, very close, I must say.
Mancha Parker coming towards the line. Behind him, Charles Visser. Divine Wenzel crosses the line. Baby Jakes finishes his race. And we have lost. As Wayne Wilson takes a smoking car to the line, we have lost Zak Groenewald. So Zak Groenewald did not make it to the checkered flag in that Holden Commodore. Barry Williams in that red Opel Corsa has also brought that car to the checkered flag. He's also making a welcome return to racing once again as the rest of the Clubman's cars just work their way across the line. My goodness, there was a lot of them out there, and they're still making their way out of a Fostron corner towards the checkered flag.
Donnie van Niekerk from Suleiman Effendi at the front of Class A. Remember, Nias Modak entered this race as a Class F. So it was for Class A, Van Niekerk, Effendi, Johnson, Huggett, Cody Alberts in fifth, eventually ahead of Parker. Wilson that started off the back of the pack, and then Clint Renard that did not manage to finish that one. Unfortunately, he just did 3 laps. And yeah, that's a non-turbo powered Golf that he's running with. That's the 20 valve head. Let's look at Class B. Baby Jakes from Imad Modak and then Anwar Levy. Class C, Willem Swart is the first man through in Class C from Stacey Wilson. Yeah, that's the last one I can see on that one. Looking at that Class X, Visser leading out from Class X from Wenzel, Kirsten, Smith, Haupt, Becker, Davids. The rest of them going through below that with that Class X. Well, that was utterly amazing stuff. Mike's Place Clubman's, it's a very long time since we've last seen 50 plenty cars in a race. It's almost like we lost our touch of how to keep track on 50 plenty cars. Wow, Mike's Place Clubman's, the opener for the season, utterly brilliant.
they left you bare. But I'm begging you, stare in my eyes for you. Yeah, I give my life. And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain and roll inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only
Well, as we come back from the lunch break, welcome back, folks. We've had a bit of a few delays today here at Killarney, and quite an eventful few races. We are going to start off again with the Power Sport bikes, the TrackPack RST TrackMac Power Sport motorcycles. Their second race of the day, and it was hot, wild and fast at the front, I'll tell you that much. Slade van Niekerk putting in an outstanding performance against Trevor Westman and Jason Lineker. And there's going to be plenty more of the same as well if we watch them. So it looks like it's going to be, of course, the Power Sport motorcycles, the Formula Libras, the V8 Masters, and the classic cars as well. I don't know if there's any changes in the program. We'll keep you up to date with that. We are starting quite a bit later. It is now 2:30 in the afternoon. Wherever you are watching from around the world, remember this live stream goes on the web. You can get it on Facebook. I'm USAT. And watch from anywhere in the world. And you are here at the WPMC Killarney, the Western Province Motor Club. And the second Power Series event that is happening this month. And remember, we go into the new month as well. March, there'll be one event coming on the 20th, if I'm not mistaken. But Power Sport motorcycles, they go up and do their sighting laps. Like I said as well, I think Jason Lineker will start on pole position here. Fastest lap in the first race. Trevor Westman alongside him, and then Slade van Niekerk. But don't expect him to be there that long because he will go for it. I can tell you that much. Remember, 650 class as well as the 300 class, and the David Linda, Q and Sneyman, excuse me, who's also going to be doing the 1 hour enduro on the Kawasaki ZX 400. He is going to be starting in 6th place overall, but that is pole position in the 300s class. Also known as well the South motorcycles, as they are all together. Like I say, a whole lot of Power Sport Kawasaki's. Actually, it's an all Kawasaki class with Trevor Westman, Paul Medell, who went down in the first race, got the fastest lap at one stage, and he went down in race 1. I hope he's back up and running. Chris Williams, Franco Flach, who put in a magnificent performance in race 1 to get 4th position in the race, and Edward Rollstone, Rob DeVos, and Adringer, and Jason Lineker, Slade van Niekerk that I've been speaking about. Peter Hill, we go to the Power Sport 300s. So we'll start getting to the grid hatchings fairly shortly then. Jason Lineker, I was very impressed with him in race 1, doing quite nicely. Fastest lap for him. He'll pull into the first grid slot. Remember, they go 3 by 3 by 3, and we'll watch them as they come around then as well. The 650s and the 300s. I was going through them as well. Peter Hill on the KTM, one of a collection of KTMs out there in the hillbilly racing. All right, so it was actually Peter Hill this morning that actually crashed in the earlier part of the day. Of course, qualifying was stopped this morning. If you have joined us late, qualifying was stopped this morning. Passports, qualifying was postponed, and they went after the Formula Libras. But it looks like we're getting all into position now. So yeah, Peter Hill, well-known name over there as well on the KTM. Q and Sneyman, he's going to be doing a bit of duty later as well on the 400. He was magnificent in the first race, and always to try and keep close to him is always going to be a bit of a task. I see we have a pit lane starter as well. We'll pick it up for you. Who the pit lane starter is, very bright fluorescent yellow. So we'll watch them as they come along then. It looks like the 5-second board will be coming out shortly. Phil Herald keeping control at the front. 1 minute board out now. Phil Herald runs out of the way, and away we go for the start of the second Power Sport race. It looks like Trevor Westman's going to be on the outside, but it looks like Jason Lineker might just take the lead. No, Trevor Westman takes it from the outside. He goes in and will take the whole shot into turn 1, KFM corner. Onto the Porsche straight, they'll then run then as well. Nice and clean there through for everybody. Lineker down into second, and then Slade van Niekerk under pressure over here. I think as Franco Flach will be on the outside of him as they go into turn 2. Oh, poking a bit of nose in there as well. The likes of Paul Medell. I don't know if he got back in the race. Chris Williams. And then they'll go around onto the turn 3 section. So Trevor Westman started second in the last race, second in this race. Now he's chasing it down on the Rockstar Performance machine. All Kawasaki's, as I say again, at the forefront of the field, all the 650s. They're going to go through the double right-hander at, double apex right-hander at, and onto the back straight. So they went through Car Care Clinic corner. And now into Fastron, turn 5, as they get into the braking zone down there. Watch them as they go through there. It's going to be nose, well, not quite nose to tail. He's not as tight to the corner as Trevor Westman. But watch them as they come around now towards the Mad Max Bridge. And across the line will go, will Jason Lineker. Will he make a move down to turn 1? He is going to go side by side. I think he might just take a lead, but I think braver on the brakes is Trevor Westman. Slade van Niekerk comes in third. Franco Flach is fourth. Kewan Sneeman doing nicely on the 300. He's fifth overall at this time. And now they go for their first proper fast lap. And Slade van Niekerk now going to be closing in the gap there in third position as they go around. Franco Flach will start falling off the back there a little bit. Kewan Sneeman ahead of David Lindemann, and that's about 1.5 seconds between the two of them. Robin de Vos, the rest of the 600s, him and Nicholas Hutchings and Edward Rollstone. Brad Hutchings in 10th position at this time, as they've now got lap 2 and 7 laps, including the one they are currently on, to go in this race. Watch them as they go into Car Care Clinic corner at turn 4. The cameras have got them there as well. It is Trevor Westman that still leads the way. He started second on the grid. Lineker was the man on pole, but now he chases down the back straight. He may, where he's going to go on the outside. I think he's going to ride right past him almost there as well. It looks like it. Slade, okay, Slade in second, excuse me. I just pointed out there, Dave Abrams just pointed out to me, Slade van Niekerk up into second, but I don't think for long now, he's first. I saw that the familiar red machine of Trevor Westman has fallen down into second position and into the clutches of Slade van Niekerk. What happens is they go across the line now to start, well, Slade van Niekerk will be the fastest lap for him of a 1:21.570, and Jason Lineker was just ahead, I think, as they crossed the line. And, well, let me tell you one thing. We're talking about 4/10 of a second between the two of them. So very fast and furious over here as well. I see a move is being made. Is that going to be Jason Lineker on the outside? And Slade van Niekerk has now got it through properly now. Trevor Westman down into third position. Franco Flach will be looking behind them as well to see if he can try and hang on to the back of the three in front of him. And it's going to be quite a tough ask, but I see more movement being made as well. Trevor Westman almost on the outside through turn 3. They'll come towards turn 4, Car Care Clinic now, and they'll lean in through that section. They've already broken up quite a gap between themselves and the likes of Kewan Sneeman. Of course, Kewan Sneeman on the 300, and I think Lineker is going to have another go. Slade van Niekerk now down the back straight they run. He's on the inside, got the corner advantage. He'll poke the nose slightly ahead, but who's braver on the brakes? Is it going to be Slade van Niekerk? I actually have a feeling Slade van Niekerk will poke his nose slightly ahead over there. Watch out for Trevor Westman. He's back up into second. Back up into second. Franco Flach is loving this. He can close up the gap to them as well. Here they go across the line now. And yeah, Slade will lead the way over the line. He's wonderful riding from this youngster. And they're going all into the first turn as well, into turn 1, KFM corner. This is tight racing. Look at Franco Flach. I'd like to see him make a move there on Jason Lineker ahead of him as well. Lineker will go onto the inside into turn 2. No, he's not close enough. And Westman goes on the outside, but may have left the door too wide open almost for Jason Lineker. We're actually forgetting what is happening further down the field over here. We have Kewan Sneeman and David Lindemann. They are 5 seconds between the two of each other. There's not much happening over there as far as Class 300 is concerned. Robin de Vos will round off that section over there as well. But watch now the leaders come through into turn 4. Car Care Clinic corner. You'll see in the background there, Car Care Clinic. Onto the back straight they run. get their heads down. Slade van Niekerk almost wheel to wheel with Trevor Westman. He'll look onto the inside. We could have 3 abreast going into Cape Town, old Cape Town corner, Fastron corner, turn 5. Watch the cameras over here as well if you're watching at home, and this is going to be something to watch over here. There's Franco Flach once again. Yeah, I think Trevor Westman might have just taken the lead. He has. Wonderful stuff, but now it's not going to hold it because I think Slade van Niekerk has just got the pace down the straight. Lineker will do exactly the same, and Lineker might go onto the inside, but I think what happens is brave on the brakes. He closes in, is Slade van Niekerk. Wonderful stuff here from the top 4 over there. Then Kewan Snyman, David Lindemann, Rob de Vos, and well, no other close ones. The only close one is Mitch Robinson and Ryan Kutsia in the 300 class. They are only a 1/10 of a second between each other. So we'll watch them as they come around. But the big battle, of course, is the one at the front at the moment. You can't take your eyes off of this battle. They come out of turn 2 through the kink now, all the way to Damps. Damps in turn 3 now. They'll run their way down in there, nose to tail with each other. It's wonderful stuff. The best lap time still Slade van Niekerk, number 96, is the 1 minute 21.570. They're going to come down the back straight now. They have 4 laps left to go, including the current one they are on. And they'll be coming up to lap some riders now soon as well. I want to just take a look at who's going down there, and that might affect things. It's going down there quite nicely. I think yeah, Paul Medell did not start this race, unfortunately. Sean Klein, he got the gearbox problems, unfortunately. But Sean Klein, he is now the first to be lapped. He will be coming up shortly as the riders come around now. Trevor Westman pokes his nose ahead, but always on the straight. It's Slade van Niekerk's going to have a way. Yep, Slade van Niekerk gets himself ahead. Look at Franco Flach. Franco Flach is also there in that section as well. Might take it on the inside of that little group and may actually have gotten it up into second position for a short period, with Trevor Westman fighting on the outside as they come onto the Old Joubert Straight and what is now the Porsche Straight. They're going to go past Klein and they're going to go into turn 2. Turn 2, it looks like Slade van Niekerk has fallen back. It's Trevor Westman back up in the lead. It is. And they're going to go now through the kink once more. 3 laps, including the one they are currently on at the moment. Still, Slade van Niekerk holds that fastest lap. He started in 3rd position. He got himself up into the lead, and he's always difficult to catch as well. But they've really kept it around him quite nicely. They're going to go now back into the car care clinic corner as well. Just getting a little bit of a gap between himself and everybody over there as well. It is the Rockstar Performance Machine. All Kawasaki's this, remember. And I see Jason Lineker is on the tail end of that group, and they are miles ahead of the rest. I'll tell you that one. Yes, it is a 300 that is next, but still, that puts everything into perspective as they're going to cross the line now. They'll come out of the Fastron corner. The next man, I think they'll be lapping soon as well as he comes past over here, will be... I'll find out the name for you over there as well. So it comes across the line now, and I think it's going to be Stavro Michel that will be the next man. They'll come up and a lap, but I think it is still Westman that will keep that lead with 2 laps left to go. So basically we're coming into the all or nothing section of the race now, and Slade van Niekerk held on to second position. Jason Lineker and Franco Flach having one of the races of his life over here as well. Michel is going to be coming into view very shortly. He will keep to the side most likely, leave the racing line to the guys at the front, and they'll come into the turn 3 Damps section of the track, and hopefully he gets out of the way there as Stavro Michel. Not quite, but yeah, they get through, and I think what happens is this might spread them out just a little bit. As far as things are concerned, Stavro Michel, they just got past him now. He's one of the 300 guys on the KTM. Watch them as they go down the back straight now. They've all spread out just a little bit. I see Rob de Vos in 7th position, Edward Rolstone, Brett Roberts, and Nicholas Hutchins all the way down the track at the moment. But here we go now. It's only a lap and a little bit left to go as we go on. So it's all about hanging on now as well. And a few more bikes to come up and lap. Wesley Blake and Jaida Andringa is going to be the next couple to get lapped. So Slade van Niekerk leads the way now as they go through the lap traffic. Then it is Westman, then it is Jason Lineker, then it is Franco Flach. Franco Flach having a bit of a tough time actually keeping up with everybody as well. He got up because they're battling with each other, but don't count him out yet. Anything can still happen over here. Jason Lineker took a look on the inside of turn 2. Turn 2, they took a nice little inside look over there, but no, it's not going to happen. And I think what happens is Lineker got up a position into second position in this race. More lap traffic to lap now they're going to be coming up to. And I think what happens is there's Ryan Coetzee, Mitch Robinson, the likes of that as well. And they're going to make their way through. I think Slade van Niekerk will hold it. I think Trevor Westman just got back up into second place. I'll see them as they come onto the back straight now. Onto the back straight, we'll see them run. It is now Trevor Westman in second position. Slade van Niekerk. Watch Jason Lineker though. Jason Lineker, it's all or nothing for him too now. And we'll see them as they go as a gaggle into the last turn here. Into Cape Town corner, into Fastron corner, turn 5. If you're watching on the screens here now, it's going to be a belt to the line. Who's going to take it? Is it going to be Van Niekerk? Is it going to be Westman? Who's it going to be? Westman is currently in the lead, and he's going to have to push it to the line now. It's going to be instantly close, and Lineker comes in there too. And I think Slade van Niekerk just gets it over Jason Lineker and Trevor Westman in third position. Franco Vlag, fourth position for him. We wait now for the 300s. Will come through. Kewan Snyman ahead of Lindemann, 14.9 seconds ahead of Lindemann, very much the same as it was. It was actually across the line, and we're talking about 800ths of a second between Jason Lineker and Trevor Westman. What wonderful racing over here as well. Lindemann second in class for after Kewan Snyman, and Roberts will be the third man. The two Hutchings will come through, and fourth and fifth in class. But let me go back to class 650. De Vos in fifth position after Rollstone and Dringer. Williams and Medell did not take part. Williams didn't take part either. Of course, they had technical issues with the bikes. Snyman wins ahead of Lindemann in 300 class. Roberts, and then Nicholas Hutchings, Brad Hutchings, then Robertson, Mitch Robinson, Blake, Severo Michel, and then Sean Klein. So that was a hell of a motorcycle race, I'll tell you that much at the front. And well, hopefully we're going to get some great races coming up as well. Remember, later on we do have the 1 hour motorcycle enduro, and a lot of these guys that are in this field now will have themselves a go. Just to remind you, a 1:21.570 fastest lap from our winner, Slade van Niekerk, doing 2 wins today. And while those were very hard-fought wins, I'll tell you that much. This was no easy feat when you have the likes of Trevor Westman and Jason Lineker around you. And don't forget Franco Vlag, man who started out in motocross. Well, he's done himself a lovely job over there as well. Can't overstate it. And well, let me tell you one thing. A lot of guys in this class have a lot of fun. A lot of them come up. Slade van Niekerk, you're going to see him in years to come. He's going to be going up to, you know, the 650 bikes and you know, the super bikes, and then going into 1 liter very soon. I can see some big things happening from Slade van Niekerk. But we move now to the Formula Libras, the only single-seaters, if you do not count the Formula M's that race on the short circuit. And the Formula Libras, we had earlier on the likes of Andrew Rackstraw, who won the first race. He's first in the Class S, and a bit of adventures for Byron Mitchell, both of them in the Formula VWs. So Andrew Rackstraw will keep the pole position. At his fastest time, of course, was a 1:11.140, and Byron Mitchell was only 0.3 of a second off of that. DJ Boyson, the VW Reynard 2 liter as well, all of them Formula VWs. in Class S will be third position. Troy Dolenchek also in the Formula Ford Z-Tech. Not quite in the same pace class as the three ahead of him, but doing solid, consistent work to keep in the top four. Then James Beaumont in the Reynard, the Class A winner and pole man now. Bertus Engelbrecht, he had his trials as well in the Formula RMO8. Richard Carr in the V, the Formula V Raymer. And of course Class C is filled with a lot of VW and Formula V racing cars. So he's of course 7th position and pole in Class C with Cyril Somerville and Zaina Munson joining him in the Formula V and the VW Sting. Reg Anderson, also a Class S campaigner, but Donovan Ramsey and Kelly Fletcher, both in the Formula Vs. One is a Raymer, one is a Forza. And then Ricky Anderson, 13th position. Reino Pence in the VW Omega in 14th position. Graham Knight, unfortunately, not taking any part in this racing today because he had spun out in qualifying and there were problems with his car, the Formula Ray. But the Andrew Rackstraw, I commentated on him and Byron Mitchell in karts a number of years back. And not only that, you had a number of guys coming from Formula M in the short circuit, the likes of DJ Boyson and Reino Pence was in there as well. And some of the older hands over the years. Remember, not a lot of single-seater racing always here in Cape Town. A lot of saloon car racing, but single-seater racing can sometimes be a bit of a forgotten class, and there's a real passion for these cars. We do not at the moment have the Historics event where we have a lot of historic single-seaters, F1 replicas and so on. But I see Dolenchek with his proud number 17. He pulls up into 4th position. The Makita Power Tools Formula Ford Z-Tech, remember those in the 90s, 1.6 litre. Then we have James Beaumont in the Reynard pulling into his position. Remember, pole in class. Number 7, Bertus Engelbrecht. I think DJ Boyson drove that car for quite a while as well and did some great things in that single-seater. That is a Formula RMO8, basically a Formula M car. Waiting for the rest. Only 3 of them in their grid positions at the moment. Getting nice and hot over there. The wind is still a bit up. I think that's Zaina Munson going to be coming into position. Here comes Andrew Rackstraw. Star Carter, now star of the single-seaters, star of the main circuit, will get into position. The InvestChem Formula VW. I remember them a number of years ago on the national scene. We're talking about late 2010s, early 2000s. Late 2000s and late 2000 and early 2010s. Here comes Byron Mitchell now, will line up alongside him. Spun in the first race. Would like to make some good amends for that now. It's going to get the revs up so nicely over there as well. Then we have the number 20 of DJ Boyson. DJ Boyson in his Formula VW will pull into position. Now, Byron Mitchell, he looked like he almost jumped the start the last. He did jump the start the last time in my opinion, but hopefully he can just keep it stationary for as long as possible so he can look at the lights. The whistle goes. We look now that the 2-minute board has come out. Wait for the 1-minute board. Listen to those cars. They're revving it nicely now. Select gear. Wait for it. Release the clutch when the lights go out. Don't roll too much. Is Byron Mitchell rolling? No, he's not. And away we go as now an 8-lap race commences. And it's Andrew Rackstraw that will take the lead in this race. It very much stays the same. And DJ Boyson all over the back there of Byron Mitchell. He will stay in 3rd position at this time. Then Dolenchek will be the 4th place man ahead of James Beaumont. James Beaumont will hold the position of 5th overall, but also leader in Class A. And well, around we go then A few cars getting a little off the line there as well. As away we go down the back straight now. It is now Byron Mitchell still in that second position ahead. Andrew Rackstraw leads it away though. Watch them as they come around a pretty uneventful, I should rather say, first lap, which is not always a bad thing. Everybody's gotten through. Are we going to... And there's a red flag. Red flag to stop the race. I do not see anything happening on the circuit. I'll have to try and find out. It must have happened out of my view. But I thought that the race actually looked like it hadn't really gone underway. And the Vs will all get onto the grid once more. We've had a few stoppages today. Oil has been left on the circuit at times. A few have spun off. So I think here is a replay of the start. And a few cars getting bogged down on the grid. Yep, there we go. As a spinner at the back there. I think we are looking at the likes there of Kelly Fletcher, Ricky Anderson. And cars being pushed off at this time. The number 22, Kelly Fletcher, the Formula V. The Forza is now being pushed onto the grass, so there's a problem over there. So Kelly Fletcher, I think she went right into the back of one of the cars ahead of her. I see is that the 16 car of Reg Anderson, the Formula Swift, has been hit as well. We could see the into the rear and probably has knocked the wheel into the gearbox section and probably ruined it. I speak under correction over there. He didn't look very happy. So there's the reason for your stoppage. Carnage at the start. So they'll take that Formula V Forza of Kelly Fletcher to the side. It's on it's being dragged away. And there's one out of the race, and I think that's Kelly Fletcher running to the side there, and she'll get into the pit lane. Unfortunately, I don't think her race will be going anywhere right now, and I think the same with Reg Anderson as well. Reg Anderson will have absolutely no further part in this race. They'll get some of them all started up again. I think that is the... I just want to check over here as well. Right towards the back of the grid, the number 96 of Ricky Anderson. Also one of the Forzas as well. I see one of the other cars as well, also pulling off the number 96. Goodness, the number 96 pulling off as well. That is Ricky Anderson. As I say their names, it doesn't look very good for them as well, and I think they may delay the start even more. But we're ready and waiting. Remember, it is very hot today. Well, the revs are up, and Andrew Rackstraw will have second bite of the cherry over here. Everybody will have, and Byron Mitchell will be looking to get the upper edge on the edge on the man to his left. And well, it is DJ Boyson starting third and challenge from the get-go in the Formula VW, the three Formula VWs over here as well. I will now be seeing at the 1 minute board will be coming out. Get the revs now as well. It's all about clutch release on this one. I see a little bit of a movement there from Andrew Rackstraw. Watch for the lights, and away we go for the start of this race. Andrew Rexstraw looks like he'll get the whole section into that first corner as well. And then DJ Boyson challenging, lock up there from DJ Boyson. It's the front left that was doing so, but look at their nose to tail as they go onto the Porsche straight now as well and rocketed towards turn 2. It's going to be Andrew Rexstraw that will keep that lead over Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson. Then we have Dolenchek coming through there. Whoa, just letting the back end slide just a little bit of that Formula Ford Z-Tech. And then behind him, that's where also going to be some good battles over here as well. The likes of James Beaumont and Carr. I think James Beaumont has actually lost out there. And I think what happens is Richard Carr and Cyril Somerville have made the jump on him as well. So we'll watch them as they come around. And, well, that's the idea is going to happen over there. On the back straight, they'll then run. Already going to put in some good hot lap times here, I'll tell you that much. Number of casualties from this race as we had seen, so we basically were starting with 15 today. I think we're basically down to 12 in the race. Coming out to start the second lap of this 8-lap race, it is Andrew Rexstraw from Byron Mitchell, from DJ Boyson, then Troy Dolenchek comes across the line right now. And then it's not going to be James Beaumont, but James Beaumont is fighting his way back here. And I think, it's going to be James Beaumont will just get it ahead of Zane Amundsen. So Zane Amundsen was in the 6th position, Cyril Somerville in 7th, and then Reino Pence coming up into 8th position. And a number of cars out of this race, unfortunately, because I don't know if Graham Knight actually got back into this race. Because I see Graham Knight's name has come up onto the timing screens in 9th position ahead of Richard Carr, Reg Anderson and Donovan Ramsey, with Bertus Engelbrecht rounding it off in 13th position. Where are our leaders now at the moment? Coming out of turn 4 onto the back straight. Andrew Rexstraw will still keep that position right now. They go into Farstron turn 5, Farstron corner. Byron Mitchell will hang in there as well. DJ Boyson looks like he's losing a bit of touch with the 2 ahead of him. But this is the first proper flying full lap now that we have in this race. A 1:11.611 for Andrew Rexstraw, the fastest lap of the race. 1.2 seconds between himself and Byron Mitchell. DJ Boyson falling a little bit further back, a 3.2 off the man in front of him, of course, Byron Mitchell, but 4.4 off the lead of the race. Troy Dolenchek already 15.1 seconds over the last lap behind the leader. Of course, he's off of the 3 VWs, and those VWs are pretty good. I can tell you one thing, they are pretty strong cars, those. And James Beaumont will then hold in that 5th position overall, and the Class A. And Zane Amundsen will be the leader in Class C. That's the great thing from the Formula V Lantis man. But already Andrew Rexstraw, he's got the first sector 24.8 purple, a second sector 20.9 purple. And what happens is he'll be putting in those lap times now. Very fast laps indeed. We'll watch him as he comes around. It was a 1:11.6. And then we wait for them to come around in the 3rd sector now. I see them, they're down the back straight. They're coming through Farstron corner and across the line. And there it is, a 1:3.40. Fastest lap again for him, a 1.8 between himself and Byron Mitchell as they go into turn 1 into KFM corner. The wind blows, of course, across that corner. It's caused a lot of troubles today. They're onto the Porsche straight, though, into the 2nd corner on the circuit. And it's all started to space out just a little bit there. DJ Boyson has kind of lost touch at the moment. They have to be content with 3rd position unless something happens ahead of him. So Troy Dolenchek, 22.8 seconds off of the leaders over here, basically in a race of his own at the moment in that Formula Ford. He is, though, 14 seconds ahead of the man behind him, of course, which is James Beaumont. James Beaumont in Class A, one of the only Class A cars now left in the race, because Bertus Engelbrecht looked like he is out of the race. So Bertus Engelbrecht, unfortunately, taking no further part in this race. Donovan Ramsey, though, will round off the field in his Class C car. And, of course, behind the last man in Class S, which is Reg Anderson in the Formula Swift, as now we go on to 5 laps left to go in this race. And Andrew Rackshaw, again, another fast first sector time he did, but he couldn't really string it together over the second two sectors, so he will have to be content with keeping that fastest lap of a 1:11.340, but he doesn't need to push it too hard. That's the thing about him. 4 laps left to go. That's half distance we are now. He doesn't have to do anything but just keep it on the track. And what happens is he's 2.6 seconds ahead of Byron Mitchell. Byron Mitchell, he is now at 6.8 seconds, or he's basically, you could say, 6.8 seconds ahead of DJ Boyson. And going a little bit further now to see some of the battles, how close they are. I see Graham Knight is 0.4 of a second off of, he's 0.4 of a second off of Cyril Somerville. Cyril Somerville is only 1/10 of a second off of Richard Carr. That's 6th and 7th positions that we are talking about over here as well. I see a slow moving machine on the field. There's a white flag out down the back straight as they go. And Richard Carr, Cyril Somerville come through our position on the main straight now into turn 1, a KFM corner. Let's watch that little battle go through there as well now. Somerville, Munson is also in that little section, and we're talking about between them 200ths of a second, then 5/10 between Richard Carr, Cyril Somerville, and Zane Munson into the turn 2 section now. This is the closest battle on the race at the moment with 3 laps left to go. You watch them over there. They're going to be about to be lapped now by Andrew Rackstraw. Watch out there behind him, and this could cause a little bit of trouble for Rackstraw because he's going to have to fight his way through. They're having their own private battle as they go into turn 3, then towards turn 4. Goes through on turn 4. Byron Mitchell will have to do the same thing as well, but Richard Carr will keep that lead in his section over there, in his class, I should rather say, because that is the most hotly contested class at the moment as they go down the back straight. Down the back straight they go. I think Byron Mitchell has made it through now, but I'm going to be watching this little battle of the 6th, 7th, and 8th places overall. James Beaumont, he's on his own. He is quite a bit ahead of the Class C battle. Reno Pence, he's still got to complete his lap as well. But here we go across the line now. Watch them as they come across the line. I think it's just going to be Richard Carr, Cyril Somerville. And then I think what happens is Cyril Somerville will fall back into position. Richard Carr will keep it as they go into turn 1, KFM corner. 2 laps left to go in this race. Andrew Rackstraw still holds the fastest lap of an 11.340, and he's just putting the 24.6 in the first of the sectors now, so I don't know if he wants to go for another fastest lap attempt. It'll be all up to him just for some good fun. He doesn't really need to. 6 laps gone, and currently on lap 7. And that was Donovan Ramsey that just came through on the main straight and into turn 1. That is in the Formula V Raymer. But now watch now through into the Car Care Clinic corner at turn 4. Now it's DJ Boyson that is now trying to put a lap on the Richard Carr, Cyril Somerville, and Zane Munson battle, and that's not going to be easy to achieve, I'll tell you that much, because they're having this wonderful little private battle of their own, the best one at the moment on the circuit. Watch them as they come through though now into Fastron corner. 1 lap left to go for the leaders. Boyson gets through, he's in 3rd place, he gets through the lap traffic, but now crossing the line now, I think we're going to have, it is Richard Carr, Cyril Somerville, and Zane Munson, and they've all started to spread out now. So basically it's all keeping it on the black stuff. And while Rackstraw, 2.9 seconds between himself and Mitchell. Boyson fallen all the way back, 16.7 seconds. Now Dolenchek, we wait for him to come around. Dolenchek, unless, I'm going to see now, didn't see Dolenchek come through the section at the moment. There is Graham Knight in 10th position. Troy Dolenchek comes through in 4th position. And while the leaders are now going to come through the last of the corners now on the track. Here comes Andrew Rackstraw. Will take the victory of this race. And, well, it looks like we actually are going to go a little bit further. Yep, no, Andrew Rackstraw wins by 3.4 seconds over Byron Mitchell. Wait for DJ Boyson now. DJ Boyson will be the third place man overall and in Class C. There he goes across now. Wait for Troy Dolenchek. Troy Dolenchek will be the fourth place man overall and in Class C. But first we have Richard Carr coming through to take Class C victory. Cyril Somerville will just edge out Zaina Munson. And then we wait for Reno Pence and Graham Knight as well. And I think what happens is Reno Pence should be coming very shortly to complete this race. Yes, there we go, the VW Omega. And then Graham Knight. We had him on there as well. Troy Dolenchek comes across the line, fourth position. James Beaumont. Here comes Graham Knight now in 10th position. Remember, he has been lapped. Donovan Ramsey. Reg Anderson will follow suit. Here comes James Beaumont now on the Reynard. Crosses the line. Takes 5th position overall. Only Class A finisher. And then Reg Anderson will round it all off in the Class S Formula Swift. Oh, some wonderful shots over here as well. There was a spinner earlier on. I think it was Graham Knight actually once again finding the dust. If you look on the online stream, and yeah, I think that was Graham Knight. We'll watch them again, getting onto the dust on the main straight, into the leaves and losing the back end and rotating it. Luckily not hitting anybody or anything and getting back onto the circuit. As long as you hold the clutch in and keep the engine going, that is the main thing over here. So we'll see that a few more times over here as well. Some very hard, fast racing. And that was when he was racing against the Formula Vs of Class C, Cyril Somerville and co as well, Zaina Munson. But great racing from the Formula Libras today, and we're going to be moving on then to the V8 Masters. Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, on the 20th of March in, that's a number of weekends from now, way into March, we have the Extreme Festival here at Killarney. Of course, we're going to have the likes of the V8s and the GTCs coming to visit us. And, of course, we'll be live streaming that, definitely, as the first Nashville of the year comes to Killarney. Well, some events, of course, in the in March coming up now as we end February, the second month of 2021. Lots happening at Killarney over the next few weeks. Of course, if you're into drags and into short circuit racing and rallycross, you'll be able to see some of that. Of course, that's going to be happening on the 6th of February. Some of them will be, or not, 6th of March, I should rather say. 6th of March. So some of that will be live streamed, not all of it, unfortunately. On the 13th, the streetcar track day with the oval racing happening and karting on the 2nd as well. On the 13th, Gymkhana. I'll be there with the Gymkhana as well, which will hopefully be live streaming the Gymkhana test. And there's going to be lots happening. The Extreme Festival at Killarney on the 20th. Hey, it's a public holiday as well, yeah, into in March as well. Human Rights Day on the 22nd, the Monday, but Blockbuster Drag and Street Racing events will be to be confirmed, which is the 27th, and that will end our events for March before we go into the Easter weekend period. So a bit of racing to come as far as that's concerned. No Power Series next month, but the Power Series will return in April. On the 10th of April, we'll have the Power Series returning once again. So next month, no Power Series, but yes, there is the Extreme Festival. As you can see, some of the action as well from the Clubman's class. As you can see on the screen, quite a lot of dirt and dust being picked up. Had a replay here of the Formula Libras and all the chaos that was caused earlier on. A few cars having a coming together, and that's why we had a bit of a delay. As we are now after 3:15 in the afternoon, we go to the V8 Masters. As Mark Ridgway looks like, well, we'll see now the actual grid for that race. I don't know if some of the drivers could get back in. Brian Evans, Richard Schroeder, Ian Kaplan, they didn't. They had a big coming together at the first race of the day, of their day, third race of the day. All of them using the APV 347 IS, which is the V8 Mustang. It was Owen Ashley put all these together many years ago. The late Owen Ashley, like he did with the Opel supercars as well. And some big names always coming in to this class. The likes of Sean Werf, Fabio Tofani, who started on pole the last time out and challenged for the victory. Barry Engel, Dennis Kaduk, Sander Lebon. And we were talking earlier on actually about Marcel Angel, who unfortunately hit the wall. He got back out, and then there was smoke coming from the car. So I don't know if it was engine related or maybe just a tire rubbing against some bodywork. But a few cars have to be cleaned up now. The Formula Libras. So the V8 Masters are now coming out of the Dennis Joubert pit complex, and they'll do their warm-up lap. We had originally 15 of them out there, but I think that's going to be a slightly truncated field now because it's now questionable as to whether Marcel Angel, Richard Schroeder, Brian Evans and Ian Kaplan Ilan Kaplan will be out there after having their various comings together and technical problems. But we'll watch them now, and they'll line up because they did a rolling start earlier on, and will be ready to go. I think they'll be taken around soon by the safety car. Yep, that's the Piet van der Walt 43 BMW. That will be the safety car where they put the lights on, strap the lights on, and it's gone to become the safety car for today. So what will happen by, I think, the time the safety car gets to turn 1, then the field will start heading off, and we'll be able to pick up exactly how things are sitting at the moment. They're on the back straight at the moment. The marshals will be waving the yellow flags just to make sure that everybody just takes it easy around here. You don't want anything drastic to happen. We had earlier on some drastic things happen. I think it was Menno Parsons who came out in qualifying, and I think was on cold tyres. The rear tyres just spun and found himself a spectator for the rest of the session. So it just shows you how quickly something can happen. Here they come now. It looks like it's going to be Sean Moore on pole position with the fastest lap. I didn't see the lap times in this. Then it'll be Fabio Tufani. Then we have the likes of Barry Ingle and Alistair Brown. Yeah, Sean Moore. Then we have the number 1 of Fabio Tufani. Here comes the number 51 now of Mark Ridgway. Excuse me, Mark Ridgway is the man on pole position. Alongside him would be Roy Campos. So Roy Campos will be second position. Then it will be Sean Moore. Then it will be Fabio Tufani. Then Barry Ingle, Alistair Brown, Dennis Geduk, of course, the first in the silver class. Sander Lebon, second in class, in 8th position. They'll share the 4th row together. And then Menno Parsons in 9th, and then in 10th will be Mike Brooks. Brian Elgar will be in 11th position. So 11th position for here. They get going now behind the safety car. Safety car is already well and truly through turn 1. I see the number 33 machine of Ilan Kaplan. He's in the race. So no, there is Marcel Angel is starting this race by the looks of it. So no Brian Elgar, no Brian Evans, no Richard Schroeder, and looks like no Sander Lebon as well. They'll go on their lap behind the safety car, and at the end of the lap you'll pull in, and then the lights will be shining on the main straight, and when they go out, it's time to race when they cross the line. 8-lap race they'll be doing as well. No 10 lappers today, all 8 lappers. We are a bit pushed for time. We have been pushed for time a little bit. We are coming up to 3:30 in the afternoon. To bear in mind that we do have the motorcycle enduro for 1 hour a little bit later on. Some riders will be on a bike by themselves. They'll be racing their bike themselves the entire go, and some will be sharing with a second rider. But that will be a little bit later on. It will be our last race of the day and our last bike race of the day as well. So here we go now down the back straight. And now it's going to be basically when the safety car goes off, Mark Ridgway will regulate the pace. He'll become the de facto pace car, safety car rather, rather say safety car. And then he will find the time when he will then start, when he'll get on the gas. Here they go now through Fastron corner, turn 5. The fire bucky, recovery vehicles at the back will pull off later in the lap. Here we go now, and it's going to be away. Watch out, the lights are on next on the main straight. All 5 of them, when those lights go out and they cross the line, then it's away we go. So Mark Ridgway, he regulates the pace now. When will we hear the roar of the V8s? Here we go now, and it's going to be going away. Mark Ridgway, he gets the corner advantage, of course, being on pole position, off the racing line though, and he will take the lead over there as well. Roy Campos under pressure from Sean Moore. Sean Moore will hang out on the inside. You won't have the corner advantage though for turn 2. And he'll be on the outside. Fabio Tafani will be pushing in there, but looks like alongside the man at the front, Mark Ridgway, it is Roy Campos. Roy Campos will hang in there. It looks like Fabio Tafani is up into 3rd position. Looking on behind them as well, Barry Ingle has got the jump there. Looks like it on, well, Alistair Brown, and then Dennis Kuduk will be a bit further down. But Alistair Brown in the red machine, he is 5th position. Looks like he's held that 5th position, or he could have lost it there. Silver car having come up, or check them out now as they go onto the back straight. It is the 51 of Mark Ridgway that leads away from Roy Campos. Roy Campos all over the back of him there as well. They go into turn 5, Fastron corner, and look at Fabio Tafani. He's banging doors there with Roy Campos. Roy Campos, will he keep that 2nd place? I think Fabio Tafani is just pushing his nose ahead as they go and start the next lap of this race. 2nd lap of the race, first full lap done. Then what happens is Mark Ridgway, Fabio Tafani, 2/10 of a second between the two of them. Now, Roy Campos under pressure here as well, as it's Moore that's going to try and get up into 3rd position. But now, watch, look at that. It's Fabio Tafani who's now leading this race, and he goes into turn 2, but banging doors there. It is Moore and Roy Campos, and it's almost 3 abreast, and Roy Campos loses the back end, and that's the same as well for the likes of Alistair Brown. Alistair Brown has actually lost it as well. A few cars have lost it. I think they might have stalled there, and Roy Campos, he's kept the engine going. They all looks like they've got going, except for one of the cars over there as well. I don't have binoculars on me. I don't know who that was hit over there, but we'll see them as they come around now. Fabio Tafani, though, a 1st sector time that was quite quick. Coming up now down the back straight as we go. Fabio Tafani holds the lead as they go into turn 5. As they go into turn 5, out onto the main straight. Crossing the line to start their 3rd lap of the race. 4/10 of a second between Tafani and Ridgway. Moore still hanging in there in 3rd position with Marcel Angel now up into 4th. Ingle, Brooks, Parsons, Campos, he's down in 8th position. Campos has still got to cross the line though, and I think what happens is Campos, he's going to be coming around. No, I don't actually see him. I don't see Campos at all. I see, it looks like going to be Alistair Brown crossing the line. And there's something hanging off that car if you see him on the main straight going into turn 1. But the leaders are already into the turn 3 complex. Coming out of the turn 3 complex. And coming across the line, I think now we have Roy Campos in 10th position at this time. So from the very sharp end of the field, he's now down in 10th position. But going now towards Cape Town corner, or rather to turn 5, Fastron corner. And what happens is he's going to go in there now. Tafani is under pressure. I think Mark Ridgway is poking a hole through there as well. Mark Ridgway is going to be side by side with Fabio Tafani, but it was 4/10 of a second between the two of them the last time around. It's going to be quite close between the two of them. 2/10 of a second with Moore coming in between the two of them over there as well. And, well, coming right in is Fabio Tafani. Marcel Angel, though, has got the fastest lap of the race, a 1:17.088 for Marcel Angel. Ahead there of Barry Ingle. Barry Ingle hanging in there as well with Mike Brooks. Ilan Kaplan comes across the line. It's 7th and 8th is Menno Parsons and Ilan Kaplan. The leader's going to turn 3 now. Turn 3, Fabio Tafani hangs it on, and ahead of Mark Ridgway. Mark Ridgway a little further down in the first race of the day, getting the pole with the times, and now right at the sharp end of the field as Campos crosses the line now. Dennis Kuduk looks like he's out of the race. We could only maybe have 10 racing drivers left in this race. Roy Campos, the man, of course, that rounds it all off ahead of no one, behind Alistair Brown. Alistair Brown. Barry Ingle, the man he was fighting with earlier on, still hanging on to 5th position at the moment now, as out of Fostron turn 5 we come towards the line and under the Mad Max Bridge. And Moore is going to have a go into turn 1. Into turn 1, Moore will have a go on Ridgeway. Ridgeway is going to be on the outside, but going wide. Going wide in turn 1. It is Moore. Moore will come back onto the circuit. He's lucky not to go too much, but he will lose out 2 places as Fabio Tafani puts in a 1:16.869. Wonderful lap time there from him as well, as the laps keep going down as well now on the last lap. 4 laps left to go in this race, including the current one. Fabio Tafani starting to escape now, but it's Moore and the second place man, the second place man, Moore, and Ridgeway, I should rather say second place, and then Moore is hanging on to him there as well as they come around. Coming through the picture frame now. I think they're actually starting to try and put some laps on people soon, but then you'll have the Marcel Angel car who held the fastest lap for a short little while, but on the outside though, it is Moore on, actually that's Ridgeway. They're trying to get through on some of the lapped traffic for now, but coming now along, here comes Fabio Tafani. Then we have Mark Ridgeway and Sean Moore coming through. Oh, there goes a wide campaigner there as well. I think that's Marcel Angel, excuse me. Marcel Angel crossed the line in second position, and Moore has rotated it in turn 1. And the 24 machine has spun it, unfortunately, and hopefully kept the engine running as they come into the second turn of the race. Second turn of the lap, I should rather say. And while coming across the line now, that was Ilan Kaplan, then Alistair Brown as he comes across the line on the main straight. Still, Alistair Brown has still got a cord or something hanging off of that car as he goes through turn 1 now. So I'd like to know what that is. I'm surprised he's not getting the black and orange flag for something over there, because that could come off the car and could cause serious damage. But maybe he just thought he'd just go with it and everything as well. But Fabio Tafani still leads the way. 3 laps left to go, including this current one they are on. Here he comes now in the familiar orange and blue machine. Marcel Angel earlier on spun it. So what happens is we have Mark Ridgeway, then we have Marcel Angel. A bit of smoke coming from Marcel Angel's car there. And I don't know if that's, it could be just a little bit of smoke from the engine, oil getting past the rings there, but Barry Ingle up into 4th position. It looks like it is, yes. The man who spun was Sean Moore. And Sean Moore is now currently in 5th position, having lost out so much ground to the guys that he was fighting with. Barry Ingle is ahead of him, and then he's ahead of Mike Brooks and Menno Parsons. On the main straight though, here comes Ilan Kaplan on the main straight now, and Alistair Brown, as I see him come past with quite something on the back there, hanging on the back. Roy Campos has closed up the gap to him as they go into turn 1. Where are our leaders? On the back straight though, on the back straight towards turn 5, Fastron corner, and they'll be coming through there as well now. It's pretty much all spaced out just a little bit. And Tafani will hold that lead. He was 2.8 seconds ahead of Mark Ridgeway the last time out. I would feel that has grown considerably as Ridgeway is having to contend with a smoking machine of, there's quite a big puff of smoke there coming from that APV of Marcel Angel as they go into turn 1 KFM corner. Hopefully that car holds it as he goes onto the rumble strip, onto the Porsche straight. And it is the last lap of the race, the final lap of the race in the second of the V8 Masters. I think what happens is he could just keep it, as that is now Menno Parsons coming across the line. Only 10 cars left in this race. And Fabio Tafani, the man who proudly wears number 1 on that APV of his, he will now just take it through turn 4, Apex 1, Apex 2, onto the back straight and above the tunnel. shoots it down to turn 5, fast run corner, and then into the last of the corners he'll then come, and he should. Mark Ridgway got himself a first sector time that was quite quick. It's too much, 3.4 seconds the last time around between them. Fabio Tafani will take victory here. Checkered flags out for him, and he wins by 2.1 seconds from Mark Ridgway. Marcel Angel will take the third position. Then we have Barry Ingle in the yellow machine, bright yellow APV. He'll take fourth position. Sean Moore will take the fifth position. And then Mike Brooks will cross the line in sixth. Menno Parsons. Where is Menno Parsons? Coming down the straight now. Here comes the last little battle at the back here. I think this is Alistair Brown that is battling it out with Ilan Kaplan. Ilan Kaplan actually closed the gap quite nicely over there. I think what happens is there's a bit of a hindrance with Alistair Brown. Yeah, they cross the line. And, okay, Ilan Kaplan actually has fallen down, rather, I should say, to the back. And there was Roy Campos that finishes in 9th position. Yeah, so that was earlier on. You're going to be watching on the screens. Roy Campos causing a lot of trouble there as well, having spun out of the race. Definitely. And quite an eventful second V8 Masters race. Sean Moore also rotating as well, the number 73 machine. Well, we go now over to the Mike's Place Clubman Saloons, and for their second race of the day. They split the qualifying earlier on. Gary and Frank took you through this one earlier on. I will be taking you through this one right now. Always great racing with the Clubmans. Mansour Parker, Clubman's Class A, will be on pole position, looks like it, with Cody Alberts alongside in the two BMWs, the 330i and the E30. Jessie Huggett, there we go, that's her name, in the VW Jetta 2-litre, will be alongside there as well. In third position, Alex Johnson will be the man in fourth position. Quite a number of competitors here. We're talking about, goodness, 51 drivers and cars, 51 cars out there. I'll say that much to you. Mian du Toit will round it all off in the 328i BMW, doing quite a bit of racing today in the classic class and in the Clubman's class. I see Andre Johnson, the Polo 6. And they'll do their warm-up lap now. Like I say, 51 of them out there spread across a number of classes. I'll try and keep up for you with who's doing what. Yeah, Andre Johnson, the VW Polo 6, as I said. Paris Manon, the BMW M3, Opel Corsa, Barry Williams out there. There we go. That's a nice little turn up for the books. A little Opel Corsa, little red one. Looking on your screen, watch out for the likes of Jess Huggett, always campaigning against Mansour Parker and Cody Alberts. Also a real talent, Cody Alberts. Suleiman Effendi in 5th position. Dani van Niekerk in the what is 6th position. Wayne Wilson in the Nissan Maxima in 7th, with Clint Renard in 8th position. Zach Groenewald and Daniel Kutser. But as I just take you through the classes over here, so Mansour Parker will be pole in Class A, with Class B, Class X, of course, first, of course, Zach Groenewald of the new driver car combinations. Daniel Kutser, that's Class B pole man. Bruce Meyer, Class C, in 18th position, leader in Class C. Then the Class D runners, Anton Jacobs in what is overall 22nd position. And in Class E, Melanie Spur in 30th overall. Class F will be Daryl van Niekerk as we all start pulling onto the grid hatchings now. Anwar Levy in the box-shaped BMW will pull into position. Another boxy shape here of Mansour Parker. There we go. Mansour pulls into position. Look at this 330i pulling in of Cody Alberts. Jess Huggett in the Jetta. Yeah, you'll see him as well. A legend over the years of oval racing, and equally on the main circuit as well. Still lives out in Thornton. Used to ply his trade on the Goodwood scene in the old days. You know, you speak about the Goodwood scene to your stock car racing fans, they can't stop smiling at some very big days, those. Then the 85 Suleiman Effendi. A lot of BMWs in this pack. Talking about BMWs, here comes more. I like always Wayne Wilson in that Nissan Maxima. We were talking the other night to John Craig Sr., and he used to race the Maximas in the Group N series. So it was always interesting to see such a massive car, 3-litre V6, take on, you know, some of the fine machines. There we go. Here comes our G Energy Maxima now. Then the number 18 BMW of Dani van Niekerk. Yeah, also a regular campaigner. You're starting 6th position, Dani van Niekerk. So myself alone will try and take you through this exciting 8-lap Clubman's race. And we'll watch them as they come by then. But now we'll wait for the start. They'll be taken around by the BMW of Piet van der Walt. You'll see on the side window, if you're close enough, that Piet van der Walt's name and number is on the side of that GNA Promotions car. Here comes Johnson in the Audi. Always a great Audi campaigner over the years, Alex Johnson. And away we're going to be going. So we'll do our warm-up lap, and then we'll be ready to go for 8 racing laps. So So, pace lap for the SDC, not the classic cars, I'll tell you that much. It's going to be the Clubmans. So if you see classic cars on your screen, they'll be coming up shortly. But it's first going to be the bumper field of the Clubmans. And I know the big trick here is to try and get everybody moving through that first turn. KFM corner. They'll be coming now into the second corner. We've called it many things over the years. The traditional name is Quarry. And that's what we'll refer to it now. Turn 2/Quarry before going into the kink. And then towards the damps dip, which is turn 3 at Killarney, and a very exciting place to watch if you are a spectator. Unfortunately, no spectators at the moment. We wish and hope one day for them to come back. So they'll go on to the KFM straight. Watch Cody Alberts over there. He's going to be he's going to fire it out of that second position. I'll tell you that much over there. Mansour Parker to his left. Nissan 350Z in there as well. Yeah, we'd also had Anton Jacobs as well in the Nissan Sentra 2-litre. A number of little Nissans out there as well. Big and small, I'll say that to you. And the Nissan 350Z of Charles Visser. That's what I was going to be looking at. Yeah, Charles Visser, having commentated on him on the karting circuit, and big things coming up ahead for him as well. As well, we are on the back straight now. Barry Williams' little Corsa you saw on the screen there from the back. And, well, the safety car or pace car, whichever way you want to put it, will pull off into the pit lane, and now it will be all up to Mansour Parker to regulate the pace of this race. Watch those lights. We're on the main straight now. It's almost go, and you're going to hear a lovely noise come your way wherever you're watching. And, well, away we go for the start of this race. Cody Alberts will be on the outside. And, well, I see some smoke coming already over there as well. Mansour Parker will take the lead into the first corner. Cody Alberts will be second, and then Jess Huggett will hold third place for now. But how long will he stay there? Then we have Alex Johnson still holding off his place, but the BMW alongside him there, Suleiman Effendi, will be alongside him into going to turn 2. It looks all nice and neat and clean as everybody gets through there, but now don't want to speak too soon, going through into turn 2 at on the first lap. Here come the leaders now, still Mansour, Parker, and all over the back of Jess Huggett there. It is still that BMW of Effendi. Coming around then, we'll try and get you onto the front page over here as they go onto the back straight now. And it's going to be interesting down there. Alberts is under pressure. So is Jess Huggett. It's going to be 3 abreast as they come there as well. Suleiman Effendi coming in the BMW as well. Be able to tell you as they come by who is where. And now Mansour Parker will still be running it at the front. No surprises over there. The man qualified on pole position. So we cross the line now, and it is going to be Mansour Parker. Mansour Parker. And, Donnie van Niekerk has actually come up quite nicely. Excuse me. And that's ahead of Jess Huggett in third. Zuckerman in fourth position overall. The leader in Class X, of course. And then Cody Alberts has fallen a little bit back here as well. I see Cody Alberts, and that's going to be that black and colorful BMW has fallen a little bit back. Alex Johnson having to come around there in the Audi. He's fallen down into 6th position, And I think what happens is Wayne Wilson came across the line as well, and I think he's hanging in there. It's a bit of a smokiness over there, maybe a lock up from the tires. Yellow flags are waving on the back straight. Not the back straight, rather the KFM straight, and there is a car off into the wall. There was a car off at turn 1 as well, and luckily nobody around that section to hit him, but yellow flags were frantically waving. And as I'm saying that, Donnie van Niekerk looks like he's going to make a move now towards the Fastron turn 5. He's on the inside of Mansour Parker, and he takes the lead. So Donnie van Niekerk takes the lead, and looking on behind them as well, Jess Huggett's up back into 4th position. Crossing the line now. It will be 6 more laps left to go as we have Zak Groenewald. Zak Groenewald in 3rd position. Then Jess Huggett in 4th at the moment. Wayne Wilson is smoking quite a bit in that machine of his. Hopefully not dropping too much oil on the circuit as we have Wayne Wilson and Suleiman Effendi fell behind him. Wayne Wilson in Class A as well. And then what happens is Danielle Kutzer in the Clubman's Class B, leading that class at the moment. And just taking a look now as well, Class C is being led by Bruce Meyer at this time. Zahir Davids come through in 35th position, Willie Gous, Rodney Becker. And well, I see another spinner there as well. Didn't catch who it was, but a lot of action happening. Hopefully no oil is down. Yellow flags are waving though for turn 1, because there is a car on the inside, and that's going to be very interesting. That's a very dangerous position that we find ourselves in. Yellow flags will be waving. No, I think I still got to wave yellow flags. The car is out. A car is still out on the circuit. They may even decide to have to stop this race, because what happens is it's perched on the inside of the corner. Here come the leaders now, Donnie van Niekerk and co. And Parker is now second. Huggett still as they come around. And I'd like the camera just to pan a little bit to the right. No, they're missing it completely. And Wayne Wilson still comes around, smoking Wayne Wilson, I can call him now, basically, as well. I don't know. It's a bit of a difficult one, this, because I feel that because there is a car on the inside, it's a very, very, very dangerous position. Yes, the yellow flags are waving, but always when you have a car on the inside and in a very dangerous position, anything can still happen. There are 2 cars parked on the KFM straight as well. A lot of cars have moved off here. And, well, we'll just keep you updated. Donnie van Niekerk is the man leading at the moment. Clubman's Class A from Mansour Parker. Zak Groenewald was third overall, in first in class. Jess Huggett in 4th. Alex Johnson in the 5th position in the Audi. And then Cody Alberts in the BMW 333i, excuse me, hanging in there as well, ahead of Wayne Wilson, Suleiman Effendi. Then Charles Visser, second in Class X in the Nissan 350Z. And yellow flags will be continuous now for turn 1. You're not allowed to overtake in that section as well. Alex Johnson, fastest lap for him in the Audi A4. That's, of course, a 1:22.096. That's the Class A machine. Okay, so Daniel Kutzer will be the first in Clubman's Class B. Class D, Ahmad leads Clubman's Class D at the moment, with Bruce Meyer in Class C, ahead of the Class C cars over there as well, it looks like it. Then we have the Clubman's Class E, will be Tristan Verkuil. I think I speak under correction. I think that is the leader in Class E. And then we look for Class F as Willie Gous at the moment, that will lead that class at this time. 4 more laps left to go though in this race, half distance as we are. It's still Donnie van Niekerk that leads the way. Yellow flags at a lot of points on the circuit at the moment, because there's going to be no overtaking into the turn 1 KFM corner and on the back straight on the KFM straight as well. So it just shows you a lot of places have been blocked off for overtaking. I thought they would have maybe stopped the race or something like that, but it doesn't look like that is going to happen at all. So here comes Cody Alberts now. He's closed up the gap to Jess Huggett. Cody Alberts. Then we have the BMW of Suleiman Effendi. Then Wayne Wilson. Charles Visser has fallen all the way back because Wayne Wilson's really struggling out there. Suleiman Effendi, Imad Modek, and Charles Visser hangs in there in the Nissan 350Z. As 3 laps left to go in this race. Comes across the line now. That is going to be Dylan Nell, Gary Smith, and John Kirsten will fall down as the Nissan Maxima of Stacey Wilson, the second of the Nissan Maximas, will come up a position as well. See there Barry Williams in the Corsa all the way down in 34th position in this race ahead of Philip Venter. That is Class X and F runners all the way down the field. But we watch now as the leaders go into turn 5. Fastron corner. They'll be coming up to lap a few cars fairly shortly as well. Watch them as they come through. It's now Jess Huggett is still ahead of Cody Alberts, but they've already started to make their way through on a few of the machines there. So I'm just going to see Alex Johnson is in 3rd position at the moment. Come up quite nicely from Mansour Parker. And there's Cody Albert still hanging in there in that BMW 333i with Jess Huggett right there. That's probably for Cody Albert one of the best classrooms you could ever get for a youngster, is to be about a few meters behind Jess Huggett, because Jess Huggett, you can learn so much watching him as he goes through. 2 laps left to go. Alex Johnson still the fastest lap for him, a 1:22.096 in this race. And now it will be a lap and a bit to go as they go through the war zone, basically, you could say, with cars all over the place. But still, Van Niekerk will lead the way in this race. And looks untouchable for now. Don't want to say anything too soon. Donnie van Niekerk, 3.1 seconds between himself and Mansour Parker. Alex Johnson falling down into 3rd, of course, where actually I was just looking earlier on is Charles Visser, the leader in Class X now. Leader in Class X, because we had, just want to take a look at Zach Groenewald out of the race, basically. So no more Zach Groenewald, unfortunately. I know I just should have picked it up earlier on, but that was not the case. So Zach Groenewald. So Van Niekerk ahead of Johnson, Huggett, Parker, Alberts, Effendi, Wilson, and Renard. Renard will be in 8th position. Then Club X, Visser, Wenzel, Kirsten. Then B, Harris, Modak, or Kutzer has now gone up into 2nd in Class B. Harris will now lead on lap 7 with 1 lap now left to go, including this one now. This is on the last lap of the race. And magnificent from Donnie van Niekerk. He just took charge of this race, I'll tell you that much. Oh, somebody's got a bumper at the back there that's down the back straight. I have to see now, slow moving vehicle on circuit as the leaders come down the back straight now into turn 5, Fastron corner, and will come around Donnie van Niekerk to take victory. Waiting and watching for him. And I think, yeah, Donnie van Niekerk wins from Alex Johnson. Jess Huggett will be the 3rd place man. Parker will be 4th. So that will be our Class A. The Visser, Wenzel, and Kirsten will be Class X. Harris and Kutzer, I'll find out now. See the classes for you. As Class X is Charles Visser, Harris, Razy Harris in 7th overall, Class B winner. Then Nias Modak, Class F winner in 8th position. Then I'll see it is Class D. Ahmad wins Class D And Class C will be won by Bruce Meyer. Bruce Meyer doing a great job over there as well, ahead of Willem Swart. Then Dylan Nell, one of the Class D runners, 14th position. Then just looking a little bit further down, we have the Class E runners. Melanie Spur will be a victor in that class, and 26th position overall ahead of Tristan Verkuil, with the Willie Goos, number 54 in 28th position, but the winner in Class F. And some good racing out there as well, always. And that is the Clubman's classes, Mike's Place, and there was some good racing. So we'll be moving on soon to the classic cars. Well, like I say, today it has been quite a bit of action. You'll see somebody has had to be pushed out of the gravel. Once again, the marshals doing a magnificent job, as always. we go now to the 1 hour endurance race, the South Motorcycle 1 hour endurance race, which now, of course, had a number of delays today, so it was always a question getting to this particular point of the afternoon. So, this morning a qualifying session occurred. Brandon Haupt took pole position for the 1 hour endurance race. David McFadden will be starting alongside him, and then the Brett Roberts and Q and Sneyman bike, or what is the Kawasaki ZX 1000, will start in third. So the first two are the Yamaha R1s, Haupt and McFadden, and then the Roberts, Q and Sneyman Kawasaki. Then we have David Enticott, also a Lone Ranger on the bike, the ZX10R, and then Rob Craig and Donovan Lecoq in the on the Kawasaki ZX10R as well. Clint Munton on his own on the Quacker. Then Gavin Lowe and JP Rakapo, I should rather say, also Kawasaki the 10RR. Then the Haupts of Peter Haupt and Bernard Haupt, Yamaha R1M, that's 8th position. 9th position, Garth Livingston. And Garth Livingston on the Ducati 999 is going to share with Wayne Aronser. So Wayne Aronser will be seen out there again as well. He did a great job last time out in the Superbike class. Robin DeVos and Devin Chatton on the Buell 1125R. That will be the 10th place bike. And then Jamie Hall on the Honda CBR 600RR. I know Peter Hill went down earlier on today, so I'll see if there's a bike 60 out there. He's supposed to be sharing with Mitch Robinson, but Peter Hill did go out this morning and in the power sports. Willem Lowe on the Kawasaki ZX6R, that will be 13th position, and Nick Ben will round everything off as well. Like I say, 1 hour endurance race. And we'll watch them as they come around there as well. So sit tight. We are about to get going as far as things are concerned. Well, David Enticott gets into his position of that ZX10R, and well, he's ready and waiting and wanting to go. The 48 machine of Clint Munton, also one of the Quackers as well. David McFadden pulls up into his second position. He'll be a Lone Ranger on the bike, and then the number one of Brett Roberts and Q and Sneyman will be sharing that bike with him as well. Here comes now the number 26 bike of Brandon Haupt. 68 of Rob Craig, Donovan Lecoq. The one I was going to look out for was the Hills bike, Peter Hill bike, of course, number 60. Let me just take a look out here. Number 61. Number 60 is out there. And he, of course, was going to be sharing with Mitch Robinson, but I think Mitch Robinson will most likely be on that bike. So we are going to go now for the start. Watch out for the boards on the right-hand side. The 1 minute board is up. A change of surface flag is being held out, though, for turn one. So we might see some fireworks that side of the way. And away we go for the start of this 1 hour endurance race. And, well, now, here we go. It's not going to be always nose-to-tail racing. It's about the consistency over the hour as we do go. It looks like Brandon Haupt has kept the lead of this race for now, ahead of David McFadden. We'll see them as they come around. And into turn two, they'll then run. Like I say, 12 of them all together out there. And then they'll be coming into the pits and swapping riders, some of them as well. Some of them will have to come and refuel. And all kinds of things to come into the pits. So it's all about strategy here rather than outright head-on racing. And everything has now just come around into those turn three and then turn four. Onto the back straight, we'll then run. You hear them go down the back straight. I think Brandon Haupt has kept the lead of this race. Looks like David McFadden has done a fastest first sector time on the R1 Yamaha. And this is going to be quite something. They're very close to each other going through turn 5. Look at them, nose to tail, almost there as well. They'll come across the line under the Mad Max Bridge. And it's Brandon Haupt, 0.2 of a second ahead of David McFadden. David McFadden will hold second place. The Brett Roberts Q and Sneyman bike in third still. Rob Craig and Donovan Lecoq machine has come up into fourth position, with Clint Munton going down into fifth position. Then David Enticott has fallen down into sixth position. Gavin Lowe and JP Rakapo is the seventh position. Gavin Lowe, and then of course Peter Haupt and Bernard and Peter Haupt, I should rather say, in the eighth position. Then Robin DeVos, and that's Devon Chatton. They'll run in the ninth position at the moment. Then Garth Livingston, he's sharing with Wayne Orenser. They'll be 10th. Willem Lowe in 11th. Jamie Hall in 12th. The Peter Hill Mitch Robertson bike will be in 13th, and Nick Ben will round off the 14 positions that we have out there as well. But a long race ahead now. Only 2.5 minutes have elapsed. 56.5 minutes left to go of this race. Plenty of laps to be laid down before of this race. The fastest lap though, 15.298, the 69 bike, David McFadden, has solidified that. Only 0.2 of a second between himself and Brendan Haupt, I should rather say. Remember, there's 3 Haupts in this race. There's the 2 brothers, Brendan and Bernard, and then there is the old man himself, Peter Haupt, who we saw last time out back in riding, as it was, on the superbike side of things. So it's great to see father and son actually sharing a ride, a Yamaha. So second of the laps now, still 0.2 of a second between Bernard Haupt, Brendan Haupt I should rather say, and David McFadden, David McFadden. It was going to be here the last time, didn't unfortunately get to race, but now he is getting to race. And while he's 4.1 seconds ahead of Brett Roberts, Q and Sneyman machine. The first of the Kawasaki's ahead of the Rob Craig and the Donovan Lecoq machine. On the 1 Hour Pro, they'll call them a 1 Hour Pro, is the guys and girls that share bikes. Share a bike, and then the single class as well as 1:14.807 for Brandon Haupt. He leads away still 0.2 of a second. It's going to be interesting to see how long these two can stay within 0.2 of each other, and how much the lap times will start going down of this particular race. But Brandon Haupt, he keeps it ahead there of David McFadden, Brett Roberts and Q and Sneyman. They still hang in third. And the leaders actually in the pro class at this time ahead of Craig and Lecoq. And Clint Munson still holds that fifth position. David Enticott, one of them, the other Kawasaki's will hold that sixth. And then the last, well, not the last of this group of Kawasaki's, Gavin Lowe and Rakapo, will be in that seventh position. Won't be talking the entire time. We'll leave you to see the positions, and we'll give you updates as the race goes on. David McFadden will watch out for him to see if he can keep that gap constant between himself and Haupt. Lecoq looks like he could be on the bike at the moment. With Munson and Enticott, but Sneyman looks like he's on the bike instead of Roberts. So we'll watch them as to see if anything changes between the two of them. But what happens is Ben will round off the field. Mitch Robinson on the bike. I think it will be basically a single class. The single class, and that will be Mitch Robinson, with who was going to share with Peter Hill, but Peter Hill had a mighty fall earlier on as well in the qualifying session. Jamie All's Honda still 12th position, and Willem Lowe will be hanging on to that 11th position at this time. And probably we'll just try and give you some updates every 10 minutes or so, as Brandon Haupt still holds on to the fastest lap time. And, well, that is a 1:14.183 by the magnificent campaigner. And look at him, he's going quickly again as well. First sector, 26.9. Second sector, 22.5 on the Yamaha. and what happens is he's motoring it out there. He could get himself a faster lap time even as well. Yeah, we'll watch him as they come around though. Ahead of David McFadden, he opened up a gap of 2.379 seconds between himself and McFlash. He comes across the line. He won't. Will he extend his advantage? He actually got himself a nice bit there, but I don't think he will extend the advantage. It's still a 183, a 14.183. And while we still now 6.5 minutes gone of this first, this 1 hour endurance race, it's a single class man that leads at the moment in out. McFadden will be the second place man still. Robertson Snyman in third, leaders of the pro class. Craig and Lecoq in fourth, Munson in fifth, Lowe and Rakapo in sixth, Enticott in seventh, and then it's Haupt and the Haupt crew, the duo in eighth position. Robin DeFoss, we wait for them to come across the line now as well with Devon Chatton. That is the ninth place bike with Garth Livingston and Arons on the bike on the Ducati. They'll come through in 10th position. Willem Lowe and then the Peter Hill, Mitch Robertson bike 11th and 12th respectively. Jamie Hall will come through in 13th, and a man who's already been lapped now, it is Nick Ben that is now on the Suzuki GSXR 1000. Very brave to go out and go in campaign. But they'll run now quite nicely across the line here as well. And that is first section of the race now. We've had 6 laps, almost the distance of a sprint race, as a matter of fact. They're currently now on lap 7. And I'm just waiting to see if there's any more time. It is actually a fastest lap there by Brandon Haupt, 1:14.32, and he's opened up the gap more from David McFadden. But I think what happens is when they start to stop and when they start to have the strategy come in, that's going to be the interesting thing to watch here between them. It's not going to be open the throttle and just get out of here type of race. I think what happens is you've got to keep your head in the game. And that's the secret, I feel, as far as endurance racing is concerned. But anyway, we're going to take this first 10 minutes. We'll come and update you as we come along in the next 10 minutes' time. Well, just coming back online as well, I do notice that David McFadden has fallen right to the bottom of the target sheets. I don't know if he's coming to the pits area just for a stop or it's not going to be continuing in this race. Looks like it. He's completed 9 laps. I think he's out of the race, unfortunately, is David McFadden. Only 13 will be left then. That means that the Brett Roberts Ewan's name on bike will move up into second position, albeit 22.7 seconds off of Brandon Haupt's leading machine. Brandon Haupt got a 13.503 earlier on, 1 minute 13.503 as his fastest lap time. So it's unfortunate that David McFadden has now fallen out of the race. But Jamie Hall goes up into 11th position, and 12th position is Willem Lowe. Will come up into the, will go down into the 12th position, I should rather say. Nick Ben will still hang out there in 13th position. But anyway, going now after Haupt and the Brett Roberts Q and Stam on bike, Rob Craig and Donovan Lecoq will be in the 3rd position. Gavin Lowe and JB Racco will be the 4th placed runners, entrants. And David Enticott will be hanging out there in the 5th position with Peter and Bernard Haupt in 6th position. Clint Munton looks like he's been lapped already as well. 1 lap down, and Robin DeVos and Devin Chapman will follow suit as well. There is the Peter Hill Mitch Robinson bike in 10th position. Waiting now for Rob Craig and Donovan Lecoq. They come through, 14 laps completed for the top 3 runners, top 4 runners. I think we go all the way down to the Haupts, Peter and Bernard, and they're all still on the lead lap of this race. It's only now that Clint Munton, Robin DeVos and Devin Chatton, Garth Livingston and Wayne Norris will all be 12 now, coming up for 13 laps completed. And then the Mo Robertson Hill bike in 10th position then as coming up now for the first 20 minutes, having elapsed of this 1 hour endurance race. Haupt goes quite across the line once again. And then we wait quite a while. He's doing some more modest lap times now as Brandon Haupt, 1:15.239 on the R1. And then we wait. It was a 22.7 between himself and the Robert Sneeman bike. I would think it could have maybe just grown a little bit. He's basically coming closer to the air lap times now, 24.8. Just to look at who's the closest on the field at the moment, I think if you look, I'll check him out now, because the last time David Enticott was quite close to Lowe and Rakapo. Garth Livingston crossed the line now. That is 8th position. Coming out, Rob Craig and Donovan Lecoq crossing the line now. They are 5 seconds off of the Robert Sneeman bike. So it just shows you they've lost some ground there as well. But 3rd place overall out of 13. Not too bad if you ask me. All right, Lowe and Rakapo, that's 40 seconds gap they have. But David Enticott is right in there as well. David Enticott currently 0.2 of a second off of Gavin Lowe and JB Rakapo. So David Enticott, I think, is one of the men to watch at the moment over there to knock on the door of the top 4 in this particular race. He has got a considerable gap between himself and the Haupts. It's, of course, 7.4 seconds. We wait now still for Robin DeVos and Chatton to cross the line and start another lap for themselves over here as well. And, well, there'll be a lap down for them, I have to say, as Brandon Haupt crosses the line once again. 16 laps down, 25 seconds ahead of the number 1 bike. So Yamaha leads the way from the Kawasaki's. And 4 Kawasaki's after each other. And then the Yamaha of the 2 Haupts over there as well. So the top 6 have all completed. They now starting to, I think what happens is Brandon Haupt actually lapped the Peter and Bernard Haupt bike. So I think it's the top 5 that might still be on the lead lap of this race, with the Haupts now going a lap down to 15 laps. I think low. Unfortunately, looks like Clint Munton has also stopped. Well, Clint Munton has also stopped, looks like it then. The 13th place man, there's the red square alongside his name, which usually means no longer in the race, and that means only 12 will be left. I don't see any stoppers at the moment. So doesn't look like anybody's stopping, because there will be some bikes being swapped with the two-rider machines. But we'll keep you updated on those when we get any word. So what happens, as I say, coming up for just over 36 minutes left to go. Well, 86 bike is in the pits now, and there will be some, probably some fuel taken on over there as well. I have to see, because Nick Ben and David McFadden are both out of the race. Willem Lowe in the pits at the moment. Clint Munton will then chase down and see, probably take that 11th place right away from Willem Lowe, and Lowe will drop down into 12th position. Jamie Hall still out there in the Honda CBR 600RR in 10th position. But Brandon Haupt still soldiers away at it. And that now, of course, is Robin de Vos coming up now as well to start another lap as well. I think Peter and Bernard Haupt, I think, came into the pits. We'll see who will be taking over from who and everything as well. I think they're going to be, Peter and Bernard Haupt were 7th position, or they were 6th position. Now they're going to fall down slightly after stopping. See some bikes coming into the pits here as well. 26 machine. There we go. That is, of course, Brendan Haupt. Brendan Haupt comes through and will go right back out onto the circuit once again as well. So quick splash and dash there for him, and he will then lose out, and that means Brett Roberts and Kewan Snyman will take the lead of this race. They will also lead the pro class, but the single class will still be led by Brandon Haupt. David Enticott in 3rd position at the moment. Remember, he will still have to stop as well at a particular point, whilst Craig and Lecoq will be 4th, and they, I think, are stopping at the moment right now as we speak. See a blue dot next to the name over there as well. Nick Ben could be back in this race, looks like it as well, with Willem Lowe having the red square alongside him. And that is always not a good thing to see. The difference, 6 laps, just shows you Nick Ben back out on the circuit. I see coming right past our position over here now as well. I think it was Nick Ben. But it is now 31 minutes gone, almost 32 minutes gone, and it will be 27 minutes left to go in this race. The 1 hour endurance. Roberts and Snyman cross the line. The gap between themselves, David Enticott has gone up into the 2nd position the last time around. So it means that Brandon Haupt has fallen down into 3rd position. Well, once again, I think that was the number 80 bike in the pits. The number 60, I should rather say, that's the Hill and Robertson bike. The number 44 of Lowe and Rakapo also in the pits at the moment, but I think they're going to be leaving the pits now, and that will be they'll be currently in the 5th position, Gavin Lowe and Rakapo. And there's Clint Munton coming past our position right now. David Enticott, very well in green. I think that could be the number 60 bike going back out on the circuit at the moment. Of course, Peter Hill and Mitch Robertson. Clint Munton still campaigning out there. He's a few laps down. Yeah, Peter Haupt and Bernard Haupt, they are currently in 7th position. So this is the how it looks at the moment. It's Roberts and Snyman. They lead the race on the Kawasaki 10. It's the Kawasaki ZX 1000. David Enticott holds 2nd at the moment on the 78 machine Kawasaki. Brandon Haupt will be 3rd position on the R1. Then Craig and Lecoq, Donovan Lecoq, will be in 4th position. They will be 2nd in class in the pro class, with Gavin Lowe and JB Rakapo 3rd in class, but 5th overall on their Kawasaki. Jamie Hall up in the 6th position, albeit 4 laps back in that 6th position. Then the Haupt, Bernard and Peter, they'll be 7th, 4th in class, and that will be on the RR1M. And then we have Robin de Vos and Devon Chatton. They will be in 8th position on the Buell 1125. The Hill Robertson bike will be they in the pits at the moment, so that's currently 9th. You could say Robin de Vos also in the pits at this time as well. But like I say, 24.5 minutes left to go in this race. We'll keep you updated shortly. Enjoy the sounds. 15 minutes to go in the South Motorcycle 1 hour endurance race. Brandon Haupt has completed 31 laps with a best time of 1:13.503. He leads the Rob Craig and Donovan Lecoq machine. I'll see the time that he has over them right now, but it's quite a distance. He did his stop earlier on. And we wait for the Craig Lecoq machine to come through. Well, there comes Robin DeFoss. He comes through a lap down with Devon Chatton. They are currently 8th position ahead of, I see Brett Roberts and Ewan Snyman having fallen down the field as well. But it's 33 seconds between Brandon Haupt and the Craig Lecoq Kawasaki. Then it's the Peter and Bernard Haupt in 3rd position at the moment. They on the Yamaha R1M. They're 2nd in class though, the pro class. They are currently 2nd, and they have yet to cross the line now as well. I think they have just done so, and I think they are actually a lap down on the Haupt and Craig machines. And those are the only two on the lead lap at the moment. Peter Haupt, Bernard, they are, like I say, 3rd in class. They're 2 laps down at the moment with David Enticott, who is doing quite nicely. He's in 4th position, 31 laps completed. And then Gavin Lowe and JB Rakapo in the 5th position in this race. Garth Livingston with the Wayne Arons, he will be, they will be in 6th position at the moment as well. They're 4 laps down on the front with the Peter Hill, Mitch Robinson machine. That's also 4 laps down. 7th position, Robin DeFoss just comes through right now to complete lap 29 of theirs. Remember, the leaders have done 33 racing laps. Brett Roberts and Kewan Snyman looks like they have stopped somewhere or in the pits maybe. They are 6 laps down at the moment. And Jamie Hall is in 10th. Clint Munton is in 11th. 12th will be Nick Ben. And Willem Lowe will be in 13th position. David McFadden's name was out there. He completed 9 laps, and now, of course, he's no longer in the race. He was on lap 9, lap 10. He pulled out on the Yamaha R1. Like I say, 12 minutes left to go in this race. Brandon Haupt holding it at the front. It was 33 seconds between himself and the Craig Lecoq bike. But the only 2 on the lead lap at this time. The lap times have calmed down a little bit, doing the, just average 1:15. The 1:15s they in now. 1:15.2 was his last lap time. And there comes Peter and Bernard Haupt across the line now. They have their time of 1:15.715 over the last lap on that Yamaha. Here comes the Craig Lecoq bike. Like I say, 36 seconds between himself and Haupt. Haupt has just got to keep everything easy, keep everything on the black stuff, and I think he'll be very happy, as David Enticott as well. So what happens is the pro class, 3rd in pro class, the 5th place rider combination, the Lowe and Rakapo, they are 3rd in the pro class, but the singles, now 3rd in the singles class is actually Jamie Hall. Jamie Hall is 3rd in the singles class ahead of Clint Munton. And the Roberts Snyman bike has fallen down to 11th position. 7 laps of the leaders. I don't even know if they are actually still in the race at this time. But we'll find out, of course, at the end of the race how everybody finishes in this particular 1 hour endurance to end off the race day. We didn't have the second of the classic car races, so I would like to actually see what's going to happen after this particular race. It's now 5:15 in the afternoon, and we have to get done by 6 o'clock this evening. So just enjoy the last 10 minutes or so, probably about 5 minutes from the end. We'll come back on and talk you through the ending of this particular 1 hour endurance race, which should come around about, you could say, 26 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock. 5 minutes left to go of the 1 hour endurance race, the South Motorcycle 1 hour endurance race. And Brandon Haupt leads it 39 laps. He has completed, and it's ahead of Donovan Lecoq and Rob Craig, 44 seconds to be around about there. And well, that's of course he leads the single class and overall, but Rob Craig and Donovan Lecoq, they are second and lead the pro class. Ahead of Peter Haupt and Bernard Haupt. Remember though, they are 2 laps off the leader. Brandon Haupt is the only man at the moment that is registered on the lead lap, but I think Rob Craig will join. I think it's the only 2 bikes on the lead lap. 40 laps completed by Brandon Haupt. Then the Haupts, of course, in 3rd position, only 39 laps they have completed in this race. And then David Endicott in 4th position, 78 bike. Has not crossed the line yet. Yeah, I know Rob Craig and Donovan Lecoq still on the lead lap at the moment. 44.8 seconds off of Brandon Haupt. Doesn't have to do anything heroic at the moment now. And then Haupt, Bernard and Peter are 1 lap down. There we go. That makes a little bit more sense. David Enticott's also a lap down on the same lap as the Haupt. He's 28.492 seconds back though. That's the problem. The Peter Hill and Mitch Robinson bike, they have completed 36 laps. And about 5 laps down over there as well. But Brandon Haupt has just crossed the line now. 3.5 minutes, less than 3.5 minutes left to go in this race. Well, watch out then for the flags and everything. He's basically been in a class of his own this entire race. I'll tell you that much. With 3 minutes left to go, 41 laps done. He'll basically get another 2 and a bit laps in here. Now, it'll be interesting to see if it's 59, it's 60 minutes in 1 lap. I saw on the screens earlier on 59 minutes instead of 60. So I don't know how they're running it, if they're going to do 59 minutes and 1 lap. Watch out for the checkered flag a little bit later on now as well, in 2.5 minutes time. There comes Endicott across the line. And he's got a few bikes there with him. They're all on different laps, though. That's the problem. So Peter Hill, Mitch Robinson's bike is 3.4 seconds off. So here's a bit of a now or never thing. So what happens is, I don't think he's close enough to make any sort of a move or anything like it. 3.4 seconds seems closer than it really is. It's not that close, actually. But it's still within proximity. So he watches out if anything happens to Peter Hill's bike, or if Mitch Robinson is rather actually going to be riding that bike, then anything can happen, but still, it's not like it's a few tenths. And, well, we look now as they go across the line. It's the Haupts once again. 1 minute and 44 seconds left to go in this 1 hour endurance race. And then we'll watch out to see when the checkered flag will be readied over here as well. I hope they don't forget to wave the checkered flag. That'll be quite interesting. But 57.5 minutes have elapsed of this race. So it is basically a 59-minute race. And what happens is probably the 1 last lap that they'll do to the checkered flag. And, well, basically, if you are Brandon Haupt, you may as well end it now, because he's got 48 seconds ahead of Rob Craig and Donovan Lecoq, the leaders in the pro class. But Brandon Haupt, a class of his own, as always, with the last minute now left to go. I think they're going to do this minute, and then there's going to be another lap to go. So the flag men will be watching downstairs. Clint Munton comes across the line. He's still in the race. Talking about 7 laps down of the leader, Brandon Haupt, who just crossed the lap. 43 laps completed. He should do about 45 laps here, probably. By the looks of things, 30 seconds left to go of the actual time of the race. Checkered flag is out. And we wait now for Brandon Haupt, I should rather say, not Brendan. Brandon Haupt to come to the line and take a very famous and very good victory here at the Killarney International Raceway today, and a great bike race always as well. We always have some great bike races here at Killarney, but the man waits with the checkered flag, and we'll see when the Kawasaki will come around. Sorry, the Yamaha R1 will come around to take the victory in this race. Very hot it has been today. A bit windy at times as well. Quite a bit of wind actually. You can see they can always play a huge factor in races like this. I see there's the flag is being readied now. One lap to go, so it is 59 minutes and one lap. It will be. You always wonder how the endurance races rather should actually be run, but this is the way they've done it today. And I think we'll just get to 45 laps in all. And the flag is being readied. Haupt wins. Famous victory over there. About 48 seconds later, we'll see the Rob Craig and Donovan Lecoq machine. Mitch Robinson comes across the line. He would have been riding with Peter Hill. Not today, unfortunately, but he holds the team's head up high and gets 6th position. And he will actually be 4th in class, as a matter of fact. Well, if he still counts as the pro class, because he is a single rider on there. Garth Livingston and the Wayne Arendt's Ducati will be the 7th position, 5th in class. And Robin DeVos and Devon Chatton will be 8th. They finish off there as well. Jamie Hall, they'll finish a few laps down, of course. So Jamie Hall will finish 9th, and 10th will be Munton, Clint Munton, waiting for the likes of, I know, Willem Lowe. Nick Ben was out of the race. Brett Roberts and Kewan Sneyman, unfortunately, up at the sharp end of the field earlier on, out of the race. And the 69 machine, whether or not it is a David McFadden entry, we don't know. But he did not complete more than the 9 laps. But I see here now, Haupt wins. Craig and Lecoq 2nd. 3rd, Peter Haupt and Bernard Haupt. 4th, David Enticott. Gavin Lowe and JB Rakapo in 5th position. Then Mitch Robinson will be 6th. 7th is Livingston and Arendtse. Robin DeVos and Devon Chatton will be 8th. Jamie Hall 9th. 10th, Clint Munton. Willem Lowe in 11th. And 12th would be Nick Ben. And that is the 1 hour endurance race. The first endurance race of the season for the South Motorcycles. Well, I think we might actually, see the classic cars have actually come up on the screen. So we might actually just fit in a classic car race before 6 o'clock this evening. But just talking to Dave Abrams as well about David McFadden. And, well, the Yamaha that he was campaigning, apparently a fuel pressure problem. There's thought to be some dirt in the fuel itself, maybe in the fuel line. So that, of course, put paid to his chances in the race, and he was running 2nd for quite a bit as well after having started 2nd on the grid. But we'll now move to the classic car race. That will be the last race of the day. That is the SDC classic cars. Franco Donadio, pole position for Franco Donadio in the Ford Escort Mark 1. And well, we'll just show them Michael Hitchcock also in the, well, he's in the Ford Mustang, big V8 Mustang, will be second. Andrew Honeywell in the Porsche 944. And then lovely for Bruce Avern Taplin in the Toyota Corolla in 4th position. He's a bit of a dark horse sometimes, he's old Bruce Avern Taplin, because, you know, he does some great things in that Toyota. Jeff Bill in 5th position, that will be in the 944 Porsche. Then Trevor Hutchings, number 1 in the Sirocco 1.8 litre. Also a great favorite always. I like the Toyotas. I also like the VW Siroccos as well. You know, some great cars in this race as well. The Aiton Bogarts, though, in the last race, they had a tough time as the Fairlane spun out on the KFM straight. And the Granada also didn't get any further than a certain point as well, campaigned by Malcolm Aiton Bogart. I see the Mustang has come up. I see the Granada has come up as well. There's Donadio, and there are the 944s coming out. All right, here we go. Now we're going to have some good racing. Always love to see this eclectic bunch of cars. There's the Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings, alongside Aiton Bogart there in that machine. Then the other Capri that comes out there as well. That is the Arnold Lambert Capri. A number of Lamberts in this race. Sometimes I get a few of them confused. I know, I'll tell you now, as we are, okay, they had Arnold Lambert. There was Yaku Lambert at one stage, but not this time. He's going to be in this race. Anyway, Charles Arton earlier on as well had his trials and tribulations. He started originally on pole position in the Datsun 140, the 240Z rather, and he also exited this race, unfortunately, on the back straight. Number of cars going out. The Capri Piranha of Nian Dutoy also not finishing the first race. He had that left front puncture that you could see on the screens. It was replays earlier on the KFM straight. But they come around now to warm up for the STC Classic Cars 2. Nadio, that little Ford makes it run. I can tell you one thing over here. Watch out for those 944s as well, front engine Porsches. And they'll go down the back straight to pull into the grid hatchings. Number of classes are doing the rolling starts today. They will do likewise. The Piet van der Walt BMW, number 43. Don't think he's driving though. So he had lent his car for the safety car duties today, pace car duties, whichever way you want to put it. Americans say pace car. Most European countries or European influenced countries say safety car. Here comes Donadio now, the Donadio plant hire machine, Franco. Michael Hitchcock alongside him, short wheelbase Ford against a long wheelbase Ford. Small engine versus big engine. Smaller engine, I should rather say, I guess, for the Escort, because it packs a hell of a punch, I'll tell you that much, that little Escort. Then we have Andrew Honeywell in the 3rd position, the Golf colours on that Porsche. Porsche ran the Golf colours in the 70s with the 917. There's Trevor Hutchings, number 1. Then behind him as well, Dr. Jeff Bill. Lambert Capri. Here comes Bruce Avern Taplin. That will come through and will take that 4th position. Arnold Lambert, Herman de Kock, that's the man's name I'm looking for in that other little Escort, that number 3 Escort. Then the 2 Jettas. The 2 Jettas are behind him there as well. A little further up the field than they used to as well. Dierwald Lambert and Melanie Cook. Dierwald Lambert was another name I was looking for. Not Yaku Lambert, Dierwald Lambert. Well, the 2-minute board comes up now. 1 minute board. Remember, we don't wait the whole minute or whole minutes. It's just there to get the safety car running and going towards turn 1, a KFM corner. And then Phil Herald will tell the bunch to get out of here, get racing. Dave Aladev in the GT Junior Alfa Romeo. I remember when it was still a red machine, that now the yellow and white, a few puffs of smoke from the exhaust. There is Ernest Leet, the good man in the 128 Rally. Neil Mouton, also in the Alfa Romeo Giulia. Derek Worsnach in the Angle Box, the Anglia, sometimes actually a few times called the Strijkacer Anglia as well. Some people have never heard that one before. But the only Anglia, funny enough, in this way, we used to have Tony Kent a number of years ago, also campaigned a orange and white, orange and cream rather, machine. There is the Fairlane that will hang at the back there. The Datsun 140Y in that group. Robin Forbes in the Corvette Stingray. And then another little favorite of mine, the little conquest of Dion Conradi will come around there as well. Yeah, it's actually the Granada that is in the at the back there as well. You'll see of Malcolm Aiton Bogart. The two Aiton Bogarts very close proximity to each other. There was the 140Y Datsun earlier on over there, and yeah, okay, that's of course of John Hurst in 18th position, ahead of the likes of Charles Arton in that 240Z. Yeah, we go down the back straight now, and then there'll be Stoon going all hell for leather here, as we now make it to the last of the turns on the circuit. Turn 5, Fastron corner. The lights are on, all 5 of them, so when those lights go out, of course, remember, Franco Donadio will regulate the pace as the de facto safety car after the safety car peels into the pits, and then he will then ply on the gas and make a heavy go for it. I see 16th position, Jacques Blom in that lovely Sierra that is in the Texaco colors, reminiscent of the RS 550s from the British Touring Car Championship many years ago in the late 80s. But here we go, slowly, gingerly does it. And away we will now go for the start of this race. The light on the side as well. And who will get the first whole shot? And look at that great acceleration there from a big V8 of Michael Hitchcock. Michael Hitchcock will take the whole shot, basically, you could say it if you use a bike term over there, into the first turn. Donadio will slot into second. Then it will be the 944 behind them. That is Eric van der Merwe, and then Bruce Evan Taplin, getting out of a bit of trouble there. Jeff Bill and the Sirocco, the orange Sirocco, going through in 5th position of Trevor Hutchings. Trevor Hutchings ahead of the Capri and the Escort, the Capri of Lambert, that is the Arnold Lambert one, and Herman de Kock will be hanging in there as well in his Escort. And then I see it is Dewald Lambert that's ahead there of Dave Aladev's Alpha. But coming through the field is Mark Aiton Bogart. He's ahead of Dave Aladev now. They go into turn 4, Car Care Clinic corner, down the back straight as they run. And look at that, already a change of position back, as we have now Franco Donadio. He is back in the lead of this race. So what happens is he'll try now and make a good run for it. Maybe not the best of starters, but let me tell you one thing, from a racing point of view, he is very quick out there. Yeah, they come now as well. Watch out for Michael Hitchcock. Andrew Honeywell. I didn't say Van der Merwe. Sorry, I said that from earlier on. Andrew Honeywell will be the 3rd place man, and he comes across the line right now. You can see the brake lights as they come along there. I think only one brake light on that 944 Porsche. And then Bruce Evan Taplin in the Toyota box shape Sprinter Toyota. Jeff Bill got his hands full over there, but he's going to have to look out as they come along now into turn 2 for the likes of Trevor Hutchings and Arnold Lambert. Behind them is Mark Aiton Bogart in that Ford Fairlane. There he comes on the outside of Trevor Hutchings now. If you're looking on the screen, the outside of Trevor Hutchings. Behind them is the Capri and the Granada of Arnold Lambert and Malcolm Aiton Bogart. Herman de Kock has lost out a place as they come into turn 3 section now. Malcolm Aiton Bogart getting an extra place up now too in the heart of the field. In the heart of the field. The Jeff Bill now being passed in turn 4. Look at that car just sliding nicely around there as well as they come through turn 4. Car Care Clinic corner, the double apex right-hander. But now they're ready into Fastron corner once again. And the leaders will come through now. Out of Fastron, here comes Donadio. Donadio will then take another lap. He was fastest in the first 2 sectors. He's fastest in all 3 sectors, a 1:25.258. Whilst you have Michael Hitchcock come across the line. But every little bit over there, Andrew Honeywell will start closing up the gap slowly but surely to him there as well. And then Bruce Avon Taplin in turn 1 now as they go through that Ford Fairlane has really started to close up the gap here quite nicely to the back of that little Toyota. And well, then you'll have the Granada coming up as well. Now this is the battle for the 4th position as they go into turn 2 now. Bruce Avon Taplin really taking it around over here. He's not going to have the power on the straight, so he has to use the corners to try and get himself around because those big engine cars are going to be coming, forcing their way right through. Number 3 now, turn 3. It is Mark Aiton Bogart. He's hanging on the inside of the Toyota. And on the KFM straight, he will take away that position. Malcolm Aiton Bogart will slip his way right through surely soon as they come around then as well. So watch out for him. So Bruce Avon Taplin doing a great job of trying to keep these cars behind him. A little bit of smoke coming from the exhaust of that Granada as well. Remember, he was out of the first race, both him and the Ford Fairlane. Dr. Jeff Bell in 7th position, Trevor Hutchings in 8th, Arnold Lambert in the... oh, there's a huge lot of smoke coming from that Ford Granada there of Malcolm Aiton Bogart. So I don't know, it doesn't look like it's body. It's tire on body. This could be, oh, it's going to be interesting to actually watch over here if it's tire on body, but it looks slightly bluish. So that worries me about oil coming through the rings and getting into the combustion chamber. So we could have ourselves a problem over here, having to run out of oil. And well, we'll have to watch them as they come along now. But the more he comes into the certain areas, it could be tire smoke as well. We'll watch them as they go along into turn 2. I have a feeling that's actually not tire smoke at all. That is indeed from the engine. He's all over the back of Mark Aiton Bogart into turn 3. He runs and onto the KFM straight as he does go as well. Just going a little bit further down, back to the lead of this race, Franco Donadio. He's going down the back straight into turn 5 at the moment, into Fastron corner, and will then actually complete the lap, Donadio. He will be coming up here to John Hurst in the 140Y to come and lap him. So comes across the line then Franco Donadio to start what will be the 4th lap of this race. Then Michael Hitchcock will follow suit in the Ford Mustang, and still riding there just behind him and not closing up any more. 0.6 of a second back is Andrew Honeywell in the 944 Porsche. Then we have Malcolm Aiton Bogart. Malcolm Aiton Bogart in turn 1 goes onto the inside of Mark, but Mark will just poke his nose in the Ford Fairlane ahead of the Granada. And then Bruce Avon Taplin. But look behind them, Dr. Jeff Bill in turn 1. KFM corner ahead of Trevor Hutchings. Then I see Robin Forbes is in there, but remember Robin Forbes earlier on, I think he had to fight through the field. So Robin Forbes looks like he's done himself quite a nice job into turn 2 now. As Forbes has started to close up the gap there to the, he's actually in 9th position at the moment. He currently is, I think, 5th in Class A at this time as you watch them go through the turn 3 section. And Hutchings will try and close up that gap. But we go now into turn 4. Here comes now the 2 Aiton Bogarts now towards the main, or the back main, I should rather say. Remember, 4 laps gone. It's going to be now 5 laps gone with 3 more laps left to go as Donadio crosses the line to start lap 5. And 3 laps left to go of this race, including the one they're currently on. The 140Y Datsun will be lapped soon by, well, he was lapped by Donadio and Honeywell. Honeywell is now up into the second position. I'd like to see now, he's actually gone past Michael Hitchcock. I missed that. My apologies. And Michael Hitchcock crossed the line 0.2 of a second off of Honeywell. So Honeywell has been gifted a second place somewhere, I think, because I think the big Mustang must have had a moment somewhere. Going back into turn 1, though, I see Jeff Bill is ahead of Robin Forbes. Robin Forbes is up into 8th position now, ahead of Hutchings. So wonderful drive here from the Corvette, the C3 Corvette Stingray. Beautiful V8 machine, very unique, very real American muscle. And well, he comes through now. He's still going to have his hands full with the Sirocco behind him, but that's going to allow Dr. Jeff Bill to run off into the distance, looks like it. Then behind them, Herman de Kock has come up, and he's ahead of Dewald Lambert. So that's Arnold Lambert actually has fallen all the way down in 18th in the Capri. It looks like that's a bit of problems over there with John Hurst rounding off the field at the moment. Look at the 2 Jettas going through turn 4. And that is Dewald Lambert and Melanie Cook. Watch them on the main straight then. That's all the way down. Look at Melanie Cook. She did so wonderfully last time in the BMW in the fine cars, but now she could be making a place up into Fastron turn 5. She's got the inside line, but I think Lambert is really going to push her on the outside. She might just poke her nose ahead. They'll come up to John Hurst. They've got to watch out for him as well. Herman de Kock is right ahead of them, and I'm proud to say it looks like Melanie Cook has taken that place right away there as well. I'd just like to see actually, I think, who that is actually for. I see Mark Aiton Bogart is now being relieved of Malcolm Aiton Bogart, looks like it. That looks like the Granada must have pulled off somewhere. But we go back now to the second place battle, and it looks like the Mustang is ahead of the 944, Michael Hitchcock, as they go down the back straight now. Hitchcock has got his hands full over here with Honeywell. Honeywell was in the slipstream. He goes onto the outside into Fastron corner. Well, he's not close enough, I'll tell you that much. And it looks like Hitchcock just hugs the inside, and he's not going to let that go. And well, he's going to have only 1 lap left to go. Donadio crosses the line. He comes up to lap Neil Mouton. He goes into turn 1. So the turn 1, he goes around in the Escort. He passes the Alfa Giulia finally on the Porsche straight. Meanwhile, the second place battle goes through turn 1. And they'll be heading up for the turn 2, the old quarry bend, or the oval, we can call it now as well. For many a year, it's been the oval. You'll see now on the screens, there goes Michael Hitchcock and Andrew Honeywell, Ford versus Porsche. Down through the kink they run. And, well, it's now or never now for the Porsche, for Andrew Honeywell to make that push as they go onto the KFM straight. I'll be watching out, though, for our leader as well. But meanwhile, it's actually the big one. Meanwhile, our leader, I should rather say. Down the back straight. We then go Donadio towards turn 5. Meanwhile, well, I'm going to say meanwhile a lot over here, is because we have a big battle here between the Mustang of Michael Hitchcock and the Porsche of Andrew Honeywell. But yeah, in the meantime, we have Franco Donadio. He crosses the line to take the victory. Take the victory for the day, the second one for today. He takes the checkered flag. A lap Neil Mouton comes through, then pushing it to the line. There was a lap Neil Mouton over there. And then to the line, Michael Hitchcock will take second. Andrew Honeywell will take a third position. There we go. Mark Aiton Bogart will take the 4th position in the Ford Fairlane. Bruce Avon Taplin in the Corolla will take 5th. Robin Forbes, wonderful drive from Robin Forbes. He takes the 5th position in this race in the Corvette, having started a little bit further back. We'll try and get through here. Then Jeff Bill in the Porsche in 7th. Trevor Hutchings in 8th position. Herman de Kock in 9th. So I'll try and get you the classes. Donadio wins Class A. Donadio wins Class A. Class B is Andrew Honeywell wins Class B. Class C is Herman de Kock. Well, Class X will be Dewald Lambert will win Class X. I think Neil Maton is the only Class E entrant today. So that I speak under correction over here. Neil Maton in the Alfa Romeo. That is correct, yes. I don't see any Class D runners in this. Oh, there is one, sorry. Ernest Leet, my apologies. Ernest Leet, how can I forget the 128 rally? John Hurst will finish off in 17th position. Only 17 finishes here. Malcolm Aitenbergart, Arnold Lambert not finishing this race, unfortunately. I think that car of Malcolm Aitenbergart, that Granada was smoking quite a bit on through the laps, and I think that was not going to happen for him, unfortunately, over there as well. So Donadio, Hitchcock, Honeywell, Aiton Bogart, Avon Taplin, Forbes in 6th position. 7th is Bill, de Kock in 8th, Lambert in 9th, Hutchings in 10th, Cook, Melanie Cook in 11th position, great drive. Aladef, Dave Aladef in 12th position. Dion Conradi making amends for pulling out of the first race, 13th position. And then Redlingace in the 14th position. Ernest Leet, a very promising 5th position, Mr. Class D himself. And then Mouton and Hurst will round off the 16th and 17th positions. And it's a big thank you to everybody for joining us on the IMUSAT live stream. And you've listened to myself, Byron, I take you through this. Earlier on, you had Gary Fleming, you had Frankie Innes, and you had in the commentary box here with us, Emil Tiny Brunt. Thanks to all the marshals for making the day. I know it's not the smoothest day for you guys and girls. It was hot out there. It was windy out there. But you know what? What a magnificent job as always. You can never overstate it as far as things are concerned. Our breakdown crews, our emergency crews, everybody had a great, played a great part in this race. And that is the 2nd Power Series done for February. And we'll be returning with the Power Series in April. Remember, next month is the Extreme Festival for Main Circuit, and that will be on the 20th of March. But anyway, for myself, Byron Knight, I don't think there's anything more I need to say. Keep well, stay safe, especially in these times of COVID. And, well, the great thing is we get to do this again soon. Anyway, for myself, Byron Knight, goodbye.